Hello and welcome to my channel. This is a continuation of What If You Were Reborn as Kakashi, also known as Naruto the Strongest Kakashi. There will be a link in the description if you want to read it for yourself, as well as a link to the first half of the story. Now on to the video, please enjoy.
Chapter 170. Chapter 170. Uzushio Gakure. This young man with silver-white hair is naturally Kakashi, who has arrived at the land of whirlpools. When going out, it is natural for him to take another identity. After all, Hata Kakashi's name is too famous. Silver Ni-san, how did you walk on the river just now? Can you tell me? Ah, it's a shinobi trick. Shinobi? What is shinobi? Jiro looked puzzled. This time, Kakashi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the kid in front of him didn't even know what a shinobi was. Shinobi is. It's a profession that has a lot of tricks. Jiro scratched his head, puzzled, and asked, Silver Ni-san, for you to walked on the river just now, is it also one of the shinobi's tricks? Yeah, it is a small trick. Can you teach me that trick? Jiro looked at Kakashi with passionate eyes. The boy was very interested in this weird trick. Kakashi shook his head and smiled. No, it's a secret. Hearing this, Jiro was a little disappointed. He just thought that if he had such a powerful trick, he would be able to show off in front of his friends in the village. Kakashi looked around and asked, Jiro, is there any village near here? Yes, the place where I live is called Heshi Village, and it is not far from here. Oh? Do you know about other villages? Other villages? Jiro scratched his head and seemed to be thinking about it, and then he said, I don't. No, I have been here since I was born, and I have never go to any other places. So it's like that. Kakashi rubbed his chin and then said, Then can you take me to your village? Of course, Silver Ni-san, you saved me. Ka-san said that I have to treat people who have helped me, so you can come to my home and eat some lunch with us later. Ka-san must be cooking right now, and the meal is almost ready. Then thank you for the invite, Kakashi said with a smile. No need, this is what I should do. It's a pity. I originally came to catch some fish today, but I didn't expect to. Not only I can't catch any fish, but I also almost died myself, Jiro said discouragingly. Thinking of the fish that had just escaped, Jiro was a little sad. Fish! Kakashi whispered and walked to the river. With a light movement of the chakra in his hand, the fish in the river jumped out of the water. Kakashi quickly grabbed the fish with his right hand and held it so it won't escape. The fish kept struggling, but it didn't make any difference. Is this one okay? Kakashi asked Jiro. Jiro was already dumbfounded. Isn't it too easy? One. Yes, that is okay. Silver Ni-san, you are so powerful. If I become that powerful, it will be much easier for me to catch fish in the future. Can you teach me? Kakashi smiled and handed the fish to Jiro while saying, It's still a secret. Jiro was sad after hearing this again. Along the way, Jiro chatted with Kakashi non-stop, and Kakashi was not annoyed either, and just smiled slightly. From Jiro's mouth, Kakashi also understood where he is right now. The land of whirlpools has ceased to exist, so Jiro has no knowledge about the land of whirlpools. As for Uzushio Gakure, Jiro is ignorant about it. It is estimated that because of his age, Jiro simply does not know the glory of Uzushio Gakure. Jiro is living in Heshi Village, an ordinary small village. There are about hundreds of villagers in here. Every day, they start their life after the sunrise and stop working after the sunset. The rice paddies everywhere, and there are chickens and dogs' voices there, which can be called a paradise. Kakashi was quite moved when he saw this place. After all, he didn't expect that there would be a place like this in this cold shinobi world. The land of whirlpools, the place abandoned by the shinobi, seems to have become a very beautiful place. 3. Silver Ni-san, Heshi Village is just in front of us. Kakashi looked up and saw that it was a green place. The big trees and the green fields looked pleasing to the eye. There was smoke from every house, and which gave Kakashi an illusion for a while. 1. It's a really good place. That is, of course, Silver Ni-san. Let's go. It's already late now. Ka-san will definitely scold me later, Jiro said embarrassingly, as if it was a shame thing to be scolded by his mother. Children at this age have already begun to feel like a little adult. Kakashi smiled and said, "Okay." At this time Jiro's mother stood in front of her house, looking anxiously at the entrance of the village. She then muttered, "What happened to Jiro? Why hasn't he come back? Did something happen to him? No, I'm going out to find him." "Miko, don't worry, Jiro is big now, so how can something happen so easily?" A middle-aged man walked out of the house and said. "But Tusan, it is very late now," Maisie said anxiously. Suddenly the middle-aged man's eyes lit up and said, "Look, isn't that Jiro?" Miko looked behind when she heard his husband's words. Sure enough, she saw wet Jiro and a handsome young man next to him. 4. "Jiro, what's the matter with you? Why are you all wet? Didn't I already tell you to not get near the river?" Miko said angrily. Seeing Jiro's appearance, she naturally understood that Jiro must have fallen into the water. She can't help but worried about what happened to Jiro. The middle-aged man looks at Kakashi and said, "This brother is..." Kakashi hadn't spoken yet, but Jiro jumped out and said, "Tusan, this is Silver Neki-san. I fell into the water just now, but he saved me. He is amazing." The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard this and then said, "You brat, we told you not to play in near the river, but you still go. Nothing has happened, right?" "Oh, it's all right thanks to Silver Ni-san. Tusan, I have a fish that I just got from the river," Jiro said, fiddling with the fish in his hand to show his spoils. "You brat," the middle-aged man said helplessly. "Can I call you Silver? I am Ichiro Matsuda." Kakashi nodded slightly and said, "It's nice to meet you. Can you tell me how you came here, Silver? After all, few people come here before," Ichiro Matsuda asked curiously. "It is true that there are very few outsiders here, and the nearest village is also more than 100 miles away from here. So generally speaking, there is very little communication between the villages. I am a traveler. I heard that there used to be a mysterious village here, so I came to take a look." "Mysterious village? I don't know which one you are talking about. Maybe we can help." "It is called Uzushio Gakure." Ichiro and Miko's expressions changed when they heard Kakashi's words, and their gazes at Kakashi became a little strange. Creators' thoughts. I am poor guy. Support me at Patreon. https://patreon.com/IamPoorGuy. Remove the. There are more than 100 advanced chapter there. Chapter 171. Chapter 171. The Ruins of Uzushio Gakure. Seeing the slight change in Miko and Ichiro's expressions, Kakashi knew that the two of them should have some understanding about Uzushio Gakure. "Silver, why are you looking for Uzushio Gakure? It is not a good place," Ichiro said with a panic expression. "Ah, it's nothing, I just feel curious. After all, it is said that people there are very long-lived. Maybe there is a secret to longevity in that place." "What secret?" "Now that Uzushio Gakure is destroyed, there is nothing left in that place. Silver, I advise you not to go there." Ichiro kindly tell Kakashi to not go there, but Kakashi's purpose this time is to go to Uzushio Gakure. So he naturally won't give up just like that. "I am not a person who gives up easily," Kakashi said with a smile. Ichiro sighed helplessly and said, "Silver, you have saved Jiro, so it's okay to tell you this, but that place is not a simple place." "I'm not a simple person either," Kakashi said, showing a light smile. Jiro also answered at this time, "Yeah, Silver Neki-san is amazing, he can walk on the water." "Walk on the water?" Ichiro was taken aback, and then asked, "Silver, are you a shinobi?" "I'm just learning how to keep my body fit, so I'm not as good as a shinobi." 1. Kakashi didn't directly state that he was a shinobi because he found that in fact civilians have a fear of shinobi. Ichiro and Miko looked at each other and they could see the fear in each other's eyes. Shinobi. This word is very scary for civilians. The feeling that life and death are not in their own hands is uncomfortable. "Silver-sama, if you have any instructions, we will follow it." Ichiro immediately changed his tone, and his words were full of fear. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed. Sure enough, it was still like this. "If I had known about this, I wouldn't tell these things to Jiro before." "Matsuda-san, don't do this, I'm not that scary." Ichiro looked at Kakashi's smiling face, and he felt kindness from Kakashi's body, so his heart was slightly relaxed. Matsuda-san, can you tell me where the location of Uzushiogakure is? Kakashi asked. Silver-sama, the location of Uzushiogakure that you are going to is at the center of this small island. There is a valley called Uzumaki Valley. That place is surrounded by currents, and water whirlpools appear from time to time, so it is a very dangerous place. Those whirlpools will sink all the boats that go there. The way Ichiro is calling Kakashi makes Kakashi quite helpless, but it's hard to do anything about this. After all, this subconsciousness already exists in civilians' mind, and it's not something that can be changed easily. Kakashi just stopped caring about it. After all, it was just a one-sided relationship, and they wouldn't meet each other again in the future. Thank you, Matsuda-san, then I will leave first. Silver Nice-san, won't you stay for lunch? Seeing that Kakashi was about to leave, Jiro called out quickly, apparently sincerely wanting to keep Kakashi stay for lunch. It's just that the nervous expressions of Ichiro and Miko made Kakashi not even wanting to stay. In such an atmosphere, no matter how delicious the food is, it will be awkward. No, Jiro, I still have something to do, so I won't have lunch with you. Hearing that, Jiro was disappointed and said, that's a shame. Ka-san's foods is very good. And this fish is also caught by you. It would be a shame to not eat this together. Kakashi just smiled. After all, there are too many people he would meet in a lifetime. And Jiro's family is only one of a passerby in Kakashi's life. Leaving too many ties is sometimes not a good thing. If I have a chance next time, let's eat together. 2. Kakashi said. Then he waved his hand and left. Looking at Kakashi's back, Jiro then said to his mother, Ka-san, I really admire Silver Nice-san. He can travel everywhere he wants. I want to be like that in the future. Miko was surprised when she heard Jiro's words and quickly said, Jiro, such a person is very dangerous, and it is likely for them to die at any time. Are you not afraid? Jiro shook his head, showing a firm expression. Ka-san, I don't want to stay here all my life. I want to see the world outside. This world must be more exciting than I thought. Hearing this, Ichiro laughed heartily and said, Jiro has grows up now, and he also has aspirations. It is a good thing. If you want to go out, you must have a strong body, you have to work harder, and you need to become as strong as your father. Only then can you go out. Okay. T2-san, I will work hard. Well, you father and son are really strange. You should go in and eat. You need to have a full stomach to have the strength to think about the future. At this point, Jiro's stomach rang. Jiro couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Ka-san, I have a fish right here. Please cook this one. Jiro said. Okay, Ka-san will make it for you, you little greedy cat. Yai, the life of this family of 3 seemed very warm. Kakashi looked at it from a distance, couldn't help but feel a little envious. Unfortunately, in this life, that kind of life is too far away from him, at least for now. 1. Heshi Village is just a small episode in Kakashi's journey. Kakashi once again confirms his direction, and headed towards the center of the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools is not big, and now it is splitted into small villages similar to Heshi Village. Kakashi also met a lot of other villages along the way. Without disturbing them, Kakashi just passed by and rushes towards the center. One day later, Kakashi stood on a valley, looking at the scenery ahead. It is a huge valley, and there is a ruin in the middle of the valley. Uzushigakure's territory is very similar to that of Konoha, and it is also a huge circle. It's only that Konoha's wall is built by themselves, and Uzushiogakure makes use of this natural valley to become their wall. The valley is very high. Kakashi roughly estimated that it is at least a few hundred meters. Is this Uzushiogakure? Kakashi felt some inexplicable feeling as he looked at the wreckage of buildings all over the place. After all, he only has seen a destroyed place like this at the Hell Valley before. After he prepared himself, Kakashi soon came down from the valley. Since he wants to investigate Uzushiogakure, he naturally won't only look at it from the distance but going to the ruins. Going down the valley, there is a small forest with lush trees. It's really quiet here. Except for insects, there is nothing else here. It seems that even wild beasts are not willing to come to this place. Walking through the small forest, Kakashi then saw the current that Ichiro was talking about. The current is quite wide, and it is obviously not realistic to jump directly over it. Above the current there are occasional whirlpools appearing from time to time, which looks quite frightening. Chapter 172. Chapter 172, Piece of paper. It seems that this water current is the protection mechanism of Uzushio Gakure back then. I didn't expect that after so many years it would still have such power. Kakashi sighed with emotions. Whirlpools appear from time to time in this current, and if he runs out directly in this current he will inevitably get caught by the whirlpools. Kakashi looked around and selected a thick tree. He stepped forward and patted the tree, and then he shows a satisfied smile. The Millennium Sword then appears on his right hand. The Millennium Sword, that is extremely sharp, is a good weapon when cutting down trees. It didn't take long for him to make a canoe from the tree. Kakashi didn't stop there, but took the remaining wood out and cut it to make a dozen of planks, and then he placed it on the canoe. After doing all this, Kakashi slowly pushed the canoe into the water. 2. Chakra surging under Kakashi's feet, and without paddling, the canoe moves forward. Ripples being formed as the canoe moves on the current, and the water seems calm. But Kakashi did not show a relaxed expression, as he frowned slightly. Under the current, Kakashi feels that there is chakra's movement. More precisely, it is a technique. Is this the cause of the whirlpool? Just as Kakashi muttered this, a huge whirlpool formed under the canoe and starts to spread. Under the canoe, it instantly became a void. It's bad. Kakashi didn't expect this whirlpool to appear directly under his canoe, and there was also no warning at all. At this moment, the idea of relying on canoe to escape is no longer realistic. Kakashi picked up the planks he had prepared before and flicked it casually. In an instant, more than a dozen planks flew out and become a ladder in the air. Kakashi's gaze condensed, and then without hesitation, with the help of the last buoyancy of the canoe, Kakashi jumped out, and in the next second the canoe was swallowed by the whirlpool. The planks did not fly high and soon fell on the water. Kakashi in midair was not idle, but stepped on the planks that are on the water one by one. But it was strange that after Kakashi lands on the wooden plank, waves start surging, and then a whirlpool was formed at the plank location. Every time Kakashi stepped on the plank was instantly swallowed by the whirlpool. After jumping over more than a dozen planks, Kakashi still has a short distance from the shore. Another whirlpool formed under him. According to Kakashi's estimation, if he was swallowed by this whirlpool, it would be very troublesome. After all, he is not Hoshigaki Kisame, not suitable for living in the water. All of the planks is gone now, so Kakashi can't jump anymore. But at this time, Kakashi does not panic and directly forms a hand seal. Shadow clone technique! The exact same figure as Kakashi appeared on his side. Kakashi was not polite at all and stepped on his clone's back. And then he jumps again. After this, he finally lands on the shore, and then that shadow clone turned into a cloud of smoke. Ha, it's really dangerous. I don't expect that even after all this time the Uzumaki clan's defense still has this much power. How strong it is in their heyday. 1. Kakashi was a little curious. At the same time he also wondered what kind of force that is able to destroy the village with this kind of defense. 1. Kakashi puts down these thoughts for the time being as he doesn't think it's worth thinking right now. After all, the most important thing right now is to get inside Uzushio Gakure and look around. Kakashi didn't pay attention to the water current anymore and walked towards Uzushio Gakure. Uzushio Gakure has been destroyed for a long time, and anything that has any value has already been taken away. Here, in addition to the ruins, there is nothing else. Rubble is all over the ground, and after 20 years it looks really tranquil. It's not big here, and it's much smaller than Konoha, so Kakashi only needed to walk for about 1 hour to finish looking around. Kakashi felt disappointed. There seemed to be nothing here. In fact, Kakashi already expected this kind of scenario. After all, it has been a long time since this place was destroyed. 20 years was enough to change many things. It seems that I won't be able to gain anything here. After the demise of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha sent peoples over, and the leader at that time was Kakashi's father, Hatakusa Kumo. Anyone knows what happened at that time, but in order to cover his teammates, Hataka Sakumo was being left behind. And then, he disappeared for a year. Sakumo's teammates returned to Konoha with many strange masks of the Uzumaki clan. At that time, Sandaime built an Uzumaki clan's temple for these masks and enshrined them inside. And one of these masks is a mask that hides the secrets of the dead demon-consuming seal. No one knows what Sakumo is doing when he disappeared for a year. Even when he later reports about the mission, Sakumo did not mention anything about it. The next year, Sakumo returned with the newly born Kakashi. These are all the information that Kakashi could assemble during his time at Anbu. After all, he manages to reach a very high rank when he works at Anbu all that time. However, the specific content about Sakumo's whereabouts at that time is not described in detail. This is also one of the reasons why Kakashi wants to go to Uzushigakure. Perhaps he would be able to find something about his birth and mother. But now, it seems that there is nothing but a ruin here. Just when Kakashi thought he had come in vain, suddenly something caught Kakashi's attention. A piece of paper. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and he instantly appeared next to the piece of paper and grabs it. This is the joss paper used for offering. The piece of paper in Kakashi's hand was obviously burnt, and the material and the type of the paper was a material used for the offering of the dead. Someone is offering joss paper here? Is it the orphan of Uzushigakure? Kakashi touched his chin. The burnt marks on this piece of paper are not new. It seems that it has been around for a few days now. From this point of view, it is not easy to find where this piece of paper is coming from. But looking for something is exactly Kakashi's strong point. Kakashi starts forming hand seals, summoning technique. Bang! The Ninken in Shinobi's clothes appeared, and it was Pakun. Oh Kakashi. It's been a long time since I saw you, what's the matter? Pakun, help me find out where did this piece of paper come from. Kakashi handed the piece of paper to Pakun. After receiving it, Pakun smelled the paper and said, "This piece of paper looks like it has been around for a few days. It's not easy to find its origin. Try your best. There has been no rain these days, so there should be some traces left." "Okay, let me try," Pakun said, and then the chakra inside his body was concentrated in his nose. In an instant, his sense of smell was multiplied by several times. "Huh?" Pakun was excited as he seemed to have discovered something. "How is it? I found it, come with me." 3. As Pakun said that, his 4 short legs start to move as he runs, leaving trail of dust behind. Kakashi was shocked and immediately followed after Pakun. Chapter 173. Chapter 173. Tombstone. After moving for a while, the ruins around them gradually disappeared, and Pakun took Kakashi to a hillside. "It's here." Pakun stopped and whispered. Kakashi also stopped and looked around, but he found nothing strange. "Pakun, there is nothing here." "Kakashi, look at the boulder," Parker said and pointed towards a direction. 3. Kakashi looked at the direction Pakun pointing at and saw that there was indeed a big boulder and it looked very old, with some moss on it. "That is." Kakashi narrowed his eyes and walked towards the boulder. "I saw a steel-like thing carved into the bottom of the boulder. Near the boulder, weeds are overgrown, but the stele looks very clean. Unfortunately, the text on it has been eroded after a long time, and it has become a little unclear." Kakashi squatted down and saw a small pit in front of the stele with some remaining ashes, which should be the remains of other parts of the piece of paper he got before. The piece of paper came from here, so someone came here to make some offering. Is this stele a tombstone? Kakashi was curious and lightly brushed the stele with his right hand. In an instant, a familiar feeling filled his heart. This handwriting is. The memory of original Kakashi began to hit his brain. Kakashi patted his head and suddenly remembered. This is Toussaint's writing. Kakashi suddenly became sober, as he knows that the handwriting engraved on this boulder was clearly the handwriting of Hataka Sakumo. Did Toussaint carve it? With a huge shock in his heart, chakra starts surging from Kakashi's right hand, and then he starts erasing the dust from the stele, and he also erases the traces of erosion over the years. At this time, Kakashi finally saw the vague words on the stele. The tomb of the beloved wife, Hataka Ayako. Hataka Ayako? Could this be Ka-san's tombstone? For some reason Kakashi suddenly felt very uncomfortable in his heart, as if there was another force driving him. What's going on? Kakashi? Are you okay? Pakun saw something was wrong with Kakashi, so he quickly asked. No, it's nothing. Kakashi quickly suppressed the discomfort in his heart and dispelled the inexplicable sadness. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Where is this? Seeing Kakashi didn't want to say anything, Pakun didn't force him and ask another question. Well, this place is Uzushio-gakure. I came here to investigate some things. So it's like that. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Okay, sorry for troubling you, Pakun. With a bang, Pakun disappeared again. Kakashi didn't care, and continued to look at the steel. In Kakashi's memory, Sakumo has never told him the name of his mother, but Kakashi can be sure that in the Hatake clan, there is no one named Hatake Ayako. So, who is the Hatake Ayako that was engraved on this stone tablet? In this kind of place it seems that there is only one possibility, and that is the mother he has never met before. Just why would Kasan die in such a place? At that time Tusen was probably already reached the cage level strength. So why didn't he return to the village? According to his father's mission report at that time, it was said that he had encountered a powerful enemy and was seriously injured. After the injury healed, he was able to return to the village. During this period, he met a woman that gave birth to Kakashi. Just what kind of person that is able to make the famous Konoha's White Fang seriously injured? It's strange. Kakashi gently stroked the tombstone, and he feels there was some kind of intimacy. At this time Kakashi had a certain degree of certainty in his heart that this tale might be his mother's tombstone. The intuition of the strong has always been inexplicably accurate. Kakashi has also developed terrifying intuition over the years. This kind of thing is so unreasonable, but it really exists. Kakashi touched the ashes in the pit, placed it on the tip of his nose and sniffed gently at it. Of course Kakashi doesn't have the sense of smell as good as Pakun, but in these ashes Kakashi smells a strange smell. These ashes should have been left over from burning joss paper. It is strange that there is a faint scent in the ashes. Kakashi took out the piece of paper he had found before, put it on his nose and sniffed it. There is such a smell, but the smell is much weaker. Kakashi's brows wrinkled slightly. He doesn't know why, but he felt this smell has a familiar feeling. Unfortunately, he can't remember what it is. There are people burning joss papers as offering in this place. Which means that the people who burn this paper must have some kind of close relationship with the person whose name is engraved on the tombstone. Otherwise there is no need to do so. Is it Kasan's relatives? This is the only explanation Kakashi can think of. If they are only a friend, it would be strange for them to still come to burn some joss paper after more than 20 years. After all, they are living in a cruel world. What's more, the location is such a place. Uzushio-gakure, even if it has become a ruin, it is definitely not a good place. If they can come to pay respect for the dead, they will not be too far from here. Looking at the situation of the tombstone, there should be people coming over frequently. It is not the appearance of something that is being abandoned for 20 years. Since there are such people, Kakashi will naturally not let go of this opportunity. Perhaps what Kakashi wants to know can only be known from that person's mouth. After all, investigating this kind of thing without any clues is extremely hard. Kakashi scratches his head and began to think. Should I wait for the person to come here, too? Although the method is a bit stupid, it seems to be the only way for now. Apart from these ashes, there is nothing else here. And even if someone came over before, so many days have passed since then, so the smell has long since disappeared. It was already extremely difficult for Pakun to find this place just now. If it weren't for the strong smell of the joss paper itself, they might not have found this place. As to find the smell of the person who has come here many days ago, it is not realistic. However, if he waits here for the person to come, the time spent will not be short. Generally speaking, it is enough to do this kind of thing once a year, so is it necessary for Kakashi to wait here for a year? The time is too long, and Kakashi can't afford to waste that much time. Damn it. Is there no better way? Kakashi lamented. The trip this time was really not smooth from beginning to end. Standing up, Kakashi touched his chin. No one knows what he was thinking. Suddenly Kakashi looked towards one direction. Someone is here? Kakashi was slightly surprised that someone actually came to this place. After all, it is dangerous to come here. He can come here because he is a shinobi, and his strength is not weak. This presence. Kakashi's face changed slightly, and he whispered, "Why is it her? What is she doing here?" 4. Outside the Uzumaki Valley, a figure stood there. Is this the ruins of the Uzumaki clan in the legend? This defense mechanism is interesting. A heartwarming smile evoked from the corner of the girl's mouth, and then her hand starts forming. Hand seals. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. Sealed creature. The girl had long reddish-brown hair, and her right eye was covered by her hair, and only her left eye was exposed. 1. After forming some hand seals, the water spurted out of the current and formed a water bridge, which was placed on top of the water current. The girl walked across the water like a strolling leisurely in a garden. It is much easier than Kakashi. The whirlpools underneath can't do anything to her. When the girl landed on the shore, her expression suddenly changed and she looked towards one side. She then saw a figure wearing black robes and has silver white hair. It is Kakashi. Terumi Mei, what are you doing here? The girl is Terumi Mei from Kirigakure. Terumi Mei's original solemn expression instantly disappeared when she saw Kakashi. Hata Kakashi? I should be the one asking you that question. We're not near Konoha, so why did you come to the ruin of Uzushiogakure? Uzushiogakure is an ally of Konoha. It's not strange for me to come to this place. Instead, Kirigakure didn't have any relationship with Uzushiogakure. So, what are you doing here? 1. The corner of Mei's mouth forms a small arc and then she said, "Guess." Kakashi was a little helpless when he heard her words. Mei's way of thinking was really strange, and Kakashi couldn't guess what is on her mind at all. Forget it then. Ah, what a boring man. Kakashi was too lazy to pay attention, so he turned and left. After all, he still had things to do, and didn't have the time to talk with Terumi Mei here. Seeing that Kakashi was about to leave, Mei hurriedly followed after him. Hey! Hate Kakashi, what are you doing here? Guess, you're really stingy. Mei-san Shinobi needs to guard their secret. You don't even notice? Kakashi said grimly. We can be considered a friend. You are really unkind. You're not coming here for a mission, right? Mei sees Kakashi's casual clothes without Konoha's headband, and he doesn't even have a mask. It doesn't look like he was performing a mission. It must be said that Mei will become good Daime Mizukage in the future. So whether it is her wisdom or her observation, it is all very good. Yeah, you are right. I am indeed come here for a private matter, but there is no need to tell you. Mei's expression changed, feeling a little wronged, but she immediately adjusted her mentality, and then said, "How about this then? I will tell you the purpose of my visit, and in exchange, you will tell me the purpose of your visit." Kakashi stopped and looked up and down at Mei, seeing Mei looked a little bit strange. You seem to be very interested in my affairs. Hearing Kakashi's words, Terumi Mei suddenly felt a bit hot on her face, but she quickly covered it up. Why, I'm just curious. Kakashi just shrugged his shoulder and said, "Curiosity killed the cat. I have no interest in your affairs, and for you to appear here is because you have some business in the former Uzushiogakure. So your goal must be Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu." Mei was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect Kakashi to make a deduction in such a short period of time. And it's so accurate. The reason Mei come to Uzushiogakure this time is because she tries to try her luck. Fuinjutsu has always been a mysterious thing in this world. The 8 trigrams sealing style owned by Konoha is the most suitable Fuinjutsu to seal a bijou, but other villages do not have such a good Fuinjutsu. For example, in Tsunagakure, their Fuinjutsu are very rough, and because of that, Ichibi will take control if the Jinchuriki fall asleep. Although Kirigakure is not as bad as Tsunagakure, but their Fuinjutsu is still not good enough. Moreover, this kind of Fuinjutsu that is enough to seal the bijou is in the hands of the Cage of Avalanche. So Mei doesn't have it on hand. In her conversation with Kakashi not long ago, Mei understood that to get rid the Yondaime Mizukage's tyranny and the one controlling him behind the scenes, Yagura must be defeated. And to defeat Yagura, there is one element that must be considered, and that is Sanbi, who is inside Yagura's body. Yagura can die, but Sanbi is an important resource for Kirigakure. Once they lost Sanbi, Kirigakure's strength will drop by another lever. Therefore it is very important to reseal Sanbi. But there is no suitable Fuinjutsu in Mei's hand right now. The force behind Mei is already trying to find a way about this, but the eggs can't be placed in one basket. Sumi is also trying to figure out a way. After thinking for a long time, Mei decided to take a look at Uzushiogakure, which was once famous for their Fuinjutsu, so she thought that maybe there will be unexpected gains. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain when she just arrived here. It's just not Fuinjutsu, but Kakashi. Seeing Mei's expression, Kakashi knew that he had guessed right. It seems that you are already planning to finish Yonde Mizukai, so you want to find a suitable Fuinjutsu to seal Sanbi, right? Mei chuckled and said, Hata Kakashi, I have to admit that you're really scary. 1. Thank you for your praise. In this world, it is not a bad thing to be scary. At least a lot of bad people won't dare to do anything to him. Are you not going to help me? Kakashi looked at Mei strangely and said, Our relationship is not good enough for me to help you. In theory, if Kirigakure loses Sanbi, it is a good thing for Konoha. You are so rude. Terumi Mei stared at Kakashi with her big eyes. Kakashi's expression didn't change, and then he said, Mei-san, I don't think you are the kind of weak woman who needs help. Oh, I can't believe you actually praise me, Mei. Well, I kind of admire your strength. Maybe when we meet again in a few years, I will need to call you Mizukaji-sama. Oh? I think I need to call you Hokage-sama when that happens then. Hokage? Kakashi thought about it, then shook his head and said, At the moment I have no interest in that position. Hearing Kakashi's words, Mei was slightly surprised and said, I can't believe the famous attack. Kakashi to be not interested in being a Hokage. There is nothing strange about that. Hokage's responsibility is too heavy, so right now, I am not ready for that position. So it's like that, but I don't think you can escape that responsibility. After all, Sandame Hokage is old, and it is estimated that he will only able to hold that position for just a few more years. At that time, you will be the only one who has the ability and prestige to inherit that position. Kakashi just stayed silent. After all, if the plot doesn't change, then Tsunade will come back to inherit the position and become the Godaime Hokage. But it's still early, so he won't consider these things for the time being. After all, in Kakashi's view, Hokage's position is not that attractive. Especially after knowing that 10 years later, there will be an unprecedented war in the shinobi world. Right now, increasing his strength is more important than anything else. Seeing that Kakashi didn't speak, Mei thought that Kakashi didn't want to bring up this topic, so she didn't say much. So a strange scene was formed. Kakashi walks in front and Mei follows from behind. If peoples who didn't know anything saw this kind of scene, they would think that Kakashi and Mei were dating. It's just that the man is a little unkind. Hey Terumi Mei, why are you following me? If you want to find a Fuinjutsu, you can find it yourself. So don't follow after me. It's strange to be followed by someone like this. I'm not following you. I'm just walking around, and this place is not yours, so why do you care if I walk here? Seeing Terumi Mei's unreasonable appearance, Kakashi felt helpless. Kakashi can't help but remember a sentence in his previous life. Girls are unreasonable creature. 7. At this moment it seems to be a very accurate description. In desperation, Kakashi didn't bother to do anything to Mei, and walked around Uzushiogakure on his own. It's not that Kakashi was doing nothing, but after discovering the tombstone, Kakashi wanted to find more clues here. If someone wants to come here and reach the tombstone, they must pass through the current and the whirlpools, and for someone to come here they must leave a trace. Kakashi looked around, as if looking for something. Mei was very curious when she saw it. Kakashi, what the hell are you looking for? Do you want to search for it together? Maybe I can help you. Trace. Trace? Mei could not figure out what the hell was the trace that Kakashi was talking about. What neither of them knew was that in a dark place below Uzushiogakure, a pair of huge eyes shined like a red lantern. Humans have come here, and it seems that their strength is not weak. In the dark space a huge creature slowly stood up. There is a huge cage in front of the creature. This damn seal, it's already 20 years now, so it's already weakened. In another year I should be able to go out. Under the faint light it was vaguely visible that its body was very huge. There is also a pair of horns on its head. If someone saw this creature at this time, they would definitely be able to recognize that this monster has an appearance like a ox, but it is much bigger than a ox. But now that there are two shinobi coming here, maybe I can use their strength to get out of here. Thinking of this, the giant ox cannot help but feel a little exited. No one does not want to be free. No one wants to be sealed in a dark place. Why is Biju full of hostility towards humans? In addition to human beings coveting their power, the most important reason is that shinobi restrict their freedom. They are wild and unwilling to be kept as pets, besides which pets are being kept in cages all the time. Thinking like this, the giant ox's chakra began to slowly seep out along the gap in the seal. 1. And if Kakashi saw the seal, he would be surprised. Because that seal is the 4-symbol seal. Come on human, use your power to set me free again. The low voice of the giant ox resounded through the entire dark space. Hey! Hata Kakashi, what the hell are you looking for? Terumi Mei asked discouragedly. Since they start searching, Kakashi has been walking around non-stop, only stopping to think about something from time to time. But Mei, who followed behind him, couldn't understand anything at all. This makes Terumi Ming very distressed. I said, don't follow me. Kakashi doesn't seem to care about her, and still acts on his own. Humph! Mei snorted as the dissatisfaction in her heart reached the peak. What an uncaring man, Mei said, and then she went to the other side. It seems like she intends to start doing her own thing. Kakashi glanced at her and said nothing. No matter how much Kakashi liked Mei in his previous life, it is not suitable for him to get close to Mei right now. 1. The two have different positions and it is hard for them to get close. At least it will be difficult until the end of the war. Mei will become the Godai Mizukage in the future. Kakashi may become Godai or Rokudame Hokage. By that time the possibility of them being together will be even lower. 1. People from different villages can marry each other, but no one has heard of the marriage between the leaders of the different villages, unless one of them gives up the status of leader. There are too many things involved in this. Based on this, Kakashi will not consider it for the time being. Actually, Kakashi has a good impression on Mei, but it has not yet reached the level of affection. And one thing Kakashi has to admit is that after so many years living in the Naruto's world, his heart is now a bit cold. It does not mean he lost his emotion. Rather, he was a little bit cold about the situation of the world, especially after the incident with Danzo. Therefore, Kakashi is still somewhat resistant to such things as feelings. Kakashi now somewhat understands why Jiraiya chooses to travel around the world. Perhaps he had seen enough of these things, so he chooses to banish himself. Unfortunately, Jiraiya loved Konoha so much, and in the end he finally gave his life to Konoha. Kakashi sighed lightly and ignores Mei's actions. He continued to look for clues on his own. Terumi Mei walked aside, folded her hands on her chest and muttered, "This Hatake Kakashi is really a dense." Suddenly Mei feels something. What is this? A strange chakra emerged from the ground in front of Mei. Mei feels that it was suspicious, so she moves toward the direction of chakra. A voice appeared silently in Mei's mind. Come here, there is everything you want here." In a trance there seemed to have a map in Mei's mind, and she starts to walk and get next to a boulder. Destroy this boulder, the thing you want is behind this boulder. Mei was puzzled, but she didn't hesitate as she feels confident in her own strength. Earth release, earth flow spears. An earth spear suddenly rose from the ground, directly smashing the boulder to pieces. The boulder shattered and a dark hole appeared in front of Mei. Mei was slightly surprised. From the dark hole the strange chakra just became much denser. Come in, human. The tempting voice reappeared, and Terumi Mei's mind was in a trance. She no longer hesitates, and jumped into the dark hole alone. 7. The cracking sound of the destroyed boulder alarmed Kakashi, who is in the distance. What happened? Kakashi whispered and found that Mei had already disappeared. Is there a problem? Kakashi feels a little uneasy, and then walked in the direction of the sound. Mei only feels that she is jumping into a deep pit, and she can't see anything in this endless darkness. Only a moment has passed, but it seemed that several years had passed. Mei began to regret it a little, as she seemed to be a little impulsive just now. No, to be more precise, she seemed to be hypnotized by something. Thinking of this, Mei couldn't help but feel horrified. She doesn't know what on earth is the thing that would able to trick her when she is not paying attention like that. Just when Mei was thinking like this, suddenly, the scenes in front of her lit up, and the darkness disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared before. Here, it was a dark cave. Mei looked up, but she can't see the entrance of the cave that she had come from. It seems that I can only move forwards. There are walls on 3 sides, and there is only one way to go, that is in front of her. Mei also knows that the thing that tricks her must be inside the dark cave. Whether she wants to go out or figure out what's going on, there is only one option now, that is to go forward. Mei didn't stay for long and starts moving forward. After walking for a while, Mei saw a huge iron cage which is tens of meters high. Behind the iron cage, a pair of lantern-like eyes staring straight at Mei. "Human, you are here." Mei was surprised to see the monster in front of her. It looks like a ox, but its size is too huge. When Mei was a child, she had seen Sanbi's real body before, and the monster in front of her right now was about the same size as Sanbi. "Who are you?" Mei looked warily at the giant ox inside the iron cage. "Me? I'm just a summoned beast." "Summoned beast? How come you are here and not in your holy land?" "Holy land? The holy land of our giant ox race has long been destroyed," the giant ox said, seeming quite emotional. "The Holy Land is often referred to as the place where the summoned beast is living. It is equivalent to another small space. It's just like 3 Great Holy Land and Hell Valley. It's just different from Hell Valley. The spatial entrance of the Hell Valley has already destroyed, so that place is connected with the shinobi world, and just separated by a barrier." Mei knew that the destruction of the summoned beast's holy land was not uncommon. According to the records, when the 5 great villages have not yet been established yet, many shinobi will look around for the summoned beast. Because in addition to Bijou, the combat power of the summoned beast is also very impressive. At that time, many summoned beasts were annihilated because of their disobedience to these strong peoples. So that there are fewer and fewer summoned beasts that can be seen at this generation. War is not only harmful to humans, as it is also harmful for summoned beasts. It's just that their misfortune is imposed by mankind. "Why are you here?" "Naturally, I was sealed. You see over there, that is the Fuinjutsu that seal me." Mei looked directly at the middle of the iron cage. She then saw there was a piece of paper with profound runes on it. Mei's heart starts beating faster, and she looks at the paper excitedly. Sure enough, this place has Fuinjutsu. When the giant ox looked at Mei's eyes, he already understood what is on Mei's mind. It's a creature that has lived for a long time, so it can understand Mei's thinking easily. "Human, are you interested in Fuinjutsu?" No wonder, this is the hometown of the Uzumaki clan. People who come here are trying to find the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. The giant ox has been sealed for 20 years. Over the years he knows that there are a lot of people coming to Uzushiogakur. Most of their purpose is to come and find something, but unfortunately there is no such thing as Fuinjutsu here. At that time the seal on the iron cage was still very strong, so the giant ox could not get his chakra out at all, so he could not lure the people coming here before. The weakening of the seal is only happens in the past few years. After all, no matter how strong the seal is, it can't endure the tribulation of time. 1. Can you help me get the Fuinjutsu? Mei asked with interest. Of course, I have been sealed here for so many years, so I naturally know the situation here. When Uzushiogakur was destroyed, I was already here. Mei then starts thinking seriously. If that is the case, perhaps the giant ox can really give me a Fuinjutsu that is enough to seal Bijou. And your condition is to get you out of that iron cage? Yes, I've stayed here long enough, so I want to go out. The giant ox shows agitated expression, and it can be seen that he obviously had enough of living here. If I let you out, can you tell me where the Fuinjutsu is? Terumi Mei asked half-believingly. Of course, The giant ox's confident expression made May subconsciously feel that what this guy said was true. Okay, I can let you out, but if you dare to lie to me, get ready for the consequence. May said coldly, as her words are full of threat. The giant ox was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect this young kunoichi to have this kind of aura. Human beings are really a kind of mystical creatures. Obviously they don't have a long lifespan. But the growth rate of their power makes other creatures feel terrified. This kind of thought flashed in the giant ox's mind, but even if he was threatened, he still needs to go out first. Human, don't worry. Although the giant ox had a guilty conscience, he didn't show it, and he still looked confident. What should I do? May doesn't know much about Fuinjutsu, so she doesn't know what to do it in the face of this complicated simple seal. It's very simple. Did you see the paper at the middle of this iron cage? If you tear it off, I will be able to come out, the giant ox said. His face showed a sly smile. One freedom, it seems to be within his reach in the next second. May was stunned as she suddenly realized that that piece of paper was where the seal was. Human, come on, tear it off, and I will give you the Fuinjutsu you wanted. May nodded and said, okay. Chakra then surges from her feet, and May jumped to the position where the seal paper was located. The chakra on her feet makes her able to stand at the iron cage, and May stood near the seal paper. The paper is very large. It is 5 or 6 times larger than the normal explosion seal. May looks at the strange runes above the paper, and she didn't understand what it means. Fuinjutsu is not easy to learn, and high-level Fuinjutsu are even more difficult. Without a certain talent and rich accumulation of knowledge, it is impossible to learn it. Do it, human. Hearing this, May no longer hesitate, and she put her slim right hand on the top of the paper and then tears it. 8 boom! The cage is open. The iron cage slammed open and terrifying airwaves burst everywhere. May was blown away by the airwaves and landed 100 meters away. This is the feeling of freedom. 20 years, I am finally free again. 2. The giant ox's expression is full of joy, and his delighted look is not only ugly, but also somewhat terrifying. May frowned slightly. Why did I feel something is wrong? 1. Giant ox, I have already lifted the seal according to our agreement. Now, you also need to fulfill your promise and hand over the Fuinjutsu to me. At this moment the giant ox, the giant Niu, set his sights on May again. It's just that at this time his expression is not full of sincerity like before. Instead there is a hint of ridicule on his expression. Stupid human, do you really think that I will give you the Fuinjutsu? Actually, I don't even know where it was located. But even if I know, I won't give it to you. It is because of that damn thing that I was sealed here all this time. 1. May looked angry and roared, you lied to me? Ha ha ha, lied to you? Aren't you humans the best at cheating? Ha ha ha, human, since you let me out, I will send you to hell. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. After the giant ox finished talking, he rushes towards May. His huge body, like a big mountain, directly charges into May's location. May's pupils shrank. If this attack hit me, I am afraid that all of the bones inside my body will be broken. 1. What a terrifying attack power. 2. Ron hoof trample. May repeatedly retreat and trying to get out of here first. There is not much space in this place. If she fights with this giant ox here, this place will likely collapse. The size of the giant ox is very large, and his skin is very thick, so he naturally not afraid buried in this place. But if May is buried inside, she will die. Therefore her first priority now is to find a suitable place to fight against this giant ox. Human, you can't run away. Seeing May tries to retreat, the giant ox runs towards her. After all, he didn't plan to let May escape. Damn it! Didn't the summoned beasts usually keep their promise? What is wrong with this giant ox? May cursed as she ran. The reason why May believes in the giant ox is because there is a consensus in the shinobi world that summoned beasts are very committed to keep their promises. 5. However, she did not expect that this giant ox is actually not the same as normal summoned beasts. Savage collision. The giant ox rushes again and crashing into May. May moved her feet and quickly moved away, so the giant ox directly hit the rock wall. With a bang, a deep pit directly formed on the stone wall. The huge movement made Mei stunned. After all, this kind of power is above her imagination. How can he still have this kind of strength after being sealed for so long? He is not a bijou. Mei muttered, but didn't think much. Soon, Mei came to the place where she had come in before. Damn it! Where is the exit? Why is it still the same as before? There are 3 stone walls surrounding her, and there is no exit at all. Human, you can't find your exit? Then this place will become your grave. The giant ox came from the back and couldn't help but sneer when he saw Mei was looking for an exit. Mei's expression becomes solemn. Since I can't get out, it looks like I can only deal with this giant ox. Here first. Oh? Looking at your appearance, it seems that you're not afraid of me. Seeing Terumi Mei's calm and solemn appearance, the giant ox was quite surprised. Mei smiled lightly and said, "Although you are indeed strong, you are still not my opponent at all." Humph! Arrogant! The giant ox is furious when he heard that, and then he stopped talking nonsense. Savage shock! The giant ox speed suddenly increased, and he crashed into Mei again. The giant ox was covered by blue chakra visible to the naked eye, and the entire cave was shaking. Not good, an attack of this level will surely collapse the cave. Mei was anxious, and quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. 3. Mei has high mastery in water release ninjutsu. So, even if she is in a place where there is no water, she can still release a very strong water release ninjutsu. The water dragon roared and rushed towards the giant ox. 1. Such insignificant ability. With my body, how can this kind of weak ninjutsu do anything to me? Break! The giant ox uses his 2 horns to rush towards the water dragon and directly destroyed the water dragon. What a terrifying defense. It looks like that horn is really hard. 4. Mei did not have too much time to express her emotions, as the giant ox's horns soon rushed towards her. Without hesitation, Mei retreat again. Boom! The giant ox crashes into the stone wall. At this time, the cave that had been shaking began to collapse. Pieces of boulders start falling from above. It's bad, Terumi Mei secretly thought, as she saw a huge boulder fell towards her from above. At this moment, loud birds' chirps suddenly sounded. It sounds like thousands of birds are singing. Mei was overjoyed, and in the next second, a silver-white figure appeared above Mei. Chidori! The blue lighting scattered everywhere, and the boulder within the radius of 3 meters is directly crushed and turned into countless pebbles. Kakashi took Mei into his arms and dodged the other boulder. Stupid woman, you sure dare to open seal like that. 1. Kakashi said quite angrily. Mei didn't mind Kakashi's tone at all, and instead she said playfully, "What's wrong with that? It's just a giant ox." You sure are really confident. Kakashi smiled bitterly. If I don't have this much confidence, how can I dare to say that I want to bring new life to Kirigakure? Well, that's reasonable. Let's go out first, this place won't last long. 1. Kakashi didn't want to argue with Mei right now. After all, it is more important to leave this place first. Mei nodded and said, "How did you come in?" "Naturally, I come by jumping directly. There is genjutsu on the entrance hole." The hole is not big, but it is still there. Kakashi pointed to a small hole at the distance. The hole is just big enough for 1 person. So it's like that. Mei suddenly realizes. So the reason why I can't find it is that hole. This place is too dark, and also that hole is too small. 1. Mei did not look carefully before, that's why she could not find it, but Kakashi is different. The genjutsu on the hole is useless against him. Damn human. Another one came unexpectedly. The giant ox snorted and rushed over directly. Kakashi didn't talk nonsense when he saw this. The blue lightning appeared again on his right hand. And he smashed the small hole directly. Boom. A flash of lightning flashed, and 2 figures that were mixed with some gravel emerged from the ground. The 2 of them just fell not far away as the ground suddenly arched and starts to split apart. Seeing this, Kakashi quickly retreated while holding Mei. Boom! The huge body of the giant ox drilled directly out of the ground. A giant ox with a figure like a mountain appears in Uzushio Gakure. This is the outside air. It's so wonderful. Ha ha ha, I finally came out, too, the giant ox screams in the sky and laughs like a madman. After having lost his freedom for 20 years, and regaining it at this time, the joy in his heart is immeasurable. Kakashi looked at the giant ox with a slightly surprised expression. This guy looked familiar. Pain's summoned beast? 1. No, it looks like Pain has not been subdued him yet. There is no sign that this guy is subdued. This giant ox dared to deceive me. I will send him to hell, Mei said viciously. 1. Mei's voice was not small, so the giant ox naturally heard it too, and his gaze returned to Mei. Oh, you want to send me to hell? The giant ox looked at Mei with disdain. Seeing his expression, Mei is angry. This guy really dares to disdain me. Had it not been for the absolute confidence to subdue this giant ox, how could Mei let the giant ox out? After all, Mei is not stupid. She already knows there are risks that this giant ox will lie to her. For Mei, it is a good thing if this giant ox gave her the fuinjutsu after being released. If not, it will be just a little troublesome. The giant ox then starts to look at Kakashi. He knows that this person is the one who came midway and make him failed to kill Mei, but after seeing Kakashi, the giant ox's expression changed. It's you. The tone of horror made Kakashi and Mei puzzled for a while. You know him? Mei asked curiously. Kakashi shook his head, but there was a hint about this in his mind. Kakashi has never been here before, so it is naturally impossible for him to know this guy. If that is the case, the reason for the giant ox's reaction is because he has mistaken Kakashi with someone else. In this world there is only one person that will make people mistaken Kakashi with him. Hatake Sakumo. No, you are not him. Why do you look like him? The giant ox's expression eased slightly, but the previous fear was still on his face. Brat, who are you? The tone of fear of his voice seemed a little hoarse, and Kakashi didn't know what kind of fear it was. That made the giant ox have this kind of expression. Kakashi didn't answer but starts forming hand seals. Transformation technique. With a bang, Kakashi transformed into a middle-aged man that looks like him. He wears iconic Konoha vest. He had silver white long hair, and there is an armband that looks like Hokage robe on his left arm. His name is Hatake Sakumo, which was known as Konoha White Fang. Upon seeing this, the giant ox hurriedly took a step back, and exclaimed in horror. It's really you. You, devil. Mei was puzzled after seeing this. Why does Kakashi suddenly use transformation technique? Moreover, who is this middle-aged uncle? He looks like Kakashi. Is he Kakashi's father? Mei was slightly surprised when she thought about this. After all, there was no one in the shinobi world that didn't know who Kakashi's father was. Konoha White Fang. The existence that makes the enemy frightened. It's only that he died young, as he is only 35 years old when he died. Speaking of which, Kakashi is almost as famous as his father right now. When Kakashi saw the giant ox's expression, he transformed back into his real appearance again. I'm the son of White Fang, Hatake Kakashi. It seems that you know my father, or that you are sealed up here is because of my father. Kakashi felt that he was very close to the truth at this time. According to Kakashi's understanding, Hatake Sakumo is not good at fuinjutsu, let alone the 4 symbols seal. So it naturally would not be his father who sealed this giant ox. So who is it? Most likely it was his mother. So who is she? You are that man's son? Damn you. That bastard ruined our race. The giant ox's face was distorted, obviously angry to the extreme, and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head slightly. The giant ox is so angry that he couldn't communicate normally. Now. Hey Kakashi, what do you want to do? Mei asked. Although she was curious about what was going on, it was clear that the giant ox was feeling uneasy and wants to kill both of them. This big guy is too noisy. We should subdue him first. It seems that we have the same idea. Then let's subdue him. The two looked at each other, and then at the same time both of them starts forming hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Lightning release. Thunderbolt. The water dragon rises from the ground, and it is more powerful than the previous one in the cave. The blue lighting is added to it, and it keeps flashing. Combining ninjutsu. Lighting water dragon bullet. 4. The dragon roared with a boundless pressure, and crashes towards the giant ox. The giant ox and the dragon collide. The terrifying lighting enveloped the giant bull with crackling sound. Because of the collision, countless smoke and dust were scattered around. Roar. After a while the giant ox releases a painful roar, then fell to the ground with a bang. The whole earth seems to have shaken for a bit at this moment. From time to time lightning flashed on the giant ox's body, and the powerful paralysis effect from the lighting made the giant ox unable to move. Oh, I didn't expect our cooperation to be this good. Seeing the scene before her, Mei couldn't help but say with a smile. Kakashi just shrugged his shoulder. Using such things as combined ninjutsu really have something to do with cooperation. Kakashi did not expect that the first time they cooperated they would be able to get such a good result. Without paying attention to Mei, Kakashi walked to the front of the giant ox. Mei's mouth pursed slightly, apparently a little bit dissatisfied, but she didn't say anything. Tell me everything you know. The giant ox looked at Kakashi, and before he had time to speak, he saw the scarlet Sharingan. Genjutsu. Kakashi knows that instead of talking nonsense with this giant ox, it is better to use genjutsu to get everything he wants to know. This genjutsu is different from the general genjutsu. It is based on the combination of demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, and the ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan that is used to search for memory. During his time at Anbu, Kakashi could get a lot of things. The members of the Yamanaka clan in the intelligence department are also very enthusiastic about Kakashi. This is not a secret technique, nor is it hidden. After seeing it for a few times, Kakashi was able to master it. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique is a genjutsu that will show the victim their most fearful thing from the bottom of their hearts. Combined with the Yamanaka clan's ninjutsu that Kakashi knows of, it became this new genjutsu. Mei looked at Kakashi and was quite surprised, and then she thought in her heart, I didn't expect that. Kakashi's genjutsu is so powerful, it's terrifying. However, Mei can also see the reason why Kakashi is able to use such powerful genjutsu is because of the Sharingan. Even so, for Kakashi to be this all-rounded is really terrifying. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and kekkei genkai. Those skills that shinobi can master are almost all mastered by Kakashi. 2. In time, how far Kakashi should be able to reach. What a nice man. 12. Mei looks at Kakashi's face with a smile. 3. Snows are flying everywhere. Uzushiogakure is already in ruins. In the center of Uzushiogakure there is a huge summon beast. It is the giant ox. A strangely dressed shinobi stood on the head of the giant ox. Hey Karasu, what are you going to do with that woman? The ox said impatiently. The ox saw the man who was called Karasu as tying a young woman. You don't understand. This woman is not an Uzumaki, but she is someone who knows about the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. As long as we can obtain the Fuinjutsu from her, our village will become stronger. It won't be that easy. It's not easy, so we can only try. But this Uzushiogakure sure is really pitiful, as they are besieged by so many other villages. Shinobi, Karasu said, showing a smirking smile. So you came here to get a share of the pie? The giant ox said. Looking around, he saw dozens of shinobi were looking for something. Shortly after Uzushiogakure destroyed, they came here trying to pick up some scrap, but they didn't expect that they would actually found 2 people here. One of them is the woman who was tied by Karasu. She is about 20 years old, and the other one is a little girl, but the little girl has been buried under the rubbles after being attacked by them. Karasu didn't bother to care about that little girl. She was too young to be of any value at all. Although from their hair color, these 2 people are not from the Uzumaki clan. But this woman just used the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. So it may be possible that she was related to the Uzumaki clan. We shouldn't miss anything else. Okay, we should leave this place now. After all, this place is dangerous. Okay, let's go. At this moment, suddenly dozens of shinobi rushes towards their location. They are wearing Konoha's uniform and headband. Kurasu's pupils shrank, and he immediately ordered, "Everyone get out of here, Konoha's pupils are coming." When all the shinobi heard his words, they all looked at the Konoha's shinobi, and their hearts were full of horror. They are all shinobi from a small village. Konoha's name was so famous in the shinobi world at that time, and they couldn't afford to offend Konoha. There is a person in the lead. He has a long silver white hair, and there is a short white sword in his hand. It is Hatakumo. Catch the enemy, save the civilians. The deep voice rang, with chill feeling. Yes, Captain. Hearing this, the dozens of Konoha's shinobi dispersed and began to search for the survivor. While the shinobi who were looking for the relics of the Uzumaki clan quickly retreated. Captain, should we chase after those guys? Leave them alone for time being, Sakumo ordered. It is more important to clean up the mess first. And, Ayako, are you still here? Sakumo ran around, trying to find the familiar figure, but he found nothing. At this time, under the ruins an injured little girl was found. Captain, there are people here. Sakumo ran over immediately upon hearing this. This is Miko? Miko, wake up. The little girl opened her eyes weakly and smiled when she saw the familiar face. Sakumo ni. Sakumo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately she was still alive. Miko, where is your older sister, Ni-san? Miko was shocked when she heard Sakumo's words and the scene that happened before appeared before her eyes again. Ni-san was taken away by those shinobi. What? Hearing this, Sakumo was startled and he quickly stood up and ordered the shinobi on his side. You will be responsible for cleaning up here. I am going to find those people. Captain, there are dozens of people, and there is also a giant summon beast, the shinobi said worriedly. Don't worry. After Sakumo finished speaking, he ran after them. Captain! The shinobi yelled again, but Sakumo's speed is very fast, so he had already gone away. Forget it, with Captain's ability, even if he can't kill them all, he would be able to retreat easily, the shinobi said. Then he began to search for survivors in Uzushiogakur. Watching Sakumo go after the enemy, Miko murmured, Sakumo Neki, please save Ni-san. In the distance, Sakumo's eyes are full of murderous intent, and he whispered, Ayako, wait for me. Kurasu-san, someone is following us. What? How many people? Just one person. One person? Yeah, his speed is very fast. He dares to come alone. Brothers, there is a Konoha shinobi who knows nothing about life and death, and trying to chase us alone. What do you say we should do? Everyone burst into laughter. Kurasu-san, I've gotta say that even if he is Konoha's shinobi, our take clan is not a clan that someone can provoke easily. Okay, then we will wait here for that Konoha's shinobi. Everyone stopped after hearing Kurasu's words, wanting to see who the moron who dares to chase after them alone was. Ayako, who is beside Kurasu, also raised her head at this time, and said in her heart, Sakumo, is that you? Soon, Sakumo's figure appeared in front of everyone. Sakumo ignored these shinobi but searched for Ayako's traces. Soon, Sakumo found Ayako on the head of the giant ox. Hey Konoha's shinobi, what do you want to do? Kurasu asked arrogantly. Hand over that woman? Sakumo pointed to Ayako, who is beside Kurasu. Ayako's heart warmed when she heard the familiar voice. Sure enough, he came. No way, this is our loot. Then, you can all deady, Sakumo said as he looked at them coldly. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? So arrogant. We have so many people here, so the one who will die is you. At this moment one of the shinobi seemed to recognize Sakumo and said tremblingly, Kurasu-san. This person seems to be Konoha Whitefang. What? Kurasu was shocked, and when he wanted to say something, the short sword on Sakumo's hand is already shrouded with white chakra. Shunpo, silver sword flicker. A white light flashed, and thunder suddenly appeared. Kurasu hadn't realized what was going on as he felt that his world seemed to be revolving. Blood splattered. The shinobi there saw a head as flying on the sky. It then fell to the ground. Kurasu, who had just been extremely arrogant before, had already dead. His head and body were already separated at this time. For a while the place was extremely silent. Everyone involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Silver sword flicker, one of the secret skills of the Hate clan's sword technique. When used, it is like a white thunder, with a speed comparable to the flying thunder god jutsu. With a single swing, Sakumo never found Someone who is able to dodge it. 2. Konoha White Fang, hence the name. None of the enemies who have seen this move have survived. Sakumo hugged Ayako in one hand, and with a slash of the White Fang sword on his hand, he cut the rope on Ayako's body. And then with a shumpo he left the top of the giant ox's head and landed in the distance. "Ayako, are you okay?" Sakumo asked softly. There is no murderous aura in his eyes, only boundless tenderness. Ayako's pale face showed a slight smile, and said, "I'm fine, Sakumo, it's good if you are fine. Why do you come to Uzushio-gakure alone? You know that it's dangerous at this time." "Sorry, it's just..." "Okay, don't say it, you should rest first. Just leave the rest to me, I will finish it soon. Also, Miko has been rescued so you don't have to worry." Ayako nodded and said, "That's good. Konoha White Fang, what do you want to DDO?" Everyone was terrified, and their hands were soaked in cold sweat. Seeing is better than hearing. With this kind of terrifying strength they won't even know how they die. Sakumo placed Ayako next to a tree, and then stood up, letting out his murderous aura from his body. "I hate you for rummaging Uzushio-gakure. Moreover, you all dare to kidnap Ayako." Terrifying murderous aura was released. Like a sea of blood and mountain of corpse. Dozens of shinobi plus a giant summoned beast all looked at Sakumo motionlessly. No, it's not that they don't want to move, it's that they can't move. The terrifying aura suppressed the crowd, making them not daring to move at all. 1. The aura of one person actually suppresses the people present and making them unable to move. What a terrifying murderous aura. "So, are you ready to die?" The white chakra on the White Fang sword surged once again, looking very scary. Don't. We are wrong, please let us go." Too late, Shumpo. In an instant, in that location a white light traveled around, and every time an arc was drawn in the air, a scream sounded. After a while dozens of corpses fell to the ground one after another, each with an unbelievable expression on their face. It seems that they can't believe it that their lives ended just like this. The giant ox stood on the same place blankly, looking at Sakumo as if he was looking at a devil. "It's your turn." Sakumo's cold words sounded again. The giant ox hadn't spoken yet, but Sakumo's figure already disappeared again. At this time, Ayako whispered, "Sakumo, wait a minute." Sakumo's sword that was about to be inserted into the giant ox's body stopped abruptly. "What's wrong, Ayako?" "A summoned beast is hard to come by, so don't kill it." "But he has hurt you, so he has to pay the price." "What a joke, human, how can you say so casually about my life or death?" "Damn, iron hoof trample." The huge hooves stepped directly at Sakumo. Seeing this, Sakumo frowned, and his figure disappeared again. With a bang, a big pit was formed at the foot of the giant ox. The giant ox then felt a pain in his body. At this moment, an electric current invaded his body. And then he fainted. When the giant ox wakes up, he had already been sealed at the iron cage. Kakashi retreated from the mindscape of the giant ox. "So, it really is the grave of my mother, but why did my mother die here? She was obviously rescued by my father. Also, isn't Jiro's mother not called Miko? Is she the little girl at that time?" 3. All sorts of doubts occupied Kakashi's mind again. Kakashi? What's the matter with this giant ox? Seeing Kakashi already finishes using the Genjutsu, Mei then asked, "He's related to my father, but I haven't figured out the specifics. I am afraid I still need to find someone to confirm it." "One, who are you talking about?" "Secret." "You," Kakashi gave a wicked smile. He doesn't know why, but Kakashi thinks it's quite interesting to look at Mei's desperate appearance. 1. Seeing Kakashi smile, Mei just snorted, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Well, my purpose of coming here has been achieved. I am leaving this place. How about you?" "I haven't found a funjutsu yet, no need to look for it. After all this time there can be no funjutsu here." Konoha had already done a thorough search at this place, and everything found it was already brought back to Konoha. Mei was feeling a bit lost when she heard that. Although that is reasonable, after hearing Kakashi said it, she was somewhat helpless. "Okay, that's all, you can figure it out yourself, I'm leaving." "Wait. Huh? I will leave with you." Kakashi was stunned for a moment and then said indifferently, "Well, you are free to do so." Seeing Kakashi did not refuse, Mei was overjoyed. At this time the giant ox stood up weakly. "Damn humans, I won't let you go." Kakashi and Terumi were taken aback. It looks like they have forgotten this guy. "Hey Kakashi, what should we do about this guy?" Kakashi didn't answer. With the move of his right hand, Millennium Sword appeared on his hand. Instantly. "My father left you with your life back then, and today I will help him to take it." The giant ox's huge eyes showed a trace of fear. That stance, that feeling. The nightmare the giant oxes felt from Sakumo seemed to resurface again. "No, don't." Silver sword flicker. Thunder suddenly appeared. Unlike Sakumo's white chakra, the blue lightning is wrapped around the Millennium Sword, leaving a very impressive sight. Shumpo, the blue light flashed by. A red dot appeared in the center of the huge ox's head. When Kakashi appeared again, he was already standing on top of the giant ox's head. The giant ox didn't even let out a wailing before he fell to the ground. Mei covered her sexy red lips, and her expression was shocked. 6. What a terrifying speed, what a terrifying sword technique. Is that the Hata clan sword technique that White Fang is famous of? Kakashi jumped off the giant ox's head, and the Millennium Sword was sealed in his right hand again. Kakashi then starts forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The scorching flame instantly covered the giant ox's body, making a sizzling noise, and the giant ox's brown hair was directly burned into pitch black. "What are you doing?" Terumi was puzzled. He had already killed this giant cow. Why did he burn it? This giant ox is not a shinobi, there are no important information is in his head. "Nothing, it's just a whim," Kakashi said lightly. However, Kakashi is doing it on a whim. He knows that if the body falls in Pain's hands it would become his summon beast. Although the strength of this giant ox is not strong, but it is not bad to weaken Pain's strength a little bit. As for why Kakashi wants to kill this giant ox, the reason is very simple. This giant ox hurt his mother. That is enough reason for him to kill this giant ox. At the beginning, Sakumo didn't want to release the giant ox, but he was probably persuaded by Ayako in the end. However, Kakashi has already seen the nature of this giant ox very clearly. He is nothing but a scourge, so there is no need to let him live. The flame was burning the body, and it didn't take long for the giant ox to turn into ashes under the scorching flame, and then the flame gradually went out. "Okay, let's go," Kakashi said lightly. Hearing this, Mei nodded in agreement. The two of them then left Uzushiogakur. This once flourishing village fell into silence again, and only the ashes of the burned body reminded people that someone was here. 1. In Heshi village, Jiro did not go to the river to play as usual, but sat in front of the door blankly. No one knows what he was thinking. "Jiro, what are you thinking about? Why don't you go out to play?" Jiro looks back and saw his mother showing a gentle smile. "Ka-san, shinobi is really amazing. Can I become a shinobi?" Miko's smile became slightly stiff, and then she said, "Jiro, you want to be a shinobi?" "Yeah. I want to be a shinobi like a silver knee." Jiro said. There is worship appeared in his eyes. Children are always interested in this kind unknown thing. In Jiro's view, shinobi's strength is really attractive. A worried look appeared on Miko's face and said, "Jiro, isn't your life good now? The world of shinobi is very dangerous." "Ka-san, my life is very good now, but I want to see the outside world." Jiro looked at Miko stubbornly, making Miko not know what to say. Jiro, "Well, KKS-san, let's not talk about this. I'll go out to play first," Jiro said as he ran to outside. "Hey Jiro, this child." "Miko, what happened?" Jiro came out of the house and said with a puzzled look. "It's nothing. Are you going out?" Miko said with a smile. 2. "Yeah, Ryo is still waiting for me to go hunting. I don't want to make him wait. You have to be careful. I will be at home waiting for you to come back." "Of course Miko, you can rest assured." Ichiro finished speaking and went out with his hunting tools. Miko watched Ichiro leave and sighed lightly. She then walked back to her room. Looking at herself in the mirror, Miko couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It's already 20 years. I am used to this life without shinobi. When I saw Silver yesterday, he looks just like Sakumo-ni. Wouldn't he be the child of Sakumo-ni? And Ni-san? Why did he want to go to Uzushio-gakure? Miko whispered as she had some doubts in her heart. When she saw Kakashi yesterday, she felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. But she didn't say anything at that time. Miko is comfortable with the ordinary lifestyle, and she didn't want to change her current state of life. Moreover, she is also not sure that Kakashi is the person she imagined. If he is not, it will be very embarrassing. Ni-san, Sakumo-ni, are you two okay over there? Miko looked out the window and sighed softly. At this time a silhouette appeared outside the window, making Miko shocked. Who is it? It's me, Miko-san. Kakashi's figure emerges from the window, revealing his handsome face. Silver-san? Why are you here? Miko said in surprise. I just came back from Uzushio-gakure. I don't know if it is convenient for me to talk with you. Miko-san. Talk? Of course I will open the door for you. Miko said, leaving the room and opening the front door to let Kakashi come in. Miko poured a glass of water for Kakashi and said, Silver-san, is your trip to Uzushio-gakure going well? Why are you looking for me? Miko said as she felt a little worried. Kakashi smiled and said, originally there is nothing to gain, but later I found a tombstone and a sealed creature. So it can be considered a good harvest. Miko was taken aback. The smile on her face looked a little stiff, but soon it recovered. Still with a smiling face, Miko then said, Oh, then I need to congratulate you, Silver-san. Kakashi looked at Miko, already thinking about what to say to her. Miko-san, I am called Hate Kakashi, and Hatake Sakumo is my father. Miko was taken aback, and her gaze at Kakashi was full of shock. Silver-san, you. Miko-san, I saw some things from the memory of the sealed giant ox. Are you my mother's sister? You should be the one who was burning joss papers at my mother's tombstone, right? I was still wondering why the half-burned piece of paper had a familiar scent, but then I realized that the smell is very similar to that of you, Miko-san. Kakashi said as he looked at Miko with complicated expressions. The atmosphere became strange at this time. Miko lowered her head. No one knows what she was thinking. 2. Kakashi did not urge her and just sat quietly. Not long after, Miko raised her head as she smiled again, and then she said, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to have grown this much. Ni-san and Sakumo-ne will be very happy if they know about it. Kakashi was happy. Now that Miko said so, she obviously admitted her identity. Miko-san, what happened back then? Why did my mother die here? And why did my father injured? Here? Miko sighed and sat on the chair looking far away as if thinking about something. After a long time, Miko finally spoke. Kakashi, Sakumo-ni was not injured back then. He didn't go back because of Ni-san. She only has 1 year left, and she still had you in her belly. What the hell is going on? Kakashi asked eagerly. It was like this back then. Snow is still falling, and Maisie was lying in the simple room where Konoha Shinobi was located. Ni-san, Sakumo-ne, please be safe. Miko's body, which is only 7 or 8 years old, has no strength at all at this time. Her immature face has a maturity that someone her age shouldn't have. Ayako and Miko are sisters, and they are living in Uzushio-gakure. Of course they are not Uzumaki clan's member. They are orphans who are adopted by the Uzumaki clan. They didn't have a home, but Uzushio-gakure gave them one. Those two were adopted in a family in Uzushio-gakure. And in that family there is a girl of the same age as them, called Uzumaki Kushina. 1. The two grew up in Uzushio-gakure. Ayako became a shinobi and began to contribute her strength to Uzushio-gakure. At one time, Sakumo was ordered to come to Uzushio-gakure to perform a mission. At that time, Uzushio-gakure asked Ayako to cooperate with Sakumo. Unexpectedly, one thing led to another, and the two started to develop feelings for each other. During the war, naturally there were not so many children in love. Sakumo was called back by the village again and went to the battlefield. Although Ayako was reluctant, she did not stop him. When Uzushio-gakure was destroyed, Ayako took Miko, who had just become a shinobi, on mission. And they even met Sakumo. After Ayako and Miko separated from Sakumo, Ayako heard the news of the demise of Uzushio on the way back to the village. In a hurry, Ayako didn't think much, so she hurried back to Uzushio with Miko. As a result, it became the current situation. Fortunately, Sakumo arrived in time otherwise. Ayako, what are you thinking about? Ayako shook her head and said, it's nothing. Sakumo, let's go back. Okay. Sakumo carried Ayako on his back and left the place. In their location there is a huge boulder, and the huge body of the giant ox has disappeared. Sakumo walked into the simple house with Ayako on his back. Ni-san. Miko, who had recovered a bit of her strength, saw Sakumo and Ayako come back, and then she quickly stood up and walked to Ayako's side. Seeing that Miko is safe and sound, Ayako touched Miko's long hair and said, Miko, it's good that you are fine. You can blame me for this. I shouldn't have bring you back at that time. I don't blame you, Ni-san. After all, this is what we should do. It's just that I can't believe that Anne Ji-san and the others actually, Maisie said as she started sobbing and tears flowed down from her eyes. Ayako also felt sad, but she's still holding on and took Miko into her arms, hoping to give Miko a little warmth. The medical shinobi also checked Ayako at this time, but his expression was a little weird. What happened? Seeing that the medical ninja's expression was not quite right, Sakumo asked worriedly. Sakumo-sama, Ayako-sama's body is very weak and there are troubles in her lungs. I am afraid that she only has a year left. What? Sakumo was shocked, his powerful aura spread out involuntarily. 2. The medical shinobi burst into cold sweat for an instant, and his hands and feet became cold. Sakumo. Ayako whispered softly, and Sakumo recovered his senses and quickly retracted his aura. Ayako looked at the medical ninja and said, you can go. The medical shinobi was relieved and said, thank you, Ayako-sama. After that, the medical shinobi go out. Ni-san, your body. Miko looked at Ayako incredulously, obviously unable to accept the facts before her. Miko, it's okay. Ni-san is fine. But Ni-san. Ayako, what the hell is going on? As Sakumo didn't understand what they said, he asked anxiously. Sakumo, I used the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, so my body was seriously damaged. What? You? Why did you tat? The secret technique of the Uzumaki clan is based on strong vitality. It can only be used by Uzumaki clan's member. If normal people use it, the cost will be their life. Even if it is used by the Uzumaki clan's member, it will cause a long period of weakness to them. Ayako showed a smile and said, there is no other way. On the way back, I ran into Kushina, who was attacked by the enemy, and only a secret technique can save her, but in the process I still lost. Kushina, Ayako said as her expression was a little gloomy, obviously worried about Kushina's situation. Kushina. Sakumo is somewhat silent. He naturally knows the relationship between Kushina and Ayako. After living in Kushina's home for so long, Ayako has long regarded Kushina as her sister. So when Kushina is in danger, Ayako will naturally save her. On the way, Sakumo had already seen Kushina, who was injured, and he had sent a team to take her back to Konoha. Unexpectedly, it was Ayako who saved Kushina. Ayako, don't worry, I have already seen Kushina on my way here and I have sent a team to take her back to Konoha. Really? That's great tea then. Ayako breathed a sigh of relief. This was probably the best news she has gotten these days. Thank you, Sakumo. Fool, what are you saying thank you for? But your condition, is there really no way? Should we go back to Konoha and ask Tsunade-sama about it? Ayako shook her head and said, no, this is overuse of life force, so the ordinary medical ninjutsu can't heal it. This is what I knew when I used it. It was already really good for me to still have one year. Ayako, Sakumo, there is a good news that I have never told you, Ayako said, her face showing a hint of sweet smile. Seeing her smile, Sakumo was curious. What is it? Ayako touched her stomach and said, Sakumo, I already have our child, right here. In a few months, he will be born. Too. Sakumo was surprised, his fingers are shaking slightly, and then he grabbed Ayako's hand and said, Ayako, is this true? I'm going to be a father? 1. Yeah, you're going to be a father soon. Sakumo, he will accompany you for me from now on. Hearing Ayako's words, the joy that had just risen in Sakumo's heart was washed away. Ayako. Sakumo's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and his expression is gloomy. Sakumo, don't be like this, it's not like you. You are Konoha White Fang, so how can you show this kind of expression? Ayako said. Sakumo's expression starts to ease after hearing that. Sakumo, will you stay with me for this time? Of course. The next day, all the Konoha's shinobi that is in Uzushigakure were assembled. Sakumo glanced at the crowd and said, "You all go back to Konoha, there is still something I need to deal with here. Those who dare to attack the Uzushigakure are offending our Konoha's majesty. I will kill them." 1. Captain, let us help you too. No, you all should go back. Konoha needs your strength. And please tell Hokage-sama about this. When I finish this, I will return to Konoha. When the crowds want to say something, Sakumo immediately shouted, "This is an order, yes, Captain." Hearing that it was an order, everyone can only accept it. Soon Konoha's shinobi left Uzushigakure one after another. Sakumo, I'm sorry for making you accompany me arbitrarily. Ayako stood beside Sakumo with a look of guilt. Fool, this is nothing, it's not as important as you, and our unborn children. Thank you, Sakumo. Ni-san, Sakumo Knight, where will we live in the future? Miko interjected. There is a village called Heshi Village not far from here, the villagers there are very kind, so let's go. There, Ayako said. Sakumo nodded and said, I will listen to you. That's good. Ayako lay in Shumao's arms with happiness written all over her face. On this day, Heshi Village welcomed 3 new residents. No one knows where they came from. The villagers thought they were people who left their homes, because of the war. Because in this era there are too many of such people. A young couple, and a little girl, who is the wife's sister. The male is handsome and strong, while the female is beautiful and gentle. Soon the 3 of them integrated into the village, and led a plain and simple life. Ni-san, it's so beautiful here. I like it, I want to live here all the time. Miko, don't you want to become a shinobi? Ayako said with a smile. Miko was silent for a moment, and then she shook her head and said, Ni-san, I don't want to enter that cruel world anymore. Ayako smiled and nodded, and said, It's good if you choose to become an ordinary person here. Yeah. Thank you, Ni-san. The young Miko showed a yearning smile. Time passes quickly and soon it became October. A new life is born in Heshi Village today. A cry of pain rang in this small village. Sakumo kept walking around the door of the house and was restless. No one could have imagined that such a restless man would be Konoha White Fang, who was cruel and ruthless on the battlefield. Humans are really wonderful creatures. Sakumo Neti, don't walk around like that. It makes me feel dizzy, Miko said impatiently. Miko. Seeing your sister like that, aren't you worried? There is nothing to worry about. Ni-san said that these are small things. I believe Ni-san will be fine at all. Sakumo looked at little girl who was confident, but he still can't help but felt restless. Miko still doesn't understand Sakumo's feelings of being a father and worrying about his wife. At this time the shouting in the room suddenly stopped, replaced by a loud cry. It's born. Hearing this, Sakumo was overjoyed, and he immediately rushed into the house. Miko also rushed into the house. Congratulations, Kuchiki-san, it's a very healthy boy. The midwife hugged a baby boy and said to Sakumo with a smile. She then gives Sakumo the baby so he can hold him. Kuchiki is the surname of Ayako and Miko. It is not convenient for Sakumo to reveal his identity, so he used this surname. Thank you, Hirumi-san. Sakumo was happy as he holds the baby in his hand and starts playing with his face. No need to say that, I'm happy to help. Ayako is very weak right now, so you have to take care of her. Okay then, I will go back first. Okay. Miko, please escort Hirumi-san back. Ukadeko sent Hirumi out, and Sakumo came to Ayako's bed while holding the baby. Ayako, this is our child. Look, it is a boy. Ayako's face is very pale, but she still smiles and looks at the baby with eyes full of love. After taking the baby from Sakumo's hands, Ayako gently touches the baby's face. Sakumo, he looks just like you. No, he's more like you, especially his ease. Sakumo touched Ayako's hair, feeling a little distressed in his heart. She only got a few months left. Will I be alone? No, I've still got our chi-child. Ayako didn't notice Sakumo's expression but looked at the baby in her arms with complicated emotions. Tears flowed involuntarily. Son, I'm sorry, Ka-san can't grow up with you. Holding the baby gently in her arms, no one knows what miracle will be brought by this little life in the future. Ayako. Seeing this, Sakumo was distressed and hugged Ayako in his arms. Sakumo, I am fine. Let's give the baby a name. Ayako gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, showing an expectant smile. Well, what do you want to call him? Ayako frowned slightly as if thinking about something. Sakumo didn't urge her and waited quietly for her answer. Ah, I got it! Ayako showed an excited look, seemingly satisfied with the name she thought of. What is it? Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, Ayako said. She then touches the baby's head and said, Kakashi, do you like this name? The baby suddenly laughed at this time and seemed to be very satisfied with his name. Sakumo, look, Kakashi is also very satisfied with the name. What do you think? 1. Ah, I think it's great. Then his name is Kakashi. Sakumo looked at Ayako lovingly, as if she was the only person in this world at this time. Hatake Kakashi, the scarecrow in the wheat field. Ayako, do you hope that he can endure the loneliness brought about by his identity as a shinobi? Did you hope for him to become as strong as a scarecrow? I hope that his life will not be as lonely as I am. One Sakumo couldn't help but sighed at this moment. Ayako, you are really gentle. It is a pity that neither of them knows that Kakashi's life indeed endured the loneliness that a shinobi deserved, and it also resembles his name, too. Like the scarecrow that waited alone in the wheat field, he spent his life alone in pain and loneliness. Not knowing their beautiful vision will eventually become a portrayal of Kakashi's sad life. Ni-san, Sakumo Niti, what are you doing? At this time Miko, who had sent Harumi, returned. It's nothing. Miko, come here. Look, this is your little nephew Kakashi. Hearing this, Miko leaned over excitedly and looked at the handsome Kakashi. She then said, Wow, he's very cute. I want a child like this. Ni-san, please let me hold him. No, Kakashi is still small, you are usually careless. What would we do if he will fall? Ni-san. No, you can't, you should wait for the little Kakashi to grow up and give you a hug, okay? Miko had no choice but to compromise. Time flows, and life will eventually come to an end. Sakumo and Ayako leaned against a big banyan tree while holding Kakashi. Ayako's face always had a happy smile. Sakumo, I am not willing. Why can't I see Kakashi grow up? Why did my life have to end here? 2. Ayako. But at the same time, I feel that I am so lucky. I met you, and Kakashi. After all, my life as an orphan was really miserable. This is enough and I am satisfied. Ayako, I'm sorry. It's all because I didn't protect you. Ayako shook her head and said, Sakumo, you have always done well. I am very happy to meet you in this life. I'm sorry that I have to leave you first. Ayako, no, Kakashi still needs you. Stupid this day, haven't we have expected it a long time ago? Let me go with confidence, I will leave Kakashi to you, you have to make him become a great shinobi. And don't go there too early to see me. Otherwise, I will be unhappy. Ayako. Sakumo, Miko doesn't want to be a shinobi anymore, so let her stay in this village. Harumi-san's family is very good. I have already told them about this and they are willing to take care of Miko. Also Sakumo, take a good care of Kakashi. Don't let him be like you who only know how to practice but the other things in life are a mess. You should make sure he becomes a good man, so that he can attract girls' attention. I don't want him to be like you. When you are so old you still don't have a girlfriend yet. If it weren't for me you'd be alone forever. 5. And, after I die I also want you to find a woman to accompany your life, find a mother for Kakashi. Although I will be jealous and angry, I still want you to find a new wife but don't bring her to see me. 1. And Akumo, I have a lot to say to you and Kakashi but am afraid there is no chance. The tears filled Ayako's face once again. Sakumo gently hugged Ayako with his arms. He tries to stay strong but he could not help but shed tears. Ayako, I will take good care of Kakashi, but I am Sakumo and in this life, you will be my only wife. Ayako gave the last smile, and in Sakumo's arms she fell into a deep sleep and never opened her eyes again. Sakumo felt a pain in his heart at this moment. He feels that something important had disappeared at this moment, and he would never be able to find it again. The little Kakashi in Ayako's arms couldn't help crying. Maybe he also knows that he lost his mother. At this moment, the wind in late autumn blew up the yellow fallen leaves. It swirled and slowly landed on the ground. Not far away, Miko's look at that scene while feeling the sadness of losing her sister. Chapter 182. Chapter 182. Stone Box. That's what happened. After that I didn't follow Sakumo Nati to go back to Konoha. I have lived here until now. I married Ichiro-san and gave birth to Jiro, only after having Jiro that I really understand Ni-san's feelings at that time. According to Nini-san's request, Sakumo Ni cremated her and buried her behind Uzushio-gakure where they met for the first time. And I go to pay respect to my sister every year. The last time was a few days ago. I didn't expect I would be discovered by you. You are as smart as Sakumo Nick. Miko told Kakashi about the past little by little, and the figure of his parents slowly appeared in front of Kakashi's eyes. If Ni-san and Sakumo Neti can see you now, they will be very happy. Their expectations seem to have been fulfilled, but it looks like you still don't have girlfriend. Hearing this, Kakashi scratches his nose embarrassedly. Miko-san, no, I should call you Miko-ba-san. Thank you for telling me this. Haha, you're welcome, I'm proud to have a nephew like you. Kakashi's reputation is very famous even in the land of whirlpools. Miko-ba-san, are you still planning to live here? Miko nodded and said, yeah, I don't want to watch the world of shinobi anymore. My life here is very good, and Ichiro-san and Jiro are my treasure. I like the life here. That's good, Miko-ba-san, please take this kunai. If there is anything you need help with someday, tear off the symbols above, I will come right away. To Kakashi said, taking out his special T3-pronged kunai. While practicing senjutsu, Kakashi has also raised his flying thunder god jutsu's mastery. Although he still needs kamui, it consumes a lot less chakra than before. So Kakashi also made some more flying thunder god jutsu's formula to use. Miko didn't ask anything, and just accepted Kakashi's gift. As for whether it will be used, that's something for the future. 3. Kakashi, wait a moment, Miko said as she stood up and walked into her room. Kakashi was a little puzzled but didn't get up immediately and still sat in a chair and waited. Before long, Miko took out a box and put it on the table. Kakashi was confused. Kakashi, this is a stone box that I later found in Uzushio-gakure. Although I can't open it, I think this stone box is something unusual, so I will give it to you. After all, it is no use for me. Miko gives the stone box to Kakashi, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This stone box was discovered by Miko after paying respect to Ayako, under the ruins of the sacred hall of Uzushio-gakure. Although she didn't know what it is, the mysterious pattern on the box still makes Miko feel that this thing is not simple. Out of curiosity, as she was once a shinobi, Miko brought this stone box back. It's a pity that after so many years Miko still didn't discover the secret of this stone box. My curiosity has gradually been worn away, and now it might be a good choice to hand it over to Kakashi. Anyway, I am no longer a shinobi, so it is useless for me to have this kind of thing. Kakashi took the stone box and looked at it curiously. He saw that there were many strange symbols on it, and there is a warm feeling when he touched it. From this observation, this stone box is really unusual. Kakashi couldn't see any secret on it, so he didn't tweak it and sealed the stone box in a scroll. Thank you, Miko-ba-san. You're welcome, Kakashi. Is your reason coming here for Ni-san? Yeah, a few years ago I found 4 symbols seal in the forbidden room of Hataike residence. So I guess that Kai-san might have something to do with the Uzumaki clan, it's just that I haven't had time to come here until now. It turned out that the 4 symbols seal was indeed handed over to Sakumo Ni before Ni-san's death. Miko and Ayako were adopted by Kushina's parents. They are treated like a real family, so they were also being taught the ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. Ayako handed the seal of the four symbols seal to Tsukumo, but she hoped that Tsukumo only use it for his self-defense. But no one knows if Tsukumo has learned it in the end, because no one has seen him use it. Okay, Miko-ba-san, I've already made things clear, so I'll leave now. Won't you stay a little longer? Miko said. Kakashi shook his head and said, Miko-ba-san, now my identity is different, so I can't stay here for a long time. If your relationship with me exposed, it will be dangerous to you. So, I'm sorry if I have the chance, I will definitely come back to see you. Okay, thanks for coming here. Miko, who had been a shinobi, naturally understood Kakashi's concerns, so she didn't force Kakashi to stay. Kakashi glanced at Miko one last time, and disappeared from Miko's house. Miko looked at the empty room and felt that everything just now seemed to be an illusion. But seeing the special kunai in her hand, Miko knew that all of this was true. Ni-san, Tsukumo ni, your son has grown up now? He has become better than you think. I hope that the next time I see him, he can have a gentle wife like you, Ni-san. 1. Miko showed a nostalgic smile. She then put the special kunai in a good position. It was where the stone box was originally placed at. Ka-san, I'm back. I caught another fish today. Outside the door, Jiro ran back happily, holding a silver white fish in his hand. Miko took it with a smile and said, Jiro is awesome, then today I will make fish soup again. Jiro was a little embarrassed after being praised, and scratched his head. An ordinary family also has an ordinary life. On the other side, Kakashi and Mei are resting under a big tree. Suddenly Kakashi's body shook a little, and there are some informations appeared on his mind. 1. What's wrong, Kakashi? Mei asked suspiciously. Nothing, I need to go to the toilet, don't follow me secretly. 3. Hey, I won't do something like that. Mei made an angry face and turned her head to the side. Kakashi chuckled and walked into the woods. When he walked under a tree, Kakashi took out a seal scroll, which was the stone box he had just obtained from Miko. It turned out that Kakashi had always been with Mei, and it was only Kakashi's shadow clone who met with Miko. Originally, Kakashi wants to see Miko himself, but if his thoughts were true, he's afraid that Miko's identity would be exposed. That kind of result was not something Kakashi wanted to see. That's why Kakashi was staying here with Mei, while use a shadow clone to go to Miko's house to confirm the truth of the matter. It's just that the shadow clone brought something, so Kakashi needs to come to this place and take it away. This stone box is quite weird. There is no gap at all. What is it? Kakashi carefully fumbled the stone box that he takes out of the scroll, but he found nothing. But Kakashi knows that this stone box must have a secret. It's just that he hasn't found it. He then reseals the stone box into the scroll and put it in his ninja bag. Right now, I don't have so much time to study this thing. I should wait until I have time to take a closer look. On the other side, the beautiful young girl is doing nothing next to the river, and she keeps her eyes on the woods. Soon the figure she expected came into view again, and the girl was happy in her heart, but her face remained calm. You sure take a long time, Mei said jokingly. Kakashi spread his hands and did not explain. Instead he said, I'm leaving the land of whirlpools. How about you? Going back to Kirigakure? Didn't you say you want to meet someone? Mei asked suspiciously. Suddenly I don't want to see them again. Mei was speechless. He's really capricious. Kakashi, can you help me with Yakuga? 5. Mei suddenly said, making Kakashi stunned for a moment. Looking at the lovely girl that is looking at him with a hopeful look, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. However, Kakashi still understands his position. If he does this kind of thing, then he is really stupid. Sorry, I have no right to get involved with Kirigakure's situation. Hearing this, Mei bit her lips, obviously not satisfied with Kakashi's answer. Why are you really so cruel? I sincerely invite you. Mei, we are all shinobi, you should know about it. Ignoring Mei's charming appearance, Kakashi forced the emotions in his heart. What a fairy. Compared to before, Mei has become more mature and attractive. 5. Seeing Kakashi's calm appearance, Mei was a little discouraged, and at the same time she questioned her charm. Is she not attractive enough to him? You can rest assured. With the strength you have, it is enough to deal with Yagura, but I suggest you wait for 2 or 3 years before doing it. Kakashi said suddenly. Wait for 2 years? Why? Mei was puzzled. You'll know at that time. Mei curled one's lip, is obviously not satisfied with his explanation. Well, I'm leaving first, see you next time, Kakashi said, and walked away from that place. Seeing Kakashi's back, Mei did not chase after him but just watched quietly. See you next time? Is there really a destiny between you and me? Konoha and Kirigakure, although their relationship is not really, they are also not allies. And Mei is also a person who is determined to become Mizukage. This kind of entanglement is not just an emotional problem between people. Between the village and love, it'll be hard to choose between them. With a slight sigh, Mei knew that the burden on her body was still heavy, and this was not the time to think about this kind of thing. Otherwise, with Mei's temper, she would have already taken the initiative. Kakashi is not a fool either. He also knows that Mei likes him, but these are all restrained by Kakashi. Now is not the time to do these things. The two was separated by the river and there was nothing happens, they just leave the place without looking back. The throbbing they feel from good feelings was temporarily restrained by them. They are all excellent shinobi, knowing what to do and what not to do. Kakashi did not immediately leave the land of whirlpools, but returned to the ruins of Uzushiogakure. Next to the tombstone, Kakashi stood quietly, just like when he was mourning Obito at the Konoha memorial stone. With a long sigh, Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly, together with the tombstone and the urn. Underneath. 3. Konoha Hataike clan's residence. The tombstone was placed in the ancestral hall of the Hataike clan, next to Hataike Sakumo. 2-san, Ka-san, I hope you can meet again in another world. 3. What Kakashi can do at this time is to let Sakumo and Ayako buried together. They can't live together. So he hopes that they can be in the same place when they die. After doing this, Kakashi disappeared again from Konoha. No one knew that Kakashi had come back. The matter of Uzushiogakure has came to an end, so Kakashi did not stay in the land of whirlpools and returned to Ochagakure. Shisui, how do you feel? Kakashi asked with a smile as he was looking at Shisui, who was sitting quietly in front of the house. Shisui tilted his head and said, It's you, Kakashi. I feel good now. Kakashi sat next to Shisui and asked, Are you still not going to put your eyes back? Shisui smiled and shook his head. He stretched out his fingers, pointing the front, and said, Kakashi. Look there. Kakashi looked puzzledly. There was a pond in front of them. The pond was not big, it is only about 30 meters square, and there are some fallen leaves floating on it. What's wrong? What did you see? A pond. Kakashi was confused. Shisui was still smiling, and said calmly, Yes, it is a pond. This pond is like Konoha, and the fallen leaves on it is the Uchiha clan. Are the fallen leaves important to the pond? Kakashi frowned, not commenting. Shisui didn't care, and continued. The Uchiha clan used to rely on this Konoha to grow and flourish, reaching the power they has never been seen before. It is a pity that it starts to declines, compared with the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan right now can be considered very lucky. Kakashi was silent. Indeed, I had never heard of any other Senju clan member except Tsunade. To put it bluntly, the Senju clan condition is much worse than the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi doesn't know why the famous Senju clan suddenly disappeared. For this matter, maybe it's only the people from the previous generation would know about. 7. Kakashi, it's time for the Uchiha clan to disappear. 1. Shisui, are you going to give up on the Uchiha clan? Shisui shook his head and said, No. I used to have Sharingan, so there are many things that are not as clear as I imagined. Kakashi, between a clan and a village, which one do you think is more important? A clan and a village? Kakashi muttered, and starts to think about it seriously. 3. Shisui did not urge him, and just sitting quietly. A moment later, Kakashi chuckled and said, Nothing is more important, it's all about your choice. Everyone has a different position. When you are in their position, you will make the appropriate choice. 1. After hearing Kakashi's answer, the smile on Shisui's face grew larger. Yeah, Kakashi, there is no right choice. Choosing a village is wrong, and choosing a clan is also wrong. Does it matter what kind of choice you make? 1. What is your plan? The glory of the Uchiha clan should disappear, but the Uchiha clan's members should not disappear. 6. Chapter 184. Chapter 184. Traveling. Kakashi looked at Shisui with a little surprise as he had a little understanding of Shisui's plans, but it was too difficult to do it. Shisui, this path is not easy. Kakashi, there is no easy way to do something in this world, isn't it? Since there's no easy way, why not choose the one you like? Shisui's face was filled with a big smile, and Kakashi could see that there was a sense of relief in that smile. Well, since you have decided, then I will accompany you on this path. Thank you, Kakashi. With our relationship you don't need to say thank you, Kakashi said with a smile. Well, the news of my death should stop the Uchiha clan's actions for about 2 years, and these 2 years are the time for me to act. Shisui, do you already have a plan? Kakashi asked. It's just a prototype. 2 years later I will need you to do a big thing. But I don't know if you have the courage, Shisui said with a smile. No problem, Shisui nodded and said, 2 years, it is really a difficult quest. Kakashi looked at the black hole on Shisui's eye sockets, and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Shisui, you really do not intend to put back your Sharingan? No, I have asked Ryuga to prepare a pair of ordinary people's eyes for me, so I will leave my Sharingan to you and Itachi for the time being. Sharingan will remind me of too many things that I shouldn't think about. Okay, but your left hand, I will definitely find a way to fix it. Shisui's left hand was cut by Danzo and couldn't be recovered. Then I will wait for your good news, Shisui said with a smile. Don't worry, I will find a way to make you have a left hand again. Shisui's left hand is missing, and the best way to fix it is naturally the left hand created by Hashirama's cells. But only Orochimaru has this kind of research. There is nothing wrong with looking for Orochimaru to trade once. But just what bargaining chip do I use? 1. Kakashi, after my eyes are healed, I will leave Ochagakure to do some things. Do you need my help? No, there are some things that only I can do. Okay then. After experiencing this big change, Shisui seemed to have changed a lot, but Kakashi couldn't tell what was different. But Kakashi knows that this change is a good thing. The original Shisui was indeed a bit too naive. The time moves very fast. After Shisui recovered his sight, he greeted Kakashi and quickly left. Ochagakure, no one knows what he is doing. However, Kakashi did not care. With Shisui's strength, even if he is weaker than before, it is still enough to protect himself. What's more, on Shisui's body, there is also his own Flying Thunder God Jutsu's formula, so he can come to Shisui's location if he's in danger. Kakashi sat down in the room, made a pot of tea, and took a sip. Leader, do you have any order? Yugachi said respectfully, kneeling on the ground. Ryuga, how is the information network of Ochagakure? Leader, in the past few years, in addition to secretly developing our own strength, all the resources of Ochagakure have been used to develop the intelligence network. Although we haven't penetrated the core part of each village, we have our own spies inside all the great villages. If there is something big happens, we will get the news as soon as possible. Very good, Ryuga, you did a very good job. This is what I should do. Looking at your strength, you should also have reached the level of elite Jonin. Yes, thanks to the leader's teachings all these years, otherwise I will not reach this level even if it is another 10 years. Ryuga said as he was looking at Kakashi with gratitude. For a shinobi, belief and strength are the 2 most important things, and for Ryuga these 2 things were brought by Kakashi. Therefore Ryuga has absolute loyalty to Kakashi. 1. How's the situation in Kirigakure recently? Mei was very anxious when she was in the land of whirlpools. I am afraid that the situation in Kirigakure is on the verge of explosion. Leader, Kirigakure is the most difficult village to infiltrate. They are very repulsive to the outside world, so we now only have 1 spy in it. It is said that Kirigakure right now is divided into 2 factions. One faction is the Kekkei Genkai faction, headed by the Terumi clan. And the other faction is the Loyalist faction, headed by the Yonde Mizukage. But there are still a lot of people who are on the fence and watching. Kakashi nodded. Almost as much as I imagined. 1. Continue to watch. If there is any news you need to tell me. Yes, leader, you can leave. After Ryuga left the room, the silence was restored again. Kakashi touched his chin and sighed. Obito, when will you stop doing all this and return? 3. The reason Obito is controlling Kirigakure is nothing more than because of Rin's death. 2. Obito feels that Rin's death is all because of Kirigakure, so he was very ruthless to Kirigakure. As far as Obito is concerned, he wants to change the world, but before he is able to achieve this goal, Kirigakure is his target of revenge. But in Kakashi's view, Kirigakure is really innocent in this matter. However, Kakashi did not intend to intervene in this matter. 1. Regardless of the consideration, if he intervenes with Kirigakure, it will do more harm than good. After dealing with Ochagakure's affairs, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. After all, after leaving Konoha, Kakashi didn't want to waste all of his time in the Ochagakure. He wants to experience traveling around the world. For practice, traveling is also a very important process. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. 2. Unlike running around performing mission, traveling is a state of relaxation. The shinobi's clothes were completely removed, and Kakashi looked like an ordinary ronin at this moment. After instructing Ryuga some things, Kakashi left Ochagakure. Shinobi's world is very big, and traveling is also a kind of practice. 2 years later, no matter what Shisui is going to do, Kakashi knew that it is something that required strength. Therefore he can't slack his training. Okay, let's go. After finishing everything he needs, Kakashi starts traveling. In the distance, land of lighting, Kumagakure. A big dark man with sunglasses sneaked out of the village. Bakayaro, Konoyaro, brother, I finally escaped from you. 2. The big dark man said smugly in a strange tone. 3. Suddenly, a voice that no one knows where it came from sounded in the ears of the big dark man. B. Don't be so arrogant. You will be discovered by Yandere Raikage. The dark big man immediately covered his mouth when he heard the words, and whispered, Bakayaro, Konoyaro. Hachi-san, don't scare me like that. 2. Hurry up. It's been a long time since I went out to take a look. Bakayaro, Konoyaro, that's for sure, let's go. 1. The land of iron. In this place there isn't a shinobi, there are only samurai here. They are good at swordsmanship and have terrifying sword skills. If a samurai's swordsmanship reaches the peak, then their strength won't be weaker than the cage of the 5 great shinobi village. Although they are samurai, they also own chakras. It's just that they don't know how to use ninjutsu. 1. Their powerful swordsmanship, coupled with chakra, is enough to kill the enemy with a single slash. The strength gap between shinobi and samurai is almost non-existent. A long time ago, the 5 great shinobi village had already agreed not to do anything against the Land of Iron. Therefore the Land of Iron has always been in a neutral position. Even when the first 3 shinobi world wars were in full swing, they did not participate. When Sakumo was young, he also came to the Land of Iron. At that time, Sakumo still hadn't mastered the Hata clan's sword technique, so he came here to sharpen his sword skills. After staying in the Land of Iron for a year, he finally mastered the Hate clan's sword technique. And then the name of Konoha White Fang began to resound throughout the shinobi world. 1. The Land of Iron is definitely a must-go place in the hearts of all those who use a sword. It's because if they come here, their sword skills will definitely make great progress. Although shinobi also use swords, when it comes to the subtlety of the sword skills, except for a few people, no one can compare with the samurai of the Land of Iron. 1. On this day the gate of the Land of Iron, a ronin with a silver white hair arrives. It is none other than Kakashi. Is this the Land of Iron? It is indeed different from other places. On the street, as long as it is a male, he will have a long sword, making him look somewhat imposing. However, from Kakashi's perspective, it is naturally not difficult to see that many of these people are not really good at sword, and there are only a few who are really capable. Swordsmanship is a kind of ethos in this place, but it is obviously unrealistic to want the entire country to be a master of swordsmanship. Although these people are not really good at sword, their bodies are much stronger than ordinary civilians. Even if there is no skill, it is a good choice to keep fit. Sure enough, it is very different from the 5 great shinobi village, Kakashi said as he sighed. At this moment the person next to him suddenly said, "Of course there are no shinobi here, only samurai." Kakashi turned his head to look, and saw a young man in his 20s wearing a samurai suit with a sword on his waist. He looks quite powerful. "You are Tetsuken, a samurai, and what should I call you?" "You can call me Gintaki." 9. It's nice to meet you. It seems that you are also a samurai. Kakashi didn't carry a sword at this moment, but he was indeed dressed as a ronin, so it was not surprising that Tetsuken would think so. Kakashi did not deny Tetsuken's words. He did not use the identity of a shinobi, so naturally he could only act as a samurai. If Kakashi said that he is just an ordinary person, he knows that this samurai named Tetsuken wouldn't believe it. After all, in a real samurai's eyes, the aura of ordinary people and strong people is completely different. "Yes, I'm a samurai who came here to travel, but I never expected there is such a place in the world where the swordsmanship is so prosperous," Kakashi said. 1. Tetsuken was also quite excited when he heard this, and said, "The land of iron is the territory of samurai, so it is natural the swordsmanship is prosperous here. The outside world is dominated by shinobi, but I believe that the samurai will not lose to the shinobi." 2. Kakashi nodded. Strictly speaking, his father was more like a samurai than a shinobi. In other words, Sakumo is a samurai walking in the dark. 1. Although this is a shinobi world, swordsmanship can also shine in this world. "You are about the same age as me, but I can feel that you are very strong and you should be a good opponent," Tetsuken said, looking at Kakashi with eyes that are full of fighting intent. Kakashi is a little confused. What's going on? Why does he look like he wants to fight? Wait a minute. Tetsuken, what are you doing? "Of course I am challenging you," Tetsuken said naturally, with his hand on his sword's hilt. "Tetsuken, I didn't bring a sword, and are we going to start fighting on the street?" Tetsuken looked around. Passers-by all pointed to him, making Tetsuken a little embarrassed for a while. So he quickly retracted his posture and said, "Then we can fight in another place." Kakashi shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I didn't intend to accept your challenge." "Why?" Tetsuken was puzzled. "It's very simple. I'm hungry now, so I want to go to eat first." Kakashi finished speaking, and walked into a restaurant as soon as he turned around. Seeing this, Tetsuken is just standing in the same place. What is this situation? "Hey Gintaki, what's so important about eating? Let's fight," Tetsuken said as he quickly followed after Kakashi. "Hello sir, I want to order a pan-fried sori, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of miso soup." Kakashi finished ordering and found a place to sit down. Tetsuken didn't want to give up at all, and sat on the opposite side of Kakashi. "Hey Gintaki, come and fight me. As a samurai, how can you be afraid of fighting?" 1. Tetsuken said solemnly, as if Kakashi's rejection of his challenge was a big mistake. When encountering such a fighting maniac, Kakashi is also quite helpless. "Tetsuken, sorry, but I didn't go out this time to fight people." "That's be boring," Tetsuken said with sad expression. Suddenly Tetsuken looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes and said, "I know, you are coming to the Land of Iron to participate in the Samurai Conference, just like me." "The Samurai Conference?" Kakashi was puzzled. When it comes to the shinobi world, Kakashi knows a lot of things, but Kakashi really doesn't know much about the Land of Iron. "You don't know? Then why did you come to the Land of Iron?" Seeing Kakashi's puzzled look, Tetsuken was obviously very surprised. I just walk around." "So what is this Samurai Conference?" Kakashi asked directly without explaining himself. "This Samurai Conference is a grand event in the Land of Iron. Once every 3 years, samurai from all over the world will gather here to conduct a competition and fight against each other. And after becoming the final winner, not only you can ask for advices about the sword skills from the leader of the Land of Iron, you can also get a rare ore. More importantly, this is a good opportunity to be famous." "Competition?" "Yes, the reason I come to the Land of Iron this time is because of this competition. Tomorrow is the last day of registration. Gintaki, you should also sign up, maybe we can still have match." Kakashi chuckled and said, "Well, maybe I will." 6. Samurai Conference, a grand event that happens once every 3 years. Of course, this grand event is only for samurai. In this shinobi world, the samurai is undoubtedly the weaker side. The Samurai Conference is to discover and train outstanding samurai. No matter what kind of country it is, it will need an inheritor, the Land of Iron leader's house. Mifune-sama, preparations for the Samurai Conference are almost complete, said a middle-aged man wearing samurai's armor as he was half kneeling on the ground. Hearing his words, Mifune put down the brush in his hand, stood up and said, "Thanks for your hard work, Osuke. It's not hard to do this kind of things after all, it is for the Land of Iron." "Haha, Osuke, what do you think of the current Land of Iron?" Mifune said with his hands on his back as he was facing the door, looking at the scenery outside with a meaningful expression. Osuke did not think much, and said directly, "The Land of Iron is very good right now." "Haha, Osuke, you can't forget the crisis behind it just because of the beauty in front of you. The Land of Iron is neutral, but it also needs the ability to protect itself. You should know that the Land of Iron right now has fallen into a situation where it has no connection. In the long run, I am afraid this place will not be so peaceful." Tease. Osuke didn't know what to say for a while. But the current Land of Iron is indeed not as good as before. This time at the Samurai Conference, I hope I can see more capable young people, otherwise when I am old, who will support the Land of Iron? Mifune said with complicated emotion. He doesn't know why, but Mifune suddenly remembered the silver white-haired boy who he had met 6 years ago. He had that level of sword skill at such a young age. Mifune doesn't know how he is now. "Mifune-sama, please rest assured, God will bless our Land of Iron." "I hope so. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Osuke, is the ore for the conference ready?" "It's ready, Mifune-sama. This time the ore is called Star Iron. If it is used to make a sword, it will definitely become a famous sword." Star Iron. Mifune was slightly surprised. After all, this kind of ore was rare. For the samurai, the sword is their most important partner, so the importance of a good sword is self-evident. In addition to the famous sword, a lot of samurai will choose to recast their previous sword. Witnessing the process of forming a sword is also a practice for the samurai. It is like Mifune's sword Kurosawa, who has been Mifune's partner for many years. 1. This kind of prize is indeed enough. Let's see now, who will become the final winner. "Yes, Mifune-sama." On the other side, Tetsuken got excited when he heard that Kakashi had promised to participate in the Samurai Conference. "So, you agreed?" Kakashi nodded and said, "Well, since I have met with this kind of event, it is natural for me to join in the fun." "Good, then I will take you to sign up," Tetsuken said as he was about to pull Kakashi away. But Kakashi pulled his hand and broke away from Tetsuken. He then said, "No hurry, wait until I have eaten first." Seeing Kakashi broke away so easily, Tetsuken was slightly surprised, and his desire for fighting Kakashi became more intense. Such an opponent is worth the trip to the Land of Iron. At this moment the waiter had arrived with the dishes, simple fried sori rice and miso soup, but it looks delicious. Upon seeing this, Tetsuken couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his stomach starts to growl. Kakashi's eyes turned eyes as he smiled, and then Kakashi said, "Tetsuken, let's eat together." "One, no need, I am not hungry." Seeing Tetsuken's embarrassed look, how could Kakashi not know his thoughts? It looks like this guy has no money. Kakashi also understood a little bit why this guy kept saying that he wants to duel against Kakashi. "I am afraid it's not just because of my strength. According to the rules of the samurai, the party that loses the duel must agree to a condition from the winner. Therefore the purpose of this guy is very obvious." Kakashi doesn't care either. After all, this guy looks like a good person. "Sir, give the same one to the brother in front of you. I will pay for it." "Okay." I said no. Although Tetsuken wanted it very much in his heart, he still didn't want to be honest. In his opinion, this is really important to his dignity as a samurai. You don't need to be polite. It's the first time we met, you can say it was to commemorate it. Since you say so, then I won't be polite. Hearing Kakashi's reason, Tetsuken didn't reject his hospitality anymore. Tetsuken had been hungry for a few days, otherwise he wouldn't want to win a lunch through a duel, but Tetsuken is also a principled person. He didn't try to duel the samurai that looks weak. So he searched for a long time and finally found Kakashi. But he didn't expect that Kakashi didn't want to have a duel at all, which made Tetsuken's plan fall through. Fortunately, he got what he wanted in the end. "Ah, I'm full. Thank you for the meal." Tetsuken patted his bulging belly and said contentedly. Kakashi looks at the dozen of empty bowls in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. This guy really can eat. After paying the bill, Tetsuken takes Kakashi to the registration office to register for the competition. The registration time is 3 days in total, and today is the second day, so there are not many people registering right now. After all, most people are already registered on the first day, so Kakashi didn't wait long before it was his turn. Name: Sakata Gintaki. 3 age. Well, this is your number plate for the competition. Just come over and report at 8 o'clock day after tomorrow. Kakashi looked at the wooden plate on his hand. Directly above it is written Z Group number 6. Tetsuken took a look and said, "You are in Z Group. It seems that we can't meet in the preliminary round." "I'm in C Group. The number of applicants for the Samurai Conference is very large, so a preliminary round will be held first. There are a total of 26 divisions in the preliminary round, and 26 winners will be determined to participate in the semi-finals. In the end, the remaining 13 people will fight a decisive battle on the Iron Plaza. So, see you in the competition. Of course, you must not lose in the preliminary round." Don't worry, even without ninjutsu, Kakashi has absolute confidence to enter the finals. After all, Kakashi has never relaxed his practice on swordsmanship. Just as Kakashi wanted to leave, a huge black stone pillar next to the registration office caught his attention. Tetsuken followed Kakashi's gaze and said, "That samurai stone pillar which was engraved with the names of all the winners of the Samurai Conference. My goal is to engrave my name on it." Tetsuken couldn't help clenching his fists as he said. His whole body was full of fighting spirit. Kakashi ignored it, but walked to the stone pillar and touched it lightly with his right hand. On it there is a name he is familiar with. Hatake Sakumo. 7. Tusan, did you also attend the Samurai Conference back then? The next day, Kakashi and Tetsuken come to the Iron Plaza. Gintaki, did you see that? That is the arena of the Iron Plaza. Only those who win the preliminary rounds are eligible to fight in the arena. That is the greatest honor for the samurai. The arena of Iron Plaza, which basically occupies 1/3 of the Iron Plaza, is reserved for 2 people for a decisive battle. And it is indeed looks imposing. The ring is made of the strongest black stone, which has high hardness. The battle between the samurai is very destructive. If the arena is made of ordinary stones, then the arena will be destroyed after a single battle. In that case, it would be too much trouble. Suddenly, Tetsuken pointed at the high platform in the distance and said, "Gintaki, you see that the person that is on that high platform is the Land of Iron's leader Mifune-sama." Hearing this, Kakashi looked at the high platform, and sure enough, there is a thin figure on top of the high platform. Looking at his face, Kakashi knows that it was Mifune who had taught him Shumpo 6 years ago. It's just that compared to his appearance at that time, Mifune at this time was already a bit old. Time is not forgiving. Even if it is someone as strong as Uchiha Madara, he still can't resist the erosion of time. 3. It is no wonder that Orochimaru has such a great obsession with immortality. It's really hard to accept the once young and powerful body became weak and old body. Mifune-sama is a true samurai with absolute strength. He is my goal, and one day, I will surpass him. Tetsuken's confident words sounded in Kakashi's ear. Kakashi just chuckled at this. Although he has not known Tetsuken for a long time, Kakashi can feel the powerful strength in Tetsuken's body. In time, surpassing Mifune is not an unattainable dream for Tetsuken. 1. Tetsuken's voice was so loud that everyone around him could hear it, but no one showed Tetsuken contempt. Because most people here are also had this goal. They are all young samurai, and it is the time when they are full of passion. They are full of passion, and they think they have the ability and talent to do this. Although the reality will slowly wake them up, it does not prevent them from thinking about all kinds of fantasies at this time. 3. Not long after, the Iron Plaza is already full of people. Seeing that it is almost time, Osuke stands on the central high platform of Iron Plaza and starts his speech. Young samurai, welcome everyone to the Samurai Conference. Osuke's voice was very loud, and with the help of chakra, it easily reached the ears of everyone present. The originally noisy Iron Plaza instantly became quiet. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone here. The Samurai Conference happens once every 3 years, and today is the new Samurai Conference. Next, the preliminary round of the Samurai Conference will be held. I believe everyone already understands about the rules. There are a total of 26 divisions, and they are on the 26 arenas over there. Only those who win on each of those 26 arenas will get into the finals. Osuke's sharp eyes swept in front of everyone, and then he said, "Now, let the competition begins." Following Osuke's order, samurai jumped to those 26 arenas. Those samurai are the referees for the preliminary round. Okay, everyone have 1 minute to return to their ring. After 1 minute the referee will start reading the participant numbers. Silver, I will go to the C group first. Good luck. 3 Tetsuken finished speaking and starts running. Kakashi didn't care, and walked to the Z group on his own. Kakashi's number is 6, which is relatively early. According to the 1v1 mode, he should be the third pair to fight. 1 minute passed quickly. Kakashi looked around and saw that there were a total of 12 people in the Z group, that is to say, there should be more than 300 people who participate in this competition. Compared with shinobi, samurai's number is indeed a lot less. Kakashi's thought did not last long. Soon the referee in the Z group announced the start of the competition. Z group, No 1 Inoue Ryu vs No 2 Matsushita Goto. As soon as the voice fell, 2 young samurai jumped onto the ring. The Samurai Conference has restrictions on age and the participant age cannot exceed 30. Therefore, all the samurai who come here are the younger generation of samurai. Inoue and Matsushita bowed at each other, and then put their right hand on the handle of their sword, and their left hand supported the scabbard. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that these two men both practice sword drawing technique, or usually called iaido. 1. The user put their sword in the scabbard and observes their enemy's movement. When the sword is drawn out of the scabbard, it needs to be like a flash, so that it will kill their enemy with one blow. It has a very high destructive power. But there are also major flaws in iaido. If the attack misses, then the user is likely to fall into a very passive situation. All the people present have obviously discovered this. Iaido is also a high-level technique in swordsmanship. It is very easy to get started, but if they want to master it, only few people do it. After all, drawing a sword day after day is monotonous and tasteless. If the user didn't achieve certain mastery in iaido, then it won't have much power. Most people will choose to give up this kind of sword technique as it does not necessarily yield gains. However, it is clear that the two people at the arena right now have already achieved certain mastery in iaido. Samurai is someone who pays attention to their beliefs. So the duel between samurai is often a collision between beliefs. Of course, the prerequisite for this is that the strength of these two is similar. Otherwise, no matter how firm your belief is, it's useless. Tigers won't be killed by sheep just because they lose their teeth. Inoue and Matsushita are looking at each other with eyes full of solemnity. Since they were all samurai using iaido, the duel will end in an instant. Either lose or win. The two faced each other for about a minute, but the observers were not impatient at all. Kakashi nodded slightly and thought, the basic skills of the two people are indeed very solid. Although their strength is average, if they can continue to persevere, they may be able to achieve success in the future. A breeze blew, and Inoue's eyelashes trembled slightly. Kakashi's eyes lit up. There's flaw, it's now. Matsushita also noticed this, and whispered, Iaido slash. The white light of the sword instantly bloomed from Matsushita's scabbard like a crescent moon. Inoue was shocked and attacked at the same time, but unfortunately it was obviously a step too late. With the same crescent moon, Inoue's sword was blown by Matsushita and fell into the arena. Inoue only felt that his right hand was numb, and he lost all of his strength for a while. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately said, the winner is Matsushita Goto. Hearing this, Inoue's expression was extremely bitter, and he retired sadly from the arena. And Matsushita showed a hint of joy. The strength of these two is actually similar. If it weren't for that breeze, the outcome would be unpredictable. But luck is also part of the strength. The next two samurai apparently did not have the level of Inoue and Matsushita. Amidst the sound of fighting, the two struggled to decide the winner. Kakashi looked dull and didn't have any interest in this fight. The previous matchup between Inoue and Matsushita was still a bit interesting, but the level of these two are not good at all. Kakashi took a quick look at C Group and found that Tetsuken had come down from the arena. Seeing his relaxed look, it was obvious that his opponent did not cause him much trouble. But it's as expected after all with Tetsuken's strength, as long as his luck is not too bad. It is certainly no problem for him to be the winner of C Group. Next, Sakada Gintoki vs Aso Fukiji. Aso jumped and landed on the arena. Kakashi did not hesitate, and also jumped up. Start. Isn't that person Aso Fukiji? One person said with amazement. What's the matter, you know him? You don't know him? The man looked incredulous. I don't know, what's the matter? Is he very powerful? At first glance I can see that you are a rookie. Aso Fukiji is a very terrifying figure. He has great sword skills. It is said that since his debut no one can endure 10 moves of him. So awesome. He may be the most powerful samurai in this competition. The young man's luck is really bad. It is his first round and he already needs to go against Aso Fukiji. I'm afraid that he will lose without doing anything. 2. I don't think so. I saw that silver white-haired guy is not nervous at all. He should have confidence in his own strength. What do you know? He doesn't know about the strength of Aso Fukiji, otherwise how could he be so calm? You know, Aso Fukiji is not an ordinary person, even Jonin level shinobi has been defeated by him with just a few slashes. What? He's so strong? That person was completely shocked. After all, being able to single-handedly kill a Jonin level shinobi is not something that an ordinary samurai can do. So, his gaze on Kakashi couldn't help being filled with sympathy. His luck is very bad. Their voices are not small, but in such a noisy place, only a few people can hear them. Unfortunately, Kakashi heard it. The opponent actually was able to kill Jonin level shinobi, which made Kakashi quite surprised. Jonin is a village's high-end combat power. If this person really has the ability to kill Jonin, then it means his swordsmanship has reached a very high level. But there is one thing that the two said correctly: Kakashi really has never heard of this person's name before. Aso unsheathed his sword and looking at Kakashi with a cold gaze and whispered, "Brat, your luck is really bad to met me in the first round. I advise you to surrender right now. Otherwise there will be a few more holes in your body later." Kakashi was taken aback for a while. After all, it's been a long time since someone had spoken to him in this kind of tone. He doesn't know why, but suddenly he feels some kind of nostalgia. With a chuckle, Kakashi gently pulled out the Millennium Sword. Since he was going to participate in the samurai conference, Kakashi did not seal the Millennium Sword in his wrist. Aso Fukiji was surprised after seeing Kakashi pulled out the Millennium Sword. He then looked at Kakashi's sword, and his eyes couldn't help but show a trace of greed. "Brat, you are very courageous, but in the face of absolute strength, courage is useless. You have a good sword. Just give it to me as compensation for sparing your life." 2. Kakashi looked at his opponent with a strange expression, as he didn't expect that his sword would be targeted. But after thinking about it, he feels that it is reasonable. For a samurai, a good sword is really important. Many samurai cannot find a good sword in their entire life. Therefore, a good sword is very attractive to the samurai. Millennial Sword is considered top-notch in terms of materials and craftsmanship. Except for the artifact level, there are only a few swords that can be compared with Millennium Sword. No wonder the person in front of him is greedy. "Sorry, but this is my partner, so I can't give it to you." Aso's face became cold and said, "You're not worthy for that sword." Aso clenched his long sword with both of his hands, and his figure moved. He slashed at Kakashi with his sword. Swordsmanship needs to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. After these three things are achieved, the battle will end in just a moment. The name of White Fang can make the people of the shinobi world scared is because he has achieved these three things to the extreme. The enemy often has lost their life before they can see where his knife is. Aso's movements are fast, but in Kakashi's eyes, it's still too slow. The people below only saw an afterimage flashing across the arena, and a bright light smash down from mid-air like a lightning in the night. This sword looks terrifying, and the audience below couldn't help but cover their eyes, as if they are about to see the scene of blood splashing on the spot. Stream sword technique, splitting mountain. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and the Millennium Sword on his right hand slashes. Ding! With a loud sound, and the two swords clashed at each together. Aso's pupils shrank. He blocked it, on the high platform in the distance. Both Mifune and Osuke looked at Kakashi's fight. These two are? Mifune asked curiously. Mifune-sama, the older one, is Aso Fugiki, who has been famous in recent years. I heard that he had mastered his vivid sword technique. Oh? Vivid sword technique? It's indeed a good one. And who is that young man? Hearing this, Osuke then looked at Kakashi, but he shook his head and said, I don't know who he is. I've never seen him before. Osuke said as he immediately flipped the roster on his hand. Mifune was not in a hurry, and continued to watch the battle between these two. For some reason, the young man with silver-white hair gave him a familiar feeling. It seemed that he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. It's no wonder that Mifune can't remember Kakashi. After all, it has been 6 years since their last meeting. Kakashi has grown up and hasn't worn a mask, so it's normal for him to not recognize Kakashi. One Mifune-sama, I found his identity. His name is Sakata Gintaki, 20 years old. He seemed to be a ronin and just happened to pass by the Land of Iron at this time, so he participated in this competition. It looks like this young man is not simple, Mifune said profoundly. Is the Mifune semi-optimistic about him? Osuke said with a smile. Yes, his basic skills are very solid. You see that he is using ordinary sword technique, but he hasn't lost the advantage at all. That Aso Fukiji can't do anything to him. Osuke nodded and said, yeah, this Sakata Gintaki is indeed very good. At the age of 20 he has trained his basic swordsmanship to this level. Haha, Osuke, when you were at this age your swordsmanship level is not as good as him. Mifune said with a smile. Hearing this, Osuke feels quite embarrassed, so he quickly changes the subject. Mifune-sama, do you think that young man will win? Yes, moreover, it will not be long. Aso's heart has been in turmoil. Hearing Mifune's words, Osuke looked curiously at the Kakashi's fight. How is it possible? How can my vivid sword technique useless against you? Aso looked at Kakashi with an incredulous expression, seeming to have been greatly impacted. The expressions of the audience below were even more amazing. They originally thought it would be a one-sided battle. But they didn't expect the situation would evolve into what it is now. Just now, Aso moved and attacked Kakashi, but the attacks didn't harm Kakashi at all. Many of the people present were also experts in swordsmanship, so naturally they could see the gap between their strength. The young man with silver-white hair is much stronger than this so-called Aso Fujiki. Of course this is not, because Aso is not strong. On the contrary, Aso is very strong. At least most of the people present admit that if they are the ones fighting against Aso, they wouldn't able to take more than 3 moves from Aso. Thinking of this, the samurai couldn't help but looked at Kakashi in surprise. Who is this young man? Why anyone didn't know where he came from? For it seems that you are already tired. Kakashi said as he dodged Aso's sword. Damn it, how can you have this level of strength? It must be fake. One Aso became angry, waving the sword on his hand at will, completely unstructured. Seeing this, Kakashi just shook his head. His mind was too weak. This is not Aso's fault. After all, since his debut, neither Jonin-level shinobi nor powerful samurai are able to defeat him. Since his debut, he has not ever tasted defeat, which has also created Aso's arrogant character. Now that he can't defeat Kakashi even with all of his strengths, his mindset starts to crumble. If a person's growth process is too smooth, it will inevitably make them feel superior. And when they encounter setbacks, they won't be able to move forward because their mindset starts to crumble. Seeing Aso's desperate appearance, Kakashi felt the fight starts to bore him, Shaking his head, Kakashi gently sheathed the Millennium Sword back into the scabbard. Upon seeing this, Aso was taken aback, and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you going to admit defeat?" "No, your heart is unstable, so you are not worthy of using my sword." Aso was furious after hearing Kakashi's words. "You damn brat, you sure talk big. When I became famous you are still no one at all. You were just lucky enough to have a good sword, so how dare you be so arrogant? Now, I will show you my most powerful move of my vivid sword technique." Aso squeezed the sword on his hand, the chakra inside his body bursted in an instant, and then blue chakra appeared on his sword forming a blue blade. Vivid sword technique, shadowless strike. The blue blades turned into countless shadows, of the blades filling the sky. It appears, vivid sword technique's strongest move. Shadowless strike. Like countless swords falling from the sky, blocking the enemy's way. "That young samurai is in danger," Matsushita said in amazement. "After seeing this technique, the enemy won't be able to survive." "Go to hell," Aso yelled, and the sword on his hand slashes down mercilessly. In the distance, Osuke saw this scene and was shocked. "Mifune-sama. This Aso Fujiki has actually able to reach such level in vivid sword technique. It seems that Gintaki is in a dangerous situation." Mifune revealed the words. With a sardonic smile, he said, "Is that really the case?" Kakashi's eyes narrowed and he secretly said in his heart, "It's a great skill. It's quite similar to Konoha's 3 Sun Moon dance, but if it is only at this level, then it won't be enough to defeat me." Seeing the countless shadow of blades in the sky, Kakashi did not rush. He stretched out 2 fingers, gently clamped it, and a sword was tightly clamped between his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the countless shadow of blades in the sky disappeared without a trace, and the originally terrifying ultimate skill attack was actually disappeared in an instant. Everyone in the audience couldn't help swallowing and starts to thought, "What a terrifying judgment! What a terrifying decisiveness! What a terrifying hand speed!" In the distance, Osuke and Mifune were also taken aback. "This, how is it possible?" Osuke's face was full of disbelief at this moment. Although he is also confident of defending against this move, his method is definitely not as simple as Kakashi. What kind of terrifying control, explosiveness and vision are needed to do that? Osuke knew very well that he couldn't do this yet. Mifune was equally astonished. Although he knew that that move would definitely be ineffective Kakashi, he did not expect that Kakashi would be able to defeat it with such a simple move. Aso looked at Kakashi with horror on his face, and said tremblingly, You are not human." Kakashi felt amused, and lost interest in continuing the fight. His index finger and middle finger moved and snatched Aso's sword. And then he moves very fast and stood behind Aso. Holding Aso's sword on his hand, Kakashi gently placed it on Aso's neck. "Referee, can you announce the outcome?" The referee came back to his senses at this time and said, "The winner is Sakata Gintoki." Kakashi left the long knife on the ground after hearing this, and slowly walked off the arena. Seeing this, the people around gave way to him. This is how the samurai respects the strong, or it is fear. For a while all the samurai in Z group looked at Kakashi in completely different view. This guy is a terrifying opponent. At the same time no one felt that they would be able to defeat Kakashi. There is only one winner from each of the group. Obviously in the eyes of everyone this place has been taken by Kakashi. "Mifune-sama, this young man is really powerful. Even if it is me who fight him, I am not sure I would be able to defeat him," Osuke said with complicated emotion. Mifune nodded when he heard Osuke's words and looked at Kakashi with eyes full of appreciation. If such a young person can protect the Land of Iron certainly won't have any problem for a few decades. "Let's take a look again," Mifune said lightly, suppressing the joy in his heart. "Yes, Mifune-sama." Kakashi stood below the arena, not watching the competition on the stage but looking away. "Look at that. There is a man over there who is using 7 swords at the same time," an exclaimed sounded, attracting Kakashi's attention. Hearing the sound, it was the G group, and Kakashi saw a tall dark man in a strange stance, with short swords all over his body. Taking a closer look, Kakashi then saw that there are as many as 7 swords. 2 sword style is not uncommon in the samurai world, and sometimes you can even see 3 sword style. But using 7 swords are really the first time. 4 so it attracted a large number of people to watch. 7 swords? That person is stupid. How can he use 7 swords at the same time? 3, who knows, but his stance seems very good. It must be a gimmick, I don't believe it. How can he fight with 7 swords? He doesn't have 7 hands. Bakayaro, Konoyaro, surrender unto the skill of this master. 7, the tall dark man said with a strange rap tone, making everyone look dumbfounded. His opponent can't bear it even more. What a joke, you idiot, die! The samurai on the opposite side directly launched his own attack, and his sword slashes through the air. The tall dark man didn't care. He starts to spin and turned into a tornado of swords, and countless sword shadows of the swords swayed back and forth. The 7 swords look like they are parts of him. The people below have not seen what is going on, but the opponent has fallen to the ground. When everyone saw this, they can't help but sucked in a cold breath. What a terrifying sword technique. I can't see anything at all. 7 swords can really move at the same time. There is no awkwardness in their movement. Kakashi, who is in the distance, frowned. Isn't he Hachibi's Jinchuriki, Killer Bee? How could he be here? 5 title, Killer Bee Mifune-sama look. Osuki said with a surprised tone as he pointed at Killer Bee's location. 7 sword style, even if Osuke has been in the land of iron for so many years, he has never heard of it. This man's sword technique is really weird. I can never imagine someone is using 7 swords at the same time, Mifune exclaimed. As a master swordsman, Mifune naturally has a deep knowledge on sword techniques. But Killer Bee's sword technique is something he has never seen before. However, with Mitsune's eyes, he can see the advantages of this sword technique. The seamless connection of the 7 swords is enough to create the illusion of unbreakable combo. At this moment, if there is not enough speed, it is impossible to resist those 7 short swords, as the movements of the swords are completely irregular. Even Mifune is somewhat eager to try to fight against the terrifying power of that sword technique. Killer Bee's 7 sword style was naturally not made out of nothing, but was inspired by Hachibi. Hachibi have 8 tentacles, so Karabi came up with the 8 sword style. The 7 swords at the moment are real swords, and there is one more sword which is a sharp blade formed by the code of the Hachibi's chakra, becoming 8 sword style, making it even harder to guard against. The first time he saw this 7 sword style, Kakashi was also quite surprised. This strange sword technique is really unique. It will be hard to guard against this sword technique for the first time. Against this kind of sword technique, there are only 2 things to do: see through his attack pattern, and more importantly, become faster than him. 2 winner, Killer Bee. Bakayaro, Konoyaro, this master has won. 1 Killer Bee then put the 7 swords into the scabbard and walked down the arena. That guy is very powerful. Where did he come from? I don't know, I have never seen him before. Hey, this samurai conference is really full of hidden experts. There are so many new faces. There is the one called Tetsuken in the C group, and there is that Gentaki in the Z group. Now in this group there is this Killer Bee who is very strong too. I don't know who the biggest black horse in the end is. 2, who knows, but it is definitely not our business. These 2 people are also self-aware. After reading these battles, they know how big the gap between them and these hidden experts is. Kakashi looked back after seeing Killer Bee got off the arena. Kakashi is quite surprised after seeing Killer Bee right here. However, the land of lightning is near the land of iron, and it is estimated that Killer Bee is sneaking out Kumogakur. Otherwise, with Yondeme Raikej's temperament, it is absolutely impossible for Killer Bee to participate in this kind of competition. The next few fights are very simple. Kakashi only used a few tricks to subdue his opponent and successfully passed the preliminaries. The preliminaries of the Samurai Conference are over. A total of 26 warriors have been selected for the semi-final. We will continue the competition tomorrow to give the participant a day off. At the end of the Samurai Conference's preliminary round, a large number of samurai were removed from the competition, but everyone knows that the really exciting part is yet to come. After all, the preliminaries are just the beginning, and experts will not use their true ability at the preliminaries. The next fight will be different. Those who can enter the semi-final will without a doubt show their true ability as they fight against stronger enemies. Hey Silver, it looks like we both got to the semi-final. Do you want to have a meal together? You want me to invite you to dinner? Oh, is it too obvious? You know, my situation is not good right now. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little helpless after seeing Tetsuken's thick-skinned face. This guy is really strange. He can become so thick-skinned after only one day of acquaintance, but Kakashi didn't dislike it. After all, Kakashi feels that Tetsuken is a good guy. Well, don't talk nonsense anymore, let's go. Hey, after the preliminaries are over, the Iron Plaza has once again restored its tranquility. Mifune-sama, there are a lot of really good samurai this time, the Killer Bee just now, Sakata Gintoki and Tetsuken. If these three people can work for our Land of Iron, then the strength of the Land of Iron will be enhanced by several times, Osuki said excitedly. But Mifune was not so happy, and frowned slightly. What's wrong, Mifune-sama? Osuke, the name Killer Bee seems familiar. Osuke was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said, Kumogakuras Hachibi Jinchuriki seems to be called by this name. In the previous Third Shinobi World War he had a brilliant performance. Is it the big man just now? Mifune touched his beards and said, It's possible, you should go and investigate it. Yes, Mifune-sama, Osuke said as he left the high platform. But who is that Gintoki? Why did I feel some kind of déjà vu after seeing him? One Mifune shook his head and didn't think about it. Maybe the next time I see him, I will remember it. As for Killer Bee's participation in the Samurai Conference, Mifune didn't care. The Samurai Conference does not stipulate that shinobi cannot participate, as long as the shinobi do not use ninjutsu. After all, the purpose of the Samurai Conference is to test the samurai's swordsmanship. If they win by swordsmanship, then naturally there is no problem. But if they rely on ninjutsu, then they are breaking the rule of Samurai Conference. Killer Bee left the Iron Plaza and walked into an alley. B, you are too blatant. If it is like this, Raikage will find you soon, Hachibi said. It's okay. After all, every time I escape I'll be caught back in less than a week. So it's the same. Killer Bee said, still with strange tone. The Yonde Raikage is very strict with Killer Bee's whereabouts. Although Killer Bee can always find a gap to escape to play around, but it won't be long before he will get caught. Well, just do whatever you want. Hachi-san, do you think that the Samurai Conference can sharpen my sword technique? Today's opponents are so weak. 1B, don't underestimate the Land of Iron. The samurai here are very strong. Bakayaro, Konoyaro. Why didn't it look like that? You should train your perception again. The leader of the Land of Iron, Mifune, is very powerful. I can feel the strength inside his body. And I think that he is as strong as Raikage. Is there someone as strong as brother? It's really amazing, but he doesn't participate in the competition, so it's useless. Not necessarily. I just felt that there is a strong kid in the Z group. He is a shinobi like you, but his swordsmanship is also very strong. Oh? Killer Bee showed a hint of excitement on his face. Those who can make Hachibi say that they are strong will definitely not be weak. If this is the case, perhaps his participation to the Samurai Conference will be worthwhile. In the Hotel of the Land of Iron. Gintoki, what kind of sword technique do you practice? Tetsuken said while wiping his sword. The sword technique? I can't tell you, it's family secret. Kakashi said absently while leaning on the window frame. Family secret? Then your father must be very powerful, right? Tetsuken was inexplicably excited. Kakashi smiled and said, You can say so. Gintoki, you are already so strong, isn't your father even better? I really want to see it. Then I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. Ah, why, did your father retire? No, my father has been dead for more than a decade. Ah, I'm sorry for making you remember that. It's okay, I'm used to it. Are you ready for tomorrow's competition? Of course, Gintoki, tomorrow maybe your opponent is me. Kakashi turned his head and looked out the window and smiled. Let's wait and see. 1 Chapter 191 Chapter 191 North Star Sword Technique 3. Welcome everyone to the Samurai Conference. Today is the semi-final. There will be a total of 26 samurai in the fierce competition. Who will enter the finals? Please wait and see. 26 samurai. Through the form of competition, the matchup is 1 vs 1. So there will be 13 winner who will enter the finals. Now I ask for the samurai who win before to come to draw. The host said as he took out a big box. There are 26 balls in this box. The numbers are 1 to 13. Those who draw the same number will fight against each other. The 26 people step forward to draw the ball from the box. Kakashi is from the Z group, so he is the last one to draw. Kakashi's gaze was not placed on the box but on the Killer Bee's body. The skin of Killer Bee is very dark, and he is also very conspicuous among crowd, one among the people present, except for Tetsuken. Killer Bee is the only one who can make him go serious. After all, he is the existence known as the strongest Jinchuriki before Naruto took control of Kyuubi. So he really should not be underestimated. Kakashi feels that Killer Bee is very dangerous. It's not that Killer Bee makes Kakashi feel a sense of crisis, but it is the Hachibi inside Killer Bee's body that makes him feel something dangerous. Biju, although they later became the plaything of Akatsuki member Obito and Madara, but Kakashi knows that in this period they show absolute strength. So far, the only Biju Kakashi has seen is the half of the Kyuubi that was sealed inside Naruto's body. For that kind of power, although it is separated by a seal, Kakashi can feel it. It can only be said that Kyuubi is indeed the strongest Biju. Even if it is only half of him, it still makes Kakashi feel the gap between them is really huge. This is the kind of gap that makes Kakashi more motivated to practice. After all, in the later period, Kyuubi is nothing. And Killer Bee, who is in front of him, is able to fully utilize Hachibi's strength. So he is definitely a very strong opponent. Killer Bee seems to be aware of Kakashi's gaze as he looks back at Kakashi. The eyes of the two met in mid-air and there was a spark. Killer Bee stretched out his fist towards Kakashi, then immediately took it back, with a look of excitement on his face. Seeing this, Kakashi smiled. It seemed that he is aware of my strength too. Soon it was Kakashi's turn. Putting his hand into the box, he didn't think much as he took out a ball directly, and saw a 7 written on it. 7? Not bad. Kakashi did not stay there and went straight down. Well, everyone has drawn their number. The samurai who got number 1, please enter the arena. As soon as the voice fell, 2 people landed on the arena with a loud sound. Hey Gintaki, what number did you draw? Tetsuken came over and asked. Kakashi directly showed his ball. Tetsuken looked at it and was disappointed. So you're on the 7th, I'm on the 6th. It seems that we missed each other again. It looks like we can only meet in the finals. 1 each? That's pretty good. Otherwise you may not be able to enter the finals. Kakashi said, with a smile. It should be you that should feel lucky. If you meet me you can only lose. Kakashi hasn't said anything yet, but the samurai next to him coldly snorted. Arrogant. Kakashi and Tetsuken looked at the one who said that, only to see a young man in a blue samurai suit looking at Tetsuken contemptuously. It's just a fluke that you win a few fights in the preliminaries. Do you think you are very good? I will show you the real power. Your next opponent is me, Miyamoto Goro. Miyamoto Goro said as he showed the ball in his hand, that had 6 written on it. Miyamoto Goro from Miyamoto clan? It is said that he is the most outstanding person of Miyamoto clan in 100 years. For the person on the side whispered. After hearing this, everyone looked at him. The reputation of Miyamoto clan is not small. Miyamoto Goro reveals a prideful expression, obviously enjoying this feeling. Tetsuken curled his lips and said, I was thinking which dog has such a big words, but it is just a small character of Miyamoto clan. You shouldn't be too arrogant. After all, you are only a frog in a well. Hearing this, Miyamoto Goro gets angry. He points at Tetsuken as he roared, What do you say? Who the hell are you? How dare you insult Miyamoto clan? The disdain on Tetsuken's face became more obvious. Obviously didn't want to explain more. Seeing this, Miyamoto Goro became angrier, and immediately put his hand on the hilt of his sword, as if he was about to draw his sword in. The next second. At this time, Kakashi said softly, Miyamoto-san, This is the samurai conference. I am afraid that your behavior is a bit wrong. It won't be good if you're disqualified because of this. Hearing this, Miyamoto Goro was taken aback. He looked around and sure enough the samurai wearing armor of the Land of Iron was already looking at him. He knows that if he really draw his sword at this time, these people will definitely rush forward and take him out. Weighing the pros and cons, Miyamoto Goro then gave up the idea of drawing the sword. He came here to make a name for Miyamoto clan, so it is really not worth it for him to attack Tetsuken right now. HMP. Count yourself lucky. I will finish you at the competition, but on the arena no one will save you. After Miyamoto Goro finished speaking, he went to the other side of the arena, apparently afraid that he couldn't hold his anger anymore. What an arrogant guy. Tetsuken snorted coldly. Gintoki, why are you reminding that guy? It is better for him to be disqualified. Tetsuken, it's not like you said it out like that. Since you're underestimated, it is natural for you to prove it with action. Is there any style more practical than defeating him on the arena? You are right. Let me show you how I defeat him later, Tetsuken said, and coldly looking at Miyamoto Goro. Miyamoto Goro also noticed Tetsuken's gaze and glared back at him. Murderous aura permeated between the two of them. Kakashi is not surprised after seeing this. Although the samurai is not as exaggerated as shinobi, they also kill a lot of people. After all, this world has never been peaceful. Soon the people in the first 5 groups were divided into winners and losers. The samurai who draw the number 6, please enter the arena. As soon as the voice fell, Miyamoto Goro could not wait anymore and landed on the arena. Brat, come on. Let Miyamoto-sama teach you how to behave. Arrogant words, Tetsuken coldly snorted. He then jumped and landed perfectly on the arena. Start! Brat, I will show you the power of Miyamoto's sword technique. Turbulence. 1 Miyamoto Goro held his sword with both of his hands, and stabbed 7 times toward Tetsuken with the tip of his sword, like waves of water in a turbulent current. Tetsuken's expression was slightly solemn, and the sword in his hand turned into a whirlwind in an instant. The impenetrable sword shadows easily diffuses Miyamoto Goro's strike. Mifune, who was on the high platform in the distance, showed a look of surprise. This is the North Star Sword. Technique that has disappeared for a long time? Chapter 192. Chapter 192. Famous. The North Star Sword Technique, one of the top 10 sword technique, ranking even above than the Miyamoto sword technique. But in recent years the North Star Sword technique has been declining, and there is no expert who can use it anymore. So it was gradually forgotten. However, Mifune had seen the glory of the North Star Sword technique before. Miyamoto Goro could not help but be surprised. Whirlwind Sword Shadow, North Star Sword Technique. You are the successor of the Hokubu clan. A few decades ago the name of the Hokubu clan in the Land of Iron, and in the world of samurai, was definitely very famous. Although the clan had faded away from their former glory and had been forgotten by the average person, but someone from a big clan like Miyamoto still remembers it. I don't expect anyone to remember the name of the North Star Sword technique, Tetsuken said with complicated emotion. The people underneath are already frying. North Star Sword technique, isn't it been a long time since we heard that name? Yes, it's been more than 20 years. I didn't expect that people from the Hokubu clan would be coming to the samurai conference. What is North Star Sword technique? The person who asked this was scorned by those around him, and they obviously expressed disdain for his ignorance. Kakashi didn't respond as Tetsuken had already told himself before. The top 10 sword technique, North Star Sword technique, was once very popular. It just gradually disappeared with the changes of the times. This world is still the time of shinobi. This kind of sword technique is hard to be practiced. Miyamoto Goro's face became very ugly. He, who was born in a big clan, naturally knows how terrifying the North Star Sword technique was. The reputation of the Hokubu clan back then was very loud, and it can be said that they are the strongest force in the Land of Iron. If the strength is powerful, it will inevitably for them to be arrogant. It is said that they provoked Konoha White Fang. In a rage, Konoha White Fang defeated all the samurai of the Hokubu clan with only the use of swordsmanship, and also make the Hokubu clan hide for more than 15 years. For since then the Hokubu clan has disappeared from the Land of Iron and no one knows where they have gone to. Some people even speculate whether this clan was directly uprooted by Konoha White Fang. No one has ever expected that they would see the successor of the North Star sword technique here today. It's just an old sword technique. Although Miyamoto Goro has a disdainful look, there was faint fear in his eyes vis-a-vis. Tetsuken did not care and just said, after this samurai conference the North Star sword technique will regain its glory. After that, Tetsuken's hand that is holding the sword tightened, and then, the sword was covered with formidable chakra. Today, my Hokubu clan will reaffirm its status again. This kind of momentum is astounding, and Miyamoto Goro can't help but look at it. A samurai can have such a powerful chakra. Let's finish this, Star Crusher. One Miyamoto Goro saw Tetsuken put the sword's hilt on his forehead, and the tip of the sword pointed at Miyamoto Goro. For a while the whole place fell into silence. It seems to be like a starry sky full of mystery. Miyamoto Goro was horrified and his body is trembling a little. This is the secret technique of the North Star sword technique, Star Crusher? It really is a terrifying sword technique. Mifune touched his beard, showing his great appreciation for Tetsuken. Upon seeing this, Kakashi said as he sighed lightly, "It seems that it's over." In the arena, Tetsuken moves like a meteor and appeared in front of Miyamoto Goro. In the next second Tetsuken's sword tip is already on top of Miyamoto Goro's throat. As long as Tetsuken is willing, Miyamoto Goro will become a corpse. Miyamoto Goro looked at the tip of the knife in fear, and at that moment he was even going to die. The feeling of being stared at by a beast made him stand upright. The winner is Hokubu Tetsuken. As the referee announced the winner, Tetsuken showed a smile, put his sword in its sheath, and slowly walked off the arena. This battle has made the Hokubu clan regained its reputation. Hokubu clan is coming back. The purpose of Tetsuken's participation in this competition was to make the Hokubu clan famous again. "Kintaki, did you see? I am amazing." Tetsuken triumphantly moves toward Kakashi to show off. Kakashi didn't care and said faintly, "Your opponent is too weak. So it's nothing special." "Hey, you really can't let me show off like that." "Okay, it is indeed that my opponent is not too strong," Tetsuken said indifferently. The people on the side were a little speechless when they heard their conversation. Miyamoto Goro, who was a very strong samurai, was actually called weak by these two. This is too much. But when they recalled Tetsuken's terrifying sword technique just now, none of them dared to express any opinions. Well, these two people do have the strength to say something like that. "Well, it's time for me to fight." Kakashi finished speaking and jumped into the arena. "Don't take too long," Tetsuken teased. "Don't worry, I may be longer than you in other things, but in this thing I'm definitely shorter than you." 12. "What did you say?" Kakashi's mouth curled up, but he didn't explain anything. "Start." Kakashi's opponent is a big man, and the big sword in his hand is not a normal size. It is similar to the size of Kubikirabocho. Just looking at this size, Kakashi knows that the person in front of him is a power-type samurai. "Brat, you have such a small body, you can't compete with this master's sword. Don't blame me when you are hacked to death by this master." The big man smirks as he was obviously full of confidence in himself. Kakashi pulled out the Millennium Sword, looked at the big man and then said, "Sorry, I don't have much time to waste with you. Let's end it quickly, I need to rush to the next fight." Hearing Kakashi's words, the big man was furious. "Brat! How dare you to talk like that, courting death?" 13. The big man waved the big sword in his hand and slashed down towards Kakashi. The momentum was heavy and even gusts of wind sounded in mid-air. "It looks like this guy has powerful brute force," Tetsuken murmured. This kind of momentum and brute force is fatal to the average samurai. If a person without enough strength can't dodge this attack and being hit by it directly, the result will be devastating. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and the Millennium Sword on his hand turned blue. Under the cover of chakra, the Millennium Sword became sharper. Sword slash. There is no fancy move, just the collision of between the normal sword and the big sword. Clang! Sparks are flying. The Millennium Sword and the big sword collided with each other, and the big sword was directly cut off from the middle by the Millennium Sword. Clang! The broken blade fell directly on the ground, and Kakashi's Millennium Sword had reached the big man's chest. The big man's eyes were filled with surprised expression. The winner is Sakata Gintoki. 2. Gintoki, you are really fast and cruel. That / really frightened that person. Tetsuken said as he patted Kakashi's shoulder. Are you scared too? Kakashi said with a smile. How is that possible? I just can't wait to fight with you. Tetsuken said eagerly, obviously his fighting spirit has been ignited. You need to win your next fight then. I should say the same to you. Kakashi didn't answer but looked up on the arena again. Killer Bee has jumped to the ring and looked at his opponent. But soon Killer Bee shook his head, obviously not satisfied. With one strike, 7 short swords flew out instantly and landed at his opponent's feet. The speed is so fast that his opponent can't even react. Looking at the short swords that almost hit him, the other party swallowed his saliva and he was full of cold sweat. I admit defeat. The winner is Killer Bee. Gintoki. That Killer Bee is very strong, with 7 sword style. That guy is really strong. Tetsuken's face is very solemn as he said that. It was the first time for Kakashi to saw that Tetsuken showed such an expression after knowing him. But it's no wonder. After all, Killer Bee's swordsmanship is really amazing. Perhaps Shinobi doesn't feel much about it. After all, they have other means to defend against such swordsmanship. But for the samurai, their battle is such a head-to-head confrontation with swords. Therefore they can only resist Killer Bee's 7 sword style head-on. Power, speed, skill, obviously Killer Bee has all 3 of them. Yeah, he's very strong, we need to be careful when fighting him. Kakashi nodded in agreement. The final fight of the semi-final soon ended. Next, the remaining 13 samurai will enter the Iron Arena and fight in the finals. As before, the draw will determine their opponent. The draw was carried out again, in the same way as before. When Kakashi got the ball, he couldn't help but surprised. Number 1? The first one? Kakashi muttered to himself, then looked at the others. Who is my opponent? Soon, Kakashi found his target. The same ball with number 1 written on it was held by a dark right hand. It's him! He has pale yellow hair, a pair of small black sunglasses, and 7 short swords on his back. One, it is Killer Bee. As Kakashi looks at Killer Bee also saw him and saw the ball in Kakashi's hand. Seeing the same number on the ball, a smile appeared on Killer Bee's face. Bakayaro, Konoyaro, it's finally your turn. 1 for the contestant who got number 1, please enter the Iron Arena. Without saying a word, Killer Bee entered the Iron Arena. Compared with the previous arena, the Iron Arena is much bigger and stronger. Hey Gintoki, are you the first one? Tetsuken asked worriedly. Yeah, it seems that I am going to fight that guy first. Well, I need to go, let's talk later. Kakashi finished speaking and entered the arena while Tetsuken's expression looked very serious. Gintoki. Be careful. As long as Tetsuken recognizes a person, no matter how short the time is, he will express his kindness to him. Kakashi is the only person that Tetsuken has recognized after coming to the Land of Iron. Bakayaro, Konoyaro, I finally got a decent opponent. Come on, surrender under this master powerful swordsmanship. Killer Bee takes all of 7 swords out and starting to use his strange stance again. With Millennium Sword in hand, Kakashi didn't have the ease he had before. The opponent in front of him right now is not comparable to his previous opponents. Mifune-sama, I didn't expect them to meet up so soon. In the distance, Osuke said to Mifune. Mifune's expression was solemn, but he didn't say anything. Mifune-sama, who do you think will win? I don't know. These 2 people don't seem to be mere samurai. Killer Bee is the Hachibi's Jinchuriki, although his swordsmanship is good, but it is not his main attack. As for Gintoki, I always feel that I have seen him before, but I can't remember it. But looking at his situation, I estimated that he is a shinobi. He's also a shinobi? Osuke was surprised. Mifune nodded and said, yeah, Gintoki's footsteps are much lighter than ordinary people. Obviously this is a characteristic of the expert among shinobi. And it is also a characteristic of an Anbu. After all, Anbu are working on missions such as assassinations, so they always lowered the sound of their footsteps unconsciously. And this is something a samurai would never do. As expected of Mifune-sama. Your perception is really keen. I didn't find it at first. I only discovered it after finding out about Killer Bee's identity, but if these two people are all shinobi, they won't be able to become our Land of Iron's people? Haha, yeah, but it doesn't matter. After all, I have found the suitable candidate. Okubu Tetsuken? Yeah, that young man is a good seed. He also has all the qualities of a samurai. That's great. Osuki said joyfully. Yeah. Come, a short sword with a red handle shot out across the sky. Millennium Dance! Kakashi points his sword tip at the short sword, and the short sword was blocked easily. Ding! The short sword was inserted on the ground, but it was just beginning. Kakashi felt that a gust of wind had blown in front of him, and the sword had struck again. So fast! 2 swords on the left, 2 swords on the right, 1 sword on the top, and 1 sword at the bottom. The remaining 6 swords moved from 6 directions almost simultaneously. When Kakashi saw this, not only did he not feel nervous at all, but he also smiled. Interesting. Millennium's sword turns into Afterimage, and in an instant there are 6 collisions almost at the same time. Ding 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 ding. At this moment Kakashi and Killer Bee looked at each other. Bakayaro! Konoyaro! It looks like you're good. You are not bad either. The two are separated in just a very small distance. Then there are countless swords moving again. The scene looks dazzling. It was just a brief contact, but everyone in the audience couldn't help but stare at each other. Too fast. They just saw some sword shadows, and they couldn't even see the trajectory of the attack. Tetsuken was dumbfounded, and then smiled bitterly. It's really terrifying. If it was me, can I resist it? Tetsuken simulated the battle scene in his mind, but showed a disappointed expression. Not enough, my level is still not good enough. I didn't expect Gintaki to be so strong. No wonder he didn't want to fight with me. It seems that he thought I'm not qualified to be his opponent. Thinking of this, Tetsuken was a little discouraged. In the arena, Killer Bee and Kakashi stood opposite each other, and the atmosphere is somewhat tensed. Who are you? 13, is it important? Kakashi chuckled. Bakayaro, Konoyaro, you are right, I will defeat you first. The strange stance appeared again, and the 7 swords appeared on Killer Bee's body again. Kakashi can't see any expression on Killer Bee's eyes because he is wearing sunglasses, but he knows that Killer Bee is serious now. After putting away his playful thoughts, Killer Bee's manner of holding the swords became completely different. His previous opponents were too weak, and that's why Killer Bee was never serious. At this time, he met Kakashi, and Killer Bee finally felt his fighting spirit burns hotly. This is Killer Bee's purpose, to participate in the samurai conference. Kakashi tightened his grip at the handle of the sword on his hand as he felt that he also needs to get serious. After being in this world for so long, it was the first time that Kakashi found a similar opponent in swordsmanship. When he first came to this world, his swordsmanship was far from this level. At that time, he fought a few rounds against Mifune. Rather than saying it was a duel, it was better to say that Mifune was teaching him. Later in Konoha, there was no opponent at all. Since White Fang, there is no swordmaster in Konoha. Shisui can be called one, but Shisui is younger than Kakashi, and his level has not reached the point that can make Kakashi as excited to fight him. After Kakashi's swordsmanship becomes so much better, he never met someone who can make himself feel pressured in swordsmanship. But right now, in front of him is Killer Bee. He is excited to fight against someone with only swordsmanship. It's been too long. Unlike when he had just come to this world after 6 years, Kakashi has mastered so many amazing skills that he had never thought of before. And this kind of terrifying growth rate made Kakashi a little bit astonished, even a little shocked. Kakashi knew that he had a long way to go, and that the plot was still 6 years away. In these 6 years his strength will continue to grow. Kakashi's swordsmanship is now stuck at the bottleneck. After practicing swordsmanship for 6 years, Kakashi never gave up. But Kakashi never broke through the belief of the sword that Mifune said to him before, that is, the meaning of the sword. That feeling is wonderful, and Kakashi can't explain it. He knew that he was now in front of that door, but he couldn't get in no matter what. He has been stuck here for too long. This time he came to the Land of Iron. He plans to find a way to break through this bottleneck. Unfortunately, his previous opponents made Kakashi quite disappointed. Perhaps their strength is comparable to Jonin-level shinobi, but for Kakashi, Jonin-level shinobi is no longer someone that he needs to take on seriously. Too weak. But Kakashi felt the long-lost pressure from Killer Bee. This feeling made Kakashi feel quite excited at this time. The Millennium Sword on his hand trembled slightly, as if he felt the master's heart, and became excited. The sword has spirit, and the Millennium Sword has a part of the White Fang Sword which is quite spiritual. After being with Kakashi for so long, its spirituality is not low. One Kakashi even felt that if the Millennium Sword could be given a little more time, maybe the Millennium Sword can become a weapon like Samahata. Of course, these are all speculations. After all, in the whole Naruto world, except Samahata, there was no weapon that has spirit. Come on! Bakayaro, Konoyaro, I feel that I can write a perfect rhyme when I go back this time. Killer Bee said with a light voice, and he jumps into the air. Kakashi looked up and saw that the dark figure turned into a sword shadow. The 7 swords protected him by making wind blades that is surrounding him. If a watermelon was thrown over, it would be instantly cut into countless pieces. His speed is so fast that it has raised a whole notch from before. Ding! 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 In a short moment, the Millennium Sword speed was almost as fast as the 7 swords, a terrifying confrontation. Kakashi's right eye kept scanning, trying to find the gap between the short swords. Killer Bee's 7 short swords are not only fast, but they have a very strange movement. The people underneath are no longer talking, just staring blankly at the confrontation on the arena. For the samurai, they can learn a lot from watching such a terrifying confrontation. Every expert has a trick, and each style is a great inspiration for them. It's a pity that some people can't even see the trajectory of these 2 movements, so they can't get any inspiration. These 2 people are really terrifying. Even if they are not shinobi, with such swordsmanship, they are already at the top of powerhouse in the Land of Iron. I am afraid that only Mifune-sama can match them, Osuka said with complicated emotion. Mifune didn't speak, but looked at the 2 men more solemnly. After a long time, Mifune sighed. Not only did the 5 Great Shinobi Village has a lot of talented people, it also never had a shortage of powerful shinobi that are proficient in swordsmanship. Mifune suddenly felt that the pressure on his body had increased a lot. Although Mifune have no ambitions, he still wants the Land of Iron to have the strength to protect itself. But looking at the existing power of the Land of Iron right now, and then at the 2 people at the arena, Mifune felt a little helpless. Is the gap really big? A sword flew out, but Kakashi dodged it. The short sword then stabbed into the ground instantly. Shua shua! Another 2 short swords fly out. The Millennium Sword stops for a moment, and then it immediately turned into 2 afterimages. Ding ding! With 2 crisp sounds, the short swords were blocked again. A huge shadow shrouded Kakashi's head, and when he looked over his head, huge soles of feet fell from the sky. So fast! Boom! With a loud noise, Kakashi's location was directly transformed into a small pit. Kakashi took a step back to dodge the attack. It almost got me. Killer Bee's tall body is now close to Kakashi. He carried 6 short swords at this time. Karabi showed a faint smile and whispered, "Fly like a butterfly." 1. What? Kakashi was shocked. Sting like a bee. Shunpo. Kakashi's figure disappeared in an instant. In the distance, Mifune's pupils shrank. Shunpo, how can he use Shunpo? Silver white hair? Is he Kakashi? No wonder I feel that he was familiar. In an instant, the doubts were instantly solved in Mifune's mind. Shunpo, developed by Sakumo, was passed to Mifune, and then Mifune taught it to Kakashi. Therefore, in this world apart from Kakashi and Mifune, there is no one else who can use this technique. Unless that person was taught by Sakumo, but this possibility is too low. Hatei Clan Sword Technique. Broken Moon. Kakashi's figure reappeared again, right behind Killer Bee. There is no light of the blue lighting on Millennium Sword like usual, but there is a sense of greatness. Killer Bee's face color changed. This sword technique is too dangerous. Bee, use the Bijuu's chakra cloak or you will be seriously injured. Killer Bee didn't hesitate. He knows that Hachibi's words are never wrong. The bright red Bijuu's chakra cloak is instantly covered Killer Bee's body, and 8 blood-red tails start to form. The sword hit the Bijuu's chakra cloak at this moment. Slash, the Bijuu's chakra cloak was actually cut open. One Killer Bee was a little shocked. After all, this is the first time his Bijuu's chakra cloak was cut open. In the moment Bijuu's chakra cloak blocked the attack, Killer Bee quickly flashed away and left his previous location. In the arena, the silver white-haired young man stands opposite a blood-red 8-tailed monster. The audience below the arena was shocked and unable to speak. What is that? Blood-red chakra? What is that monster? Why is it here? Fear filled the crowd, and Tetsuken rushed into the arena without saying a word, and stood next to Kakashi. "Gintaki, are you okay?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "I'm okay." "What's wrong with that guy?" "It's okay. He just used the Bijuu's chakra cloak." "Bijuu's chakra cloak? What is that?" Tetsuken asked suspiciously. Kakashi hasn't spoken yet when Killer Bee has already removed the Bijuu's chakra cloak. There was a shallow wound on his shoulder, which was healed in an instant. At this moment Killer Bee's face became very. It was because of what Hachibi told him. 1B, the guy in front of you who is called Gintoki, his left eye has a seal, and, if I'm not wrong, that slash just now should be the White Fang's sword technique. There is only one person in this world that would be able to use that technique at this time. Are you Hate Kakashi, the son of White Fang, the bastard who injured my brother last time? Tetsuken was shocked and the look at Kakashi in disbelief. Gintoki? Are you the son of Hatake Sakumo? Yeah, I am sorry, I didn't deliberately lie to you before, Kakashi said apologetically. Damn, so you're White Fang's son? Damn, Tetsuken yelled, and the sword in his hand was instantly pulled out and slashed towards Kakashi. Kakashi was shocked and quickly blocked the sword. Tetsuken, what are you doing? Tetsuken's eyes are red. He stares at Kakashi and then said, "In the past, Hatake Sakumo defeated my father, and he died in depression. This hatred, I will get it back for him." Kakashi smiled bitterly when he heard his words. How could I found someone with hatred for father here? But it's not a strange thing for Kakashi to find someone like Tetsuken. After all, White Fang has taken a lot of lives, so a lot of people wants to get revenge at him. Sorry, this is a matter of the previous generation. If you want revenge, I'll be waiting at any time, but not now. You should go down first, Kakashi said, hitting Tetsuken's chest and get him out of the arena. Kakashi, my brother's account, I'm afraid I want to settle it right now. Killer Bee is more fierce than the light, apparently angry about the fact that Kakashi wounded Yondaime Raikage 2 years ago. B, calm down. This person has defeated Yondaime Raikage, so his strength cannot be underestimated. Don't worry, I know about it. Seeing Killer Bee said so, Hachibi didn't say much. The two of them have been together for so many years and know each other very well. Although he doesn't know what Killer Bee is going to do, since Killer Bee wants to do it, Hachibi will definitely accompany him. This is a tacit agreement between the two of them. With swords drawn, the atmosphere starts to get tense. At this moment a figure suddenly appeared between Kakashi and Killer Bee. There was a white bandage on his head, and his long beard drooped from his chin. It is Mifune. Mifune looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to have grown to this point. Kakashi bowed slightly. After all, Kakashi still respects Swordmaster who had taught him before. Mifune-san, thank you for your care at that time. Haha, it's nothing. If Sakumo know that you have grown this strong, he will be very pleased. After Mifune finished speaking, he looked at Killer Bee and said with a frown, Killer Bee-san, this is the samurai conference? You used the Hachibi strength just now. You have broken the rule of the samurai. I am sorry, but you are disqualified. Please leave. Mifune's words were neither humble nor overbearing. He didn't hesitate even with Killer Bee's identity. Bakayaro, Konoyaro, I'm going to fight this guy. It doesn't matter if I'm disqualified. Killer Bee's target at this time has become Kakashi, so naturally he doesn't care about the so-called samurai conference. And in Killer Bee's opinion, no one in this samurai conference is qualified to be his opponent. Killer Bee-san, this is the Land of Iron. Please respect the rules here. Killer Bee was quite upset, but he didn't attack. After all, the Land of Iron always exists as a neutral country, and Killer B is very clear about how strong it is. If he insists on going his own way, the Land of Iron will become the enemy of Kumogakure, which Killer B doesn't want to see. The situation was a little awkward at this moment. Kakashi sighed. With his pride, he wouldn't let Mifune and the Land of Iron block Killer B. It's just Killer B, so Kakashi is still confident to defeat him. Mifune-san, this thing happens because of me, so I will solve it. Kakashi walked towards Killer B and said, "Come with me, it is not suitable for us to fight here." After that, Kakashi instantly left the place. "Bakayaro, Konoyaro," Killer B screamed and followed after Kakashi. Mifune did not stop them, and just watching those two left. Just now, Mifune has seen Kakashi's skill. Although Killer B is strong, Kakashi is not weak. If those two really fight, it will be hard to tell who will be the winner. In addition, the two of them are important people in their respective villages. Therefore, Mifune believes they will have a sense of understanding to not start a big fight. "Mifune-sama, do you want to send someone to watch them?" At this time, Osuka also came over and stand next to Mifune. Mifune shook his head and said, "No, they are shinobi. So we should let them solve it themselves." Osuke nodded and asked, "Will this competition continue?" Below the iron arena, the samurai look at each other in dismay, and apparently hadn't reacted to what had just happened. That silver white-haired young man is actually Hatake Kakashi, who is famous in the shinobi world. His strength is terrifyingly strong. Gintoki. Tetsukan's face was bleak. No one knows what he was thinking. "Everyone, it was just a small accident." Those two abstained. "Then, the competition will continue." Mifune gave an order and left the iron arena. The host once again took up his post and presided over the competition. It's just that compared with the fierce fight that just happened, the rest of the battle is like playing house, making people uninterested in them. The Iron Canyon. The huge water current flowed down from a high place, sounding like a bell. A lot of water vapor scattered everywhere. Two figures came into the canyon one after the other. "Killer B, let's fight here," Kakashi said, standing on a large rock as he turned to look at Killer B. Kurabi looked around and nodded after making sure that there were no traps. "1. Killer B, it's a time of peace. There should be no conflicts between us before, and there should be no contradiction between us this time," Kakashi said softly. If he can choose, Kakashi will choose to not fight Killer B. Leaving aside the question of whether or not he can win, there is no benefit for Kakashi to fight Killer B. 5. Killing Killer B is definitely out of question. With Yondaime Raikage's violent temper, if Kakashi really kills Killer B, there will be war between Konoha and Kumogakure. And Kakashi still has a good impression of Killer B. Furthermore, Killer B's strength should not be underestimated. Although it is not Killer B from 10 years later, his strength will definitely not much different than now. So, no matter how he looks at it, this fight is useless, and Kakashi has always refused this kind of thing. With that leisure time, it is better for him to do something else. "Bakayaro, Konoyaro, you injured my brother before, so I must get you back for that. Anyway, today you can only choose to fight." 3. Kurabi looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes. There are high fighting spirits, but not a trace of murderous aura. Others may not know, but Killer B does. Kakashi had a chance to kill Yondaime Raikage back then, but he was merciful. On the battlefield, each people have its own position. It is their duty to kill, but if they show mercy, it can be said that they are too merciful. Regardless of the reason, Killer B recognized this favor. Therefore, it is not like Killer B hates Kakashi. After all, there is no big problem with Yondaime Raikage. The reason why Killer B has to fight Kakashi this time is because his hands are itchy. He wants to see how powerful Kakashi is. After all, Yondaime Raikage has a very high status in Kurabi's mind. He also knows how powerful Yondaime Raikage is, but he did not expect that 2 years ago. He was defeated by a teenager who was less than 18 years old. Although he didn't know the specific battle process, Killer B was also full of curiosity about the man who had defeated his brother. Since he met Kakashi this time, he couldn't just miss this chance. Kakashi was a little helpless when he saw this. Killer B did not seem to have any plans to fight to the death with him, but his stance that is not letting go still left him speechless. In this case, we can only fight. Chirp! The sound of the Chidori sounded, and the Millennium Sword covered with blue lighting. The blue arc of lighting kept moving around, which looked quite frightening. The blue lighting made Killer Bee feel the terrifying brightness even when wearing sunglasses. Is that your lightning release? It's amazing to be able to contain such a high-density lightning release in the palm of your hand while being able to transmit it to your sword. Even at Kumogakure there are not a lot of people who are able to do that. Thank you for the compliment. Shumpo. Killer Bee suddenly saw Kakashi's figure disappears again at this moment. It's the movement that he did before, it's really fast. B, behind you. When Killer Bee hears this, the red Bijou's chakra cloak appears again and covers his whole body, and then his right foot slams the ground. The ground underneath starts to crack all over the place. Kakashi's figure also reappeared at this moment. Without a word, Killer Bee threw out the short sword in his hand. The powerful lighting attribute chakra wrapped the short sword tightly, and the short sword swiftly advanced in mid-air. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and the seal on his left eye was instantly lifted. Supersonic lightning release sword. Sharingan rotated very fast and Kakashi is able to see the flow of chakra from the short sword. He then slashes the short sword with his Millennium Sword. Amazing ability, using lightning release to trigger high-frequency vibration waves so that it has a penetrating power beyond the wind release. It is a unique approach. Kakashi praised. You can see through it in an instant? Is that Scarlet Eye the Sharingan you accidentally got? What an amazing observation power. No, the average Uchiha clan's member is not as skilled as you are at using Sharingan. For Sharingan to be stronger in the hand of outsider, it sounds really ironic. Killer Bee has participated in the Third Shinobi World War, so he naturally had fight against Sharingan user before. But the Sharingan user he had fight at that time, no one can use Sharingan to this extent. In just a moment after confrontation, Kakashi saw the supersonic lightning release sword that Killer Bee was proud of. Kakashi did not answer, but instead said, the Bijou's chakra cloak really increases all of your strength to the next level, it also increase your chakra level. Bakayaro, Konoyaro. Hachi-san's ability is more than that. Kurabi rapped with both of his hands looking very proud. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee is really close with Hachibi. In his opinion, Hachibi's ability is his ability. If you still have any tricks, just use it, but even then there is no way for you to beat me. Kakashi said softly, watching Killer Bee as his eyes full of expectations. B, he is very strong, it is impossible for you to defeat him in this form, use full power. Hachibi's tone is quite serious, and he obviously feels Kakashi is dangerous. Since Hachi-san has said that, then I can only be more serious. It just so happens that this place is big enough for us to use our full strength. Killer Bee said, and then 8 octopus tentacles suddenly appeared on his body. The next moment Kurabi's body swelled exponentially, and immediately, a huge creature that is tens of meters high appeared in Kakashi's field of vision. With a huge bull head and an octopus body, it is a strange creature that has never been seen before. Hachibi Juki. 2 among the 9 Bijou, it is a powerful existence that is only exceeded by Kyuubi. It's really amazing, this kind of terrifying chakra reserve is really enviable. The amount of chakra that Bijou has is a lot more than human can get. Even if it is possible to defeat a Bijou, it is not because those shinobi has more chakras than the Bijou. It was because of various strange ninjutsu and tactics that the Bijou could not resist. When it comes to resourcefulness, Bijou can't be compared with humans. Attack Kakashi with me in this form, you are sure to lose. A loud voice came from the huge bullhead, obviously feeling that the winner was already decided. Hearing this, Kakashi said with a light smile, that's not necessarily so. 2. The Millennium Sword was sealed again. Kakashi put his left thumb on his mouth and bit it, making it bleeds instantly. He then starts forming hand seals, summoning technique. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge creature with a size similar to that of Hachibi appeared. The smoke cleared, revealing 3 huge dog heads. 3 it is. Naniro. Title, Naniro appears. Chapter 197, Chapter 197. Bijudama. Hey Kakashi, this is the first time I summon me, is this my opponent? It looks like the opponent this time is dangerous. One Nanero saw Hachibi that is not far away from them and couldn't help but smile wryly. After all, Nanero also knows about Biju's strength. Hey, it's just Hachibi. We can easily defeat him. Nanero rolled his eyes as he said to Kakashi, well, you sure are arrogant. But you sure are right, we can easily defeat him. Although Nanero said so, his whole body is tense. Summoned beast? I have never seen that kind of summoned beast before. Hachi-san, do you know about that summoned beast? The Hellhound race. I didn't expect that they still exist, I thought they were already dead. Hachibi's tone was a bit solemn, and he was obviously familiar with this race. Hellhound race? What is that? Sage of Six Paths once wanted to manage the dead souls in this world, but he failed in the end. However, in the process, Sage of Six Paths discovered two things. One is Rashomon. According to legend, Rashomon is the gate that can lead to the underworld, and the other is the Hellhound's race that was guarding Rashomon. One, the gate to the underworld? Hellhound's race was guarding that gate? Kurabi was slightly astonished and was obviously shocked by such important information. No matter what kind of world you are in, life and death are not trivial matters. One, if there really is an underworld in this world, what kind of existence does live at underworld? If people can break the gap between life and death, doesn't it mean that people will never die? This incident seemed to have inspired Sage of Six Paths back then. But, no one knows where Sage of Six Paths is right now. Even whether he is still alive or already dead. Bakayaro. Konoyaro, you really opened my eyes with these information. Regardless of this, let's solve the problem in front of us first. Killer Bee's mind was a little dizzy after hearing these information, so he decided to fight Kakashi first. After all, what Sage of Six Paths did is not important for him right now. B. The strength of the Hellhound race is not weak, plus there is also Hatake Kakashi. Even if you are using the full body Biju mode right now, you need to be careful. Don't worry, Hachi-san. Killer Bee communicates with Hachibi with their mind, so Kakashi doesn't hear any of their conversation. But seeing Hachibi's body gradually change, he knows that the opposite side is about to launch an attack. Nanero, be careful, it is our first time to fight together. The opponent is Hachibi, so we need to be careful. You don't need to say that. It has been a long time since I move around, so I'm a little rusty. It's good to move my muscle. Hachibi storm. The 8 tentacles of Hachibi wrapped his body, and with his body as the axis, he began to frantically rotate. A huge storm swept the entire Iron Canyon. The wind is raging towards Kakashi and Nanero. The huge size of Nanero couldn't help but shake slightly. Kakashi used his chakra to stick to the top of Nanero, and his windbreaker was blowing because of the wind. What a terrifying power! I am afraid the whole terrain will be changed by this guy, Kakashi whispered softly. You still got time to talk nonsense, let's go. Nanero complained, and then his limbs jerked and he jumped instantly. The huge dog is now in the sky. Hey Nanero, I didn't expect that you are able to jump so high. Kakashi couldn't help but praise Nanero when he saw this. You don't know much. If it wasn't for me being badly injured last time, did you think you could defeat me so easily? Kakashi snorted and did not refute. The huge tentacles directly destroyed the entire Iron Canyon. The waterfall disappeared without a trace and the canyon became a flat land. B. They are on the sky. Got it. The 8 tentacles were retracted, and the huge storm disappeared immediately. What is he doing? Nanero asked suspiciously. He then saw the 8 tentacles of Hachibi gathered together at the same time. The bull's mouth was wide open, and the black chakras gathered quickly in the middle. Kakashi was surprised and said, It's Bijudama, Nanero, use your most powerful fire release. 6. Hearing this, Nanero just nodded and powerful chakra gathered in his mouth. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Combination ninjutsu, great dragon fire technique. A terrifying flame spurted from the mouth of the Nanero. When Kakashi saw this, his eyes condensed. This power is not enough to fight against Bijudama. Sage mode. Silver White Smagatama instantly released on Kakashi's back, and powerful natural energy poured into Kakashi's body. The red eyeshadow instantly appeared on Kakashi's eyes. Senjutsu. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. The same fire release ninjutsu was ejected from Kakashi's mouth and fused with the previous flame. The two quickly merged together and turned into a white flame. At this moment the already scorching temperature was raised by several degrees. The vegetation in the distance also withered in an instant. The power of this flame has reached a very high level. At this time Hachibi has also completed his energy accumulation. Bijudama! The huge chakra ball flew out of Hachibi's mouth. The terrifying wind blows away all the trees everywhere. The land of iron, the Iron Plaza. At this moment Mifune looked at the distance and were shocked by the terrifying scene. What is that? That was very terrifying. Isn't that from the direction of Killer Bee and Kakashi? Is that thing caused by the two of them? What a terrifying power. Not far from the Iron Canyon, a dark-skinned man looked up. Is it there? What kind of enemy that can actually made Bee use? Bijudama. Damn, I need to get there quickly. After that, the big man's body was covered with lighting and then he disappeared from that place. And the place where he originally stood was scorched. At this time the Iron Canyon is destroyed. It is not excessive to describe it as a ruin. The dark Bijudama crashed into the terrifying white fire release ninjutsu. Boom! The terrifying airwave blew Nanero's huge body tens of meters away. Hachibi was also blown back tens of meters away by the airwave. One Bijudama is clashing with the white fire release ninjutsu as they move upward towards the sky. Boom! With a loud noise the white flame and Bijudama actually cancelled each other and disappeared into nothingness. They actually offset each other. Killer Bee is very surprised. After all, since mastering Bijudama, this is the first time that it has been offset by another ninjutsu. No, compared to the white flame, Bijudama is still stronger. If it wasn't because Hatake Kakashi deliberately hit the bottom of Bijudama, I'm afraid the white flame would be easily offset Bijudama like that. Hachibi have some lingering fears. In that terrifying white fire release ninjutsu, he clearly feels natural energy mixed in there. Hatake Kakashi has actually mastered that technique. Kakashi was also stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect that his fire release that was mixed with senjutsu, and then fused with Nanero fire release would have such terrifying power. That power is comparable to Bijudama. Kakashi squeezed his right fist and chuckled. It's really interesting power. Bakayaro. Konoyaro. Hatake Kakashi, you are really amazing. Thank you for the compliment. But I won't just give up like this, the fight has just begun. Kakashi frowned. This is not good. Hachibi is more troublesome than I though. A protracted war is not good for me. Biju's chakra reserve is abnormally huge, so even if Kakashi's chakra reserve has increased, it still can't be compared to Biju's. Just as the huge body of Hachibi was about to strike again, Kakashi suddenly looked at another direction. There is a powerful chakra approaching. The feeling of this chakra? Yondame Raikage? Kakashi was surprised. He did not expect Yondame Raikage to appear at this time. But Kakashi is not scared. After all, he has already learned Flying Thunder God Jutsu, so he can run easily if he wanted to. Killer Bee also noticed the powerful chakra at this time. It's brother, Killer Bee cried out in surprise. They then saw a big man whose body was covered in blue lightning that is constantly flashing from a distance. It didn't take long for him to appear on top of Hachibi's head. B, what are you doing? Why are you using this form? Haven't I told you that you are not allowed to use this form unless it is an emergency? Killer Bee showed a pleasing look with Hachibi's face and said, brother, this is an accident. Seeing this, in Killer Bee's mind, Hachibi roared in anger. B, don't use my body to make such a humiliating expression. Hachi-san, we need to this. After all, if brother is annoyed, it will be very troublesome for us in the future. Yondame Raikage didn't look at Hachibi that is underneath him but turned to Kakashi that was standing on the head of Nanaro. Yondame Raikage's face was stern, and he feels that the person in front of him felt a little familiar. Then he immediately recalled. It's you, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled and said, long time no see, Raikage-sama. Why are you here? I believe that with the information network of Kumogakure you should know that I am traveling outside, so it is normal for me to be here, isn't it? Hearing this, Yondame Raikage stays silent. Indeed, there are spies from other villages inside Konoha, and with Such a famous person like Hatake Kakashi disappeared from Konoha. Other villages naturally received the news. But they are all judging the authenticity of this news. They didn't know whether is Kakashi really going to travel around the world or there is a conspiracy. Raikage and other villages didn't know about the affairs between Kakashi and Danzo. After all, there aren't many people who know this thing. If Raikage knows this, then Konoha should just disband as soon as possible. B. What's going on? Hearing Raikage's words, Killer B explained what happens honestly. After hearing Killer's B explanation, Yondaime Raikage was stunned. B. You are playing around again. When we go back this time, you are not allowed to leave the Valley of Clouds and Lightning for 1 year. Bakayaro, Konoyaro, brother, you can't do this to me. Shut up, B. Yondaime Raikage yelled. Kakashi was a little embarrassed after seeing this. It seems to be a family matter for others. So he seemed very unsuitable here. Nanero was also very helpless. Do we still need to fight them? You two, it seems that you still need to talk a lot. Can I leave now? Kakashi asked tentatively. Hearing this, Killer B and Yondaime Raikage looked at Kakashi. All three knew that this battle was just a joke, and it didn't make any sense to fight anymore. Kakashi can't keep Killer B and Raikage, and likewise Killer B and Raikage can't keep Kakashi. Hata Kakashi, I didn't expect to see you again at this time. I also didn't expect that I would meet the famous B combo at this time. Back then, me and B fight against Namikaze Minato together. But I didn't expect it is the last time I lost against him. This time, I met his disciple. It was really interesting. That battle? I have also heard from Minato Sensei he admires you very much. Kakashi suddenly recalled his long-lost memory when talking with Minato. Kakashi, Kumogakurizai, and Achibi's Jinchuriki are very strong and they will definitely become the backbone of Kumogakure in the future. You have to help Sensei at that time, okay? He still can remember the smile on Minato's face at that time, but now it has become a bubble of the past. Now that I think of it, it is really embarrassing. However, Minato Sensei, I have not lived up to your expectations. But now, I will definitely block these two people for you. Really? It is a great honor to get Namikaze Minato's praise. Yondaime Raikage sighed when he thought of the familiar figure from that time. So, we continue? Yondaime Raikage said as he looked at Kakashi. Since we have met, we can't just stop like that. One move. After one move this fight will end. Oh? What do you want a DDO? Kakashi wondered. B. Release the Bijou mode. Yondaime Raikage did not answer, but instead tell Killer B to release his Bijou mode. Killer B did not object, and directly released his current state. Kakashi then said, Nanairo, you should go back first. Kakashi. Are you okay by yourself? Don't worry. If I want to leave they can't stop me. Okay Tethan, Nanairo said, and then with a bang he disappeared from that place. Kakashi, who was on the mid-air, then fell down to the ground. Kakashi, at the next move, if you can't take it I will stop it. You can say that I will just pay back the debt back then. Kakashi shrugged and said that it didn't matter. Brother, what do you want to do? Just watch carefully. Yondaime Raikage said as the blue lighting starts covering his body again. Lighting release armor. Kakashi's gaze narrowed slightly. After the last fight with Yondaime Raikage, Kakashi also obtained training method of lighting release armor. It's just that lightning release armor's requirements for the physique are really abnormal and Kakashi can't use it for the time being. Sharingan emerged, staring at Yondaime Raikage's movements. Lightning release, Lariat! Yondaime Raikage loudly shouted, and when Kakashi saw Yondaime Raikage again, he was already in front of Kakashi. The lighting attribute chakra on his right arm dazzled people's eyes brightly. Sure enough, he's still very fast. Sage Art. Frog Strike. When Yondaime Raikage only felt that the chakra around move inexplicably, blocking his right arm directly. What? Yondaime Raikage looked at this scene in disbelief. Invisible attack? Yondaime Raikage turned over and landed beside Killer B. Brother, are you okay? I'm okay. Hata Kakashi, what is that? No comment. Okay, that's it, goodbye. When Kakashi finished speaking, he disappeared directly from that place. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Brother, why didn't you let me use lariat together just now? Killer B asked suspiciously. We can't stop the attack when we use it together. It didn't matter if Hatake Kakashi blocked it or not, it wouldn't be good for us. Yondaime Raikage looked at the place where Kakashi just stood thoughtfully. Kakashi ignored what Yondaime Raikage and Killer B were thinking after they left. He has no interest in those. Although he admires both Killer B and Yondaime Raikage, Kakashi is not interested in getting involved with them at this time. Kakashi did not go anywhere else, but returned to the Land of Iron. At this time, the samurai conference has already come to an end. Kakashi inquired a little and knew that after he left, Tetsuken had won the final with absolute advantage. Kakashi was not surprised by this. After all, Kakashi can feel the strength of the samurai that was participating, and Tetsuken is definitely better than any of them. Without hesitation, Kakashi walked directly to Mifune's house. As the leader of the Land of Iron, Mifune's house is very easy to find. Two samurai in armor stood at the door, and when they saw Kakashi approaching, they reached out their hands to stop him. Halt! This is the residence of Mifune-sama. You can't get in here. Hello, please inform Mifune-san that the son of his old friend has come to visit. The samurai looked up and down at Kakashi and saw the pressure Kakashi excluding. He understand that Kakashi is not so simple and then said, "Wait here, I will go inside to ask first. Sorry for the trouble." Seeing the samurai entering, Kakashi looked around boredly. As the leader of a country, Mifune's house was not luxurious, but it was also slightly crude. Mifune is a real samurai, so he didn't have much enthusiasm for those kinds of luxurious things. In his opinion, as long as he got a place to live, it is enough. Inside Mifune's house, Mifune-sama, the samurai conference this time really got lots of twist. Osuki said with complicated emotion. Thinking about it, it was originally just a simple samurai conference. But he never would have expected that Hatake Kakashi and Hachibi's Jinchuriki, who is very famous in the world, to come here and join in the fun. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. Otherwise, if some trouble happens, the ending would be really not easy to clean up. It's fine. This time our gain is not small. Hokubu Tetsuken has decided to join the Land of Iron's guard. In the future he will be able to grow up and take on the responsibility to protect the Land of Iron. Congratulations, Mifune-sama. At this moment a samurai came in. Mifune-sama, there is a person claiming to be the son of your old friend at the door who wants to visit you. The son of my old friend? Mifune frowned. After all, he only had few old friends. Does he say his name? No, he has a silver white hair. But he doesn't feel like a simple person. Silver white hair? Mifune's eyes lit up as he already guessed who the person is. Let him in, yais. The samurai finished speaking and get out of the room. Mifune-sama, could it be Hatake Kakashi? Osuke asked curiously. Mifune nodded and said, it should be him. At this moment Kakashi had already walked in. Mifune-san. Kakashi, are you okay? There is no problem. The reason I came here is to apologize to Mifune-san. I participated in the samurai conference secretly, but I didn't expect to bring so much trouble to you, Mifune-san. I am sorry, Kakashi said sincerely. It's okay, it's not illegal for you to participate in the samurai conference. Your father also participated in the samurai conference and won the championship. It is a pity that you did not win this time because of your abstention. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mifune-san. As for becoming the champion, Tetsuken is also very strong. So it won't be easy for me to become the champion even if I participate till the end. Peaking of Tetsuken Kakashi, you should know that the relationship between Sakumo and Hokubu clan is not simple. Tetsuken knows that you are Sakumo's, so I am afraid that he will find you and ask you for a duel. Tetsuken is not someone unreasonable, so I'll just go and talk to him. Okay, you young people need to settle your problem with yourself. Tetsuken is at the backyard right now, you can go there to meet him. Thank you, Mifune-san. Kakashi finished speaking and walked to the backyard. Mifune-sama, is this really okay? Tetsuken is a very persistent guy, Osuki said worriedly. It's okay, Kakashi is a knot for Tetsuken, it's better to let Kakashi untie it, after all, it is the grudge from the previous generation. As Kakashi said, Tetsuken is not unreasonable. It's just that he need time to be ready. After all, Hokubu still exists right now, and that means Sakumo was merciful enough. Okay, I hope you were right. Mifune-sama. Haha, don't worry, Kakashi can definitely make Tetsuken understand. At the backyard, pink cherry blossoms were flying everywhere. One Tetsuken was sitting on the ground, and a silver-white sword was placed on his knees. The sword is very new, obviously it is just made. After a while Tetsuken opened his eyes and muttered, "This long sword made by star iron is really extraordinary. With this sword my combat power will be increased by at least 20%. This sword was created by using star iron that Tetsuken got after winning the samurai conference." Tetsuken held the long sword in his hand, and he was slightly happy. But soon, he feels down again. This star iron should have belonged to Gintoki if he didn't abstain from the fight. No, it's not Sakata Gintoki, it's Hatake Kakashi, damn it. Why is he the son of Konoha White Fang? One Tetsuken's heart is now very complicated. He unsheathed the sword and throws it. The sword then stuck on the wooden stake. At this moment, Kakashi came to the backyard. "Hey Tetsuken." Tetsuken was taken aback and subconsciously said, "Gintoki?" Kakashi's eyes turned crescents and then he said, "Yo, it seems that you still remember me." Tetsuken, without saying anything, pulled out the long sword from the wooden stake, moved towards Kakashi and slashed at Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head slightly, Millennium Sword appeared on his hand, and directly blocks Tetsuken's slash. Ding! The two samurai swords crossed, and their faces were no more than 10 centimeters apart. Their eyes are facing each other. "Kakashi, you dare to come back? Why don't I? You!" Kakashi swept Tetsuken directly with Millennium Sword in his hand. "Well Tetsuken, whether I am Gintoki or Kakashi, is it important?" "It's important. Because you are from the Hata clan. The clan Hokubu clan hated the most. You hate my clan? For what?" "For what? The original status of North Star Sword technique was destroyed by Konoha White Fang and fell into this tragic situation now. Do you know how miserable my clan has been over the years? If you really want to settle the debt, you can come at me. I am Hatake Kakashi, I'm ready to settle that debt anytime. You." "Tetsuken, enough." Mifune's voice sounded abruptly and he landed in the middle of the two. "Mifune-san." "Mifune-sama." Regarding Mifune, whether it is Kakashi or Tetsuken, they all respect him. "Tetsuken, what happens? That time was not that simple. Sakumo defeated the representative of the Hokubu clan in the samurai conference, so the Hokubu clan sent people to get revenge. Sakumo's mastery in his swordsmanship is very good, so he defeated the people that were sent by Hokubu clan. Unfortunately, the Hokubu clan still didn't stop, and the clan's members tried to surround Sakumo and kill him. In a rage, Sakumo rushed into the headquarters of the Hokubu clan. In the end, if it weren't for the previous leader of the Land of Iron pleading Sakumo to stop, the Hokubu clan would have already perished. Tetsuken feels that he is being struck by lightning at this moment, and his body was motionless. How could this be? It seems that you really don't know about these things. After all, that is not a glorious thing for the Hokubu clan," Mifune said with complicated emotion. Kakashi glanced at Tetsuken and said, "Tetsuken, if you really want revenge, come to me at any time." Tetsuken said with a bitter smile, "Gintoki, we're friend. So if there is a knot in your heart, I will help you untie it." Looking at the smile on Kakashi's face, Tetsuken felt a little ashamed. Looking at the long sword in his hand, Tetsuken then handed it to Kakashi, and said, "Kakashi, this sword is the prize from winning the samurai conference. It should have been yours, so I will give it to you now. We are still friends, but there must be a battle between you and me. After 6 years, I will find you to get our duel." Looking at the long sword in front of him, Kakashi smiled. "This is yours, so you shouldn't give it to me." "No, I will be ashamed if you don't accept it. After all, if you don't abstain from the competition, I will never be able to become the champion. Since you still treat me as a friend, then you should treat it as giving me respect." Kakashi returned the long sword to Tetsuken, leaving no room for Tetsuken to disagree. Tetsuken reluctantly took it and said, "Well then, after 6 years, I will use this sword to defeat you." One, I'll be waiting. Holding the long sword in his hand, Tetsuken couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Maybe it's not so bad. Kakashi, since it is your sword, you should name it. Looking at the silver-white long sword, Kakashi said with a smile, well, let's call it Lake Toya. Chapter 200. Chapter 200, Otogakure. The Land of Rice Field. A small country in the northern part of the Land of Fire. It is not even as large as the Land of Iron. But in the past 2 years the development of the Land of Rice Field has been much faster than before. It even established its own shinobi village. Otogakure. The leader of this village is very mysterious, and only very few people have seen his true face. However, the Land of Rice Field's daimyo listened to his words, and all kinds of funds were invested wildly. Therefore the development of Otogakure is very fast. At least now all the missions from the Land of Rice Field are no longer available for Konoha. Although Konoha had some doubts about this, they did not investigate it. After all, there are not many benefits that the Land of Rice Field can bring to Konoha, and Konoha's main mission sources are from within the territory of the Land of Fire. On this day, in the territory of the Land of Rice Field, a young man with silver-white hair came. This is the Land of Rice Field. It seems that Orochimaru is quite good at choosing a place. Although this place is not prosperous in the Land of Fire, it has great potential. The potential of a country in the shinobi world is nothing more than population and land environment. After years of war and chaos, the population of this world is not dense, but the population of the Land of Rice Field has reached above the average level. As for the environment, being close to the Land of Fire is naturally not too bad. Legend has it that the environment of the Land of Fire will be superior to other countries. On one hand, it has an innate advantage, and on the other hand, it is caused by Shodaime Hokage's wood release. Kakashi does not know whether the legend is true or false, but if it is true, then Shodaime Hokage is indeed the existence that can be called the god of shinobi. The reason Kakashi came to the Land of Rice Field, of course, not to look at the mountains and rivers, or to feel the sentiments of the people, but because of one person, Orochimaru. Others may not know what happened to the sudden emergence of Otogakure, but Kakashi knew it all. This village is Orochimaru's main base at this time. The reason why he came to Orochimaru is not because Kakashi is bored, but because of Hashirama's cells. Only a few people have Hashirama's cells. One is Danzo, another one is Orochimaru, and there is also Obito. It won't be possible for Kakashi to get Hashirama's cells from either Danzo or Obito. So the only person he can get Hashirama's cells from is Orochimaru. Orochimaru was involved in the research of Hashirama's cells before, and Yamato was his research result. To say that Orochimaru did not own Hashirama's cells, Kakashi absolutely wouldn't believe it. What's more, Danzo's hand that houses 10% of Sharingan at the future was a masterpiece of Orochimaru that he created using Hashirama's cells. Therefore, if there is one person who can transplant a perfect left hand to Shisui at this time, there is only Orochimaru. It's just that even if Orochimaru has this ability, he may not be willing to help Kakashi. After all, Kakashi and Orochimaru are not friends. However, even if they are friends, it is probably still useless. After all, Orochimaru still values interests above all else. After thinking about it for a long time, Kakashi decided to meet Orochimaru first, and then see how the deal would proceed after meeting him. Kakashi didn't dare to say that he fully understood Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru is a scientist, so maybe only special or unique ninjutsu can impress him. Otogakure is hidden, but for Kakashi it is meaningless. After practicing senjutsu, Kakashi's perception ability is definitely one of the top ranked in the shinobi world. As soon as he uses Sage Mode, he detects Orochimaru's gloomy and cold chakra. That direction? Kakashi muttered to himself and then starts moving. In the Otogakure, Orochimaru suddenly felt something strange and looked towards somewhere. Someone is spying here. Who is it? Interesting, I never expected that someone can find me. Orochimaru's golden eyes were flashing with cold glint. He put down the tools at his hand and then walked out of the laboratory. That feeling made Orochimaru feel a little depressed, so he thought that the experiment will not succeed this time. Instead of doing a failed experiment, it is better to come out and see what is going on. Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro, who was waiting at the door, immediately saluted when Orochimaru came out. Kimimaro, a distinguished guest, has just arrived at Otogakure. Please pick him up and bring him here. Kimimaro's eyes flashed, and he was a little puzzled. What kind of person can be called a distinguished guest by Orochimaru-sama? It should be known that even if the daimyo of the land of Ricefield came in person, Orochimaru would completely ignore him. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro didn't think much about it. In his world, everything Orochimaru said should be carried out. Watching Kimimaro leave, Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. It's really a useful child, it's just his body. Orochimaru felt a little regretful. He didn't expect that after finding a good seedling, that seedling would get this strange disease. Kekkei Genkai's disease, which is known as an almost unsolvable disease. Unless there is a large amount of information for reference, it would be impossible to find the cure. Orochimaru shook his head, turned and walked back to the dark and humid laboratory, and sat on a chair. At the gate of Otogakure, the silver white-haired figure appeared quietly. Is it here? It looks good, but it's a bit similar to Konoha. Kakashi sighed. Of course, what Kakashi said is not that this place is similar to Konoha's territory, but similar to Konoha's Anbu and route. Orochimaru, a guy who likes the darkness, will naturally feels that the atmosphere of Anbu and route more suitable for him. Unlike other shinobi villages, there are no civilian here. There are only two kinds of people in Otogakure. One is the collected orphans, and the other is the shinobi. Orochimaru only needs shinobi, and civilians have no meaning to him. Without hiding his figure, Kakashi walked in calmly. The guard at the gate was shocked when he saw Kakashi. Who are you? Why are you here? You are not allowed to come in. Oh, why can't I be here? I just want to go in. What can you do to me? Kakashi said with a smile. Damn it, enemy attack! The guard shouted, and then a dozen shinobi gathered and surrounded Kakashi. Kakashi glanced, feeling a little surprised. Orochimaru really is good. In only a few years he has made such a force. Speaking of getting people's hearts, there are really few people in the Naruto world that can be compared to Orochimaru. He's the best trafficker. However, anyone brainwashed by Orochimaru will have severe Stockholm Syndrome, and they will do everything for him. That is a great talent. He has to say that the personal charm of Orochimaru is unquestionable. Only you guys? It's still not enough, Kakashi said lightly. Damn, everyone! For Orochimaru-sama! Everyone became a little excited when these words came out. It seems that the name is their belief. Just when everyone was about to move, a soft voice sounded, Stop! Chapter 201. Chapter 201 Deal. The person who arrives is dressed in a kimono, with white hair and two scarlet dots between his eyebrows. It is Kaguya Kimimaro. Kimimaro-sama. Kimimaro slowly walked to the front, looking at Kakashi coldly. It's you? Hataka Kakashi? Kakashi said with a smile. I didn't expect you to remember me. You dare to come to Otogakure. Aren't you afraid that Orochimaru-sama will kill you? Kakashi touched his nose and said, Maybe Orochimaru can kill me 6 years ago, but now. It is really hard to say who will be killed. Kimimaro's expression starts getting colder. What an arrogant words. Haha, let's go. It seems that Orochimaru asks you to pick me up. Seeing Kimimaro appearing here, it is naturally not difficult for Kakashi to guess what his purpose is. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru was so keen. Kakashi knows that he was discovered by Orochimaru as soon as he arrived at Otogakure. But it was to be expected. After all, this place is Orochimaru's main base. Humph, come with me. After Kimimaro said that, he turned and led the way, and the others starts to disperse. Kakashi doesn't care too much and starts following Kimimaro. Who is that person? Kimimaro actually came to pick him up in person. Who knows? Fortunately, we didn't attack him just now. Otherwise, we would be dead. Everyone still had lingering fears. It was fortunate that they stopped before it was too late. Orochimaru's laboratory is located underground. It is dark and damp, very suitable for Orochimaru's taste. Led by Kimimaro, Kakashi walked through a long corridor and arrived at the door of the laboratory. Go in, Orochimaru-sama is waiting for you inside. Kakashi did not answer, and directly pushed the door and went inside. Kimimaro was waiting at the door, but did not follow. In places like the laboratory, even Kimimaro didn't dare to go in without Orochimaru's permission. After pushing open the door of the laboratory, Kakashi only saw a dim oil lamp, and the light inside is very dim. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Uchimaru liked to experiment in such a dark place. It was really strange taste. Kakashi, you are here. The hoarse voice is unique and attractive, and people won't forget it as long as they hear it once. A slender figure emerged under the light. Jet black hair, long narrow golden pupils, and the kimono that has remained unchanged after all this time. It is one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Unlike the previous time when he met Orochimaru, Kakashi was no longer comparable to that weak self. In their last fight, it could be said that Kakashi didn't have power to fight back. If Jiraiya didn't come and arrived in time, it would be unknown whether Kakashi could survive. This time, when Kakashi met Orochimaru again, he didn't need to look up at Orochimaru. Right now he is confident and ought to look at Orochimaru as an equal. This is the confidence brought by strength. Orochimaru's interest has become more intense as he has noticed the terrifying aura from Kakashi's body. His long tongue couldn't help but licked his lips, and his eyes were filled with unspeakable emotions. It's great to be young. I never expected that after only just 6 years your strength would reach this level, Kakashi. It looks like you got your talent from Sakumo. There seemed to be a trace of nostalgia in Orochimaru's eyes, but soon it was suppressed by him. I'm very curious, how did you know that I am here? I naturally have my means. Orochimaru's expression changed and then he said with a smile, it seems that you and Sarutobi-sensei are not completely in one mind. At least you are hiding something. It seems that the battle with Danzo has made you see a lot of things. Kakashi nodded slightly and was not surprised that Orochimaru knew that he had a battle with Danzo. After all, even if Orochimaru has left Konoha, he still got some spite in Konoha. Moreover, this guy has a lot of connections with Danzo. However, Kakashi is not afraid that Orochimaru will tell Danzo that he was coming here. The reason is very simple. It is because there is no reason for Orochimaru to do it. After all, the relationship between Orochimaru and Danzo is more of a cooperative relationship. If Danzo can't give Orochimaru enough benefits, Orochimaru will never do research for Danzo. Orochimaru is still very clear about Danzo's virtue. The reason why Orochimaru would leave Konoha, on one hand it is because of his own pursuit for immortality, and on the other hand it is because Danzo has thrown him away. However, Orochimaru doesn't mind. After all, leaving Konoha was something he had planned for a long time. Although the way of leaving was a little different from what he thought, it was not unacceptable. Let's talk. Tell me why you come here to find me. I need the left hand made from the Hashirama's cells. Kakashi directly stated his purpose. Orochimaru's pupils shrank. And the expression on his face was a bit strange. I didn't expect you to be interested in the Hashirama's cells. Left hand? Uchiha Shisui is not dead? Did you save him? Orochimaru is indeed Orochimaru. In just one sentence he immediately understands Kakashi's intention. Kakashi did not deny that. After all, if this deal is established, Orochimaru would need to perform this operation to Shisui. So it is meaningless to hide it from him. Seeing Kakashi didn't speak, Orochimaru already knew the answer. You and Sakumo are really alike. It's amazing that you can do this for your companions. Orochimaru laughed. Oshimaru, you used to be Konoha's shinobi, so you should be able to understand my approach. Haha, yeah, Konoha's shinobi. Orochimaru's mocking expression made Kakashi feel a little awkward. Kakashi was too lazy to bother and asked directly, did you agree? Of course, but I don't know what you can give me. Orochimaru asked with interest. This matter is not difficult for Orochimaru. After all, he did something similar for Danzo before. But it is difficult to say that Orochimaru will make selfless dedication. After all, Orochimaru will always do things for benefit. The curse seal, the complete curse seal, the blood that Kimimaro brought back before must not be enough for you to study it. Kakashi said with a smile. How could Kakashi not know about Jugo's bloods that are remained inside the cave? The reason why Kakashi didn't clean it up was because Kakashi had added other things inside the blood. Orochimaru looked coldly at Kakashi and said, "Sure enough, you do something to it." Although Kimimaro didn't bring Shigeo back, he brought back some blood, so Orochimaru didn't say anything. It was only after researching it that Orochimaru discovered that the blood had no value at all. The cells inside are basically dead, and nothing can be studied at all. Hey, no wonder Kimimaro can get the blood from your hands. It turned out that you left it on purpose. I didn't expect that at that time you would be able to predict what happened right now. Kakashi did not answer. Of course he did not expect it about what would happen right now. At the beginning, I did that because I wanted to obstruct Orochimaru, but I didn't expect it would come in handy now. How? Is it enough? I don't think it's enough to trade the Hashirama's cells with a cursed seal. Orochimaru's greedy eyes stared at Kakashi closely, apparently not satisfied with the deal. Kakashi sighed and said, "You're really greedy, then I'll add another piece of information to you." "Oh? What kind of information?" Orochimaru asked curiously. Since Kakashi said this, it is clear he was obviously confident in this information, and that's why Orochimaru is curious. "A piece of information about the organization you are in now, Akatsuki." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's golden pupils were full of horror. Kakashi walked out of Orochimaru's laboratory and wandered around in the Otogakure. Orochimaru has agreed, but it will take some time. Orochimaru has given the previous finished product to Danzo, so it will take another month to make new Hashirama cells. Kakashi was not in a hurry, so he planned to bring Shisui to Otogakure a month later. Although Orochimaru is a villain, he won't back out of the deal. 2. Because he is prideful. Orochimaru has his own pride, so there is no need for him to play tricks on such things. After Kakashi left the laboratory, Orochimaru stayed in the laboratory alone. The dim light shone on Orochimaru's pale face. Hey, it's really unexpected. Kakashi knows so much about pain. He even knows about Rinnegan's ability clearly. Amazing. What kind of intelligence organization does he have? It is no wonder that Orochimaru is so shocked by this matter. When Orochimaru was invited to enter Akatsuki, part of the reason he joined was because of the mysterious pain. He has Rinnegan that is called the strongest dojutsu in the legend. For people like Orochimaru who study the truth of the world, it is really a very attractive thing. It's a pity that even if he has been in Akatsuki for a few years, he didn't have many opportunities to get in touch with pain. And when he saw pain, Orochimaru felt a sense of oppression. Therefore there is definitely no chance of winning directly for him. In addition, Orochimaru has no idea what powers the legendary eyes have. If he acts rashly, the result won't be good. But now, Kakashi actually brought him some information about pain. So Orochimaru couldn't help but get surprised. Although the information is not complete, it is much more than what Orochimaru knows. Kakashi didn't tell Orochimaru all of Pain's abilities, but only talked about the abilities of the Animal Path, the Naraka Path, and the Asura Path. As for the rest, Kakashi did not tell the Orochimaru about it. In Kakashi's opinion, the information about those 3 Pain's abilities are enough for Orochimaru to see Pain's strength clearly. And because he can see it more clearly, Orochimaru will get curious. At the same time, he will try search for Rinnegan's information, so Kakashi won't tell Orochimaru about the remaining half. After all, it is better for him to hide this. Maybe in the future, it will come in handy. Making the best use of everything is the most important. The 6 Paths of Pain is a really amazing ability. No wonder I feel something was strange when I saw him. It seems that the Akatsuki organization's plot is not small, but now it is still in a dormant stage. I should find a chance to see what is going on. Hey, things are getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru sneered, and there was already a plan in his mind. It seems that Konoha's situation is going to change. Haha Danzo, I want to know what you are going to do when you meet such an opponent? Are you going to do the same as that of Sakumo? But unfortunately, Kakashi is not the same as Sakumo. Kakashi will definitely change Konoha. Orochimaru sighed and became busy again. In Otogakure, Kakashi wandered around, and behind him was Kimimaro, who is following him at this moment. Although Orochimaru did not restrict Kakashi's actions, Kimimaro felt that it was necessary to follow this guy because this guy was too dangerous. If no one was monitoring him, Kimimaro is afraid that Kakashi would cause some trouble. Kakashi didn't care about the little tail behind him. The reason why he wandered around in Otogakure was only because he was a little curious about the village established by Orochimaru. Compared Ochagakure and Otogakure, Kakashi still thinks that Ochagakure is better. Ochagakure is more like a village, but Otogakure, in Kakashi's opinion, is a bigger Ambu base. Kimimaro. Who is this guy? What is he doing here? At this time, a girl in a green dress came from the side, looking at Kakashi's eyes full of alertness. Kimimaro glanced at the girl and said, "This has nothing to do with you, Guren." Guren? Kakashi was slightly surprised and couldn't help but glanced at the girl. Crystal release? In the original work, Guren's strength is not weak as she already under the command of Orochimaru at this moment? Guren was very dissatisfied with Kimimaro's answer and said, "Kimimaro, how can you bring an outsider to walk around inside Otogakure? I will tell Orochimaru-sama about this." Kimimaro's face still looked indifferent. "Up to you." You, Guren, looked at Kimimaro angrily. The time Guren followed Orochimaru was after Kimimaro, and Orochimaru's attention for Kimimaro made Guren very jealous. Therefore Guren refused to admit defeat to Kimimaro. Now looking at Kimimaro's attitude, it makes Guren unhappy. Kakashi shook his head, knowing a little bit about Guren's thoughts. He has to say that Orochimaru's brainwashing skills are too good, as Guren is also full of respect for him. "Hello, my name is Kakashi. I'm here to find Orochimaru for something." Guren was stunned for a moment. Apparently she didn't expect Kakashi to take the initiative to communicate with her. But immediately Guren yelled, "How dare you? You actually dare to call Orochimaru-sama by his name?" Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this girl is really a fan of Orochimaru. When Kimimaro saw this, he said, "Well, Guren, he is a guest of Orochimaru-sama, so you shouldn't mess around. If not, Orochimaru-sama will get angry." Guren looked at Kakashi with some doubts. It seems that she can't figure out why the person in front of her can get Orochimaru's attention. But soon, there was a wave of jealousy in Guren's heart. Guren snorted and then left. "Are you interested in Guren?" "No, just a little curious. It seems that Orochimaru has found a lot of talented children," Kakashi said with a smile. "Orochimaru-sama does not take in useless waste. Haha, that's also true." "Well, you don't have to follow me anymore. I will leave Otogakure." "Okay, I won't send you off." "What an unlovable guy. Looking at your condition, you must have gotten the KK Genkai disease." Kakashi's casual words made Kimimaro's pupils shrank. "How do you know about that?" "Haha, Kaguya clan is also a very interesting clan." "Okay, I look forward to seeing you next time, Kimimaro." Kakashi finished speaking, and his body disappears in an instant. "Damn it, tell me clearly," Kimimaro shouted angrily, but it was a pity that there was only an empty ground in front of him, so no one could answer his questions. After teasing Kimimaro, Kakashi left Otogakure. After bringing Shisui here a month later, this matter can be regarded as a successful conclusion. I don't know what Shisui is doing. It won't be easy to save the Uchiha clan. Kakashi was very curious about Shisui's plan, but Shisui did not tell anything about his plan to Kakashi. It's not that Shisui doesn't trust Kakashi, but that Shisui knows that there is a big risk and doesn't want to involve Kakashi. Shisui knows that Kakashi has nothing to do with this. Shisui has always been a very stubborn person. It is difficult to change the things he decides. Therefore Kakashi did not intend to interfere, and when Shisui needed him, he would appear. At this moment, a crow appeared in front of Kakashi. After tying a letter to the crow's feet, the crow disappeared. This crow is used by Shisui and Kakashi to communicate. Using this crow, Kakashi passed some message to Shisui. Somewhere in the land of fire, a crow suddenly appeared on the shoulder of a handsome boy. "Nim? A letter from Kakashi?" Shisui opened the letter, unlocked the seal, and took a closer look. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shisui then murmured, "Orochimaru? I didn't expect Kakashi to find Orochimaru to get me a new left hand." "Okay, it's better if I can have a new left hand." 3. The crow disappeared again. Shisui got up, looked at a certain direction and moved again. In the territory of the Land of Fire, Merlin City, Kakashi was sitting in a tavern, drinking sake and eating side dishes, feeling comfortable. Ah, this is life. Kakashi sighed with happy expression. After coming to this world for so long, it was only during this time of travel that Kakashi realized the beauty of the Naruto world. Unlike previous fights and killings, Kakashi now knew what the life of ordinary people in this world should be like. In this bloody world, people can also have an ordinary life. Perhaps it is this beautiful ordinary life that made Miko Ba-sen to give up her identity as a shinobi. Kakashi drank the last sip of sake and was about to get up and leave when suddenly he saw a familiar figure. That is, Asuma? He saw two people walked into the door of the tavern, one with short black spiky hair and the other with a bald head. The two of them have solemn expression, and after they walked in, they glanced around, seeming to be looking for something. Chiriku, it seems those people are not here, Asuma whispered. Well, it seems that we are too late and they already left. Damn it, we still didn't catch up. Don't worry, they should still be around here and won't run too far. I hope so. Asuma said with a sigh. We have not eaten for 2 days, so let's eat here first. It's not too late to find them after this. Asuma nodded and agreed. They looked around but found that every table in the tavern was full of people at this time, and there was no empty seat at all. Soon the eyes of both of them gathered on Kakashi's table. Kakashi was seating in this table alone, with 3 empty seats, and it was the only remaining empty seat left in the tavern. Friend, can we sit here? Chiriku said. Asuma did not speak, but looked at Kakashi's eyes with some doubts. Why does this guy look so familiar? Kakashi smiled, and without answering Chiriku's question he looked at Asuma and said, Asuma, long time no see. Asuma was surprised and then said, You are Kakashi. Who else could I be? Sit. Chiriku looked at Asuma and said, Do you know him? Asuma nodded and said, Yeah, you should also have heard his name before. He is Hatake Kakashi. Chiriku was also shocked when he heard this. The name of Hatake Kakashi became famous after his fight against Yondame Raikage 2 years ago. So almost everyone in the shinobi world knew this famous name. Nice to meet you, my name is Chiriku. I'm Asuma's companion. 1T's nice to meet you, please sit down. Asuma and Chiriku did not refuse, and sat down directly. Kakashi, why are you here? Are you on a mission? No, I took a leave from my Anbu's mission and go out to travel. Travel? Asuma was confused. Yeah, travel. Oh yeah, I heard that you left Konoha to become one of Daimyo's 12 guardian shinobi. So why you are here? Hearing this, Asuma stopped thinking about why Kakashi would travel, and then said, It's a long story. Oh, can you tell me? Asuma and Chiriku looked at each other, and then Asuma said, Kakashi, actually this mission can't be told to outsider. But right now, we have reached a critical moment. But there is no clue, so we need your help. What can I do? Asuma took out a waistcloth from his ninja bag. There is a kanji fire embroidered on it. Kakashi, I hope you can help me find the owner of this waistcloth. This is the waistcloth of the 12 guardian shinobi. Are you looking for your own companion? Kakashi was surprised. Asuma nodded and said, Yeah, his name is Kazuma. We don't know what he is doing right now. But his behavior is very weird, so I and Chiriku are trying to look for his trace. 5, that's it. Then it won't be difficult. You two should eat first. We can find his trace after you two finishes. Okay. Asuma and Chiriku quickly finished their food, and the three of them left the tavern together. After finding a secluded place, Kakashi uses summoning technique. Slamming his right hand on the ground, black circle formed immediately and smoke appeared with a bang. When the smoke dissipated, 8 dogs with different sizes appeared in front of Kakashi and the others. 8 shinobi dogs. Hey Kakashi, it's been a long time. What's the matter? Pakun said, as he sits on the top of the head of a relatively large dog. Pakun. Find the owner of this waistcloth. No problem. Pakun took the waistcloth, smelled it with his nose, and then handed it to the other 7 shinobi dogs. Okay? Yeah. Well then. Scatter. With a command from Pakun, the 8 shinobi dogs disappeared instantly. Kakashi then said, Asuma, let's wait here for a while. There should be some news soon. Okay, speaking of which, Kakashi, your summoned beast is really convenient. Asuma said with a smile. Kakashi scratched his nose and said with a smile. It's alright, Asuma, maybe you should find Sandaime-sama and ask him to let you sign the summoning contract of Enma's clan. It should come in handy. Suma's expression becomes stern, and then he said, I don't want that old man's ninjutsu, I can do it by myself. 17. Hearing this, Kakashi shook his head. It seems that Asuma's rebellious period has not ended. Chapter 204. Chapter 204, so-called peace. Well, let's not talk about it. What are you doing here this time? Shouldn't the 12 guardian shinobi guarding the daimyo? So why did you all came to this small place? Kakashi asked his doubts. After all, this is indeed a very unusual place for them. Seeing that Asuma and Chiriku should be looking for their companions, there should be more than 2 of them at this place. What did happen that make the 12 guardian shinobi dispatch so many people? It should be known that the 12 guardian shinobi are all very powerful shinobi, an important force in the hands of the daimyo. These shinobi are not all from Konoha, and more of the power that was obtained by the daimyo in the Land of Fire. The daimyo looks very influential, but in fact he is just an empty shell. Between Hokage and daimyo, although it seems that the daimyo has a higher status, but if Hokage ignores the daimyo can do nothing to it. 7. After all, Hokage controls the army of the Land of Fire. It's like the daimyo is the emperor, and Hokage is the marshal who leads the army. The daimyo can appoint Hokage, but if Hokage doesn't listen to him, he can do nothing about it. The daimyo just occupies the higher status, therefore as the daimyo is also ambitious, he naturally won't really let himself have no power at all. Thus, the 12 guardian shinobi was formed. 12 shinobi with the power of a jonin is definitely a very strong force. What's more, these 12 jonin are not ordinary jonin. Several of them are elite jonin. With such a force, even if it was someone with Hokage level strength, they won't dare to say that they will be able to defeat the 12 guardian shinobi. 5. The reason why the 12 guardian shinobi are formed is for balance. Its existence is good for both the daimyo and Konoha. And this kind of guardian shinobi, who is similar to the status of a bodyguard, generally won't leave the daimyo. After seeing them here, it's no wonder that Kakashi is curious now. Asuma looked a little embarrassed, but after thinking about it for a while he then said, Kakashi, there is a disagreement within the 12 guardian shinobi, and it splits into 2 parts. Split? Why? Kakashi was a little surprised. As a direct force of the daimyo, it is ironic to be split. Asuma is also a little embarrassed, but things had already happened, and there was no need to hide it even if he was embarrassed. Their idea is different. I, Chiriku and the other 4 people think that Hokage is necessary. But Kazuma and the other 5 believe that Hokage has destroyed the balance of the Land of Fire and should disappear. They are now planning to assassinate the Hokage. Assassination the Hokage? Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. How can they be so confident to do that? Even if the current Sandaime Hokage's physical strength is not as good as before, but his combat strength is still very good. If it is the 12 guardian shinobi are all together, it is still possible. But if there are only 6 people, it won't be possible. 2. Yeah, this is not a small matter. Whether it is successful or not, it is a bad thing to happen. And how can I let them go to Konoha to kill that old man? Although Asuma is very dissatisfied with Sandaime, in the end, Sandaime is still Asuma's father, so he naturally didn't like if someone tried to kill Sandaime. 3. Haha, it seems that you still care about Sandaime-sama. Don't think too much about it, I just don't want Konoha to fall into chaos. Once seeing that Asuma has become a tsundere, Kakashi shook his head and said nothing, but the memory in his mind suddenly emerged. Kazuma, 12 guardian shinobi? A trace of light Kakashi's eyes for an instant. It turned out to be like this. So, there seems to be something that can be retrieved too. Kakashi, what are you thinking about? Oh, it's nothing. Just then Pakun and Bull came back. Kakashi, we found Ai. Hearing this, Asuma and Chiriku looked happy. Lead the way, Kakashi said faintly. Okay. Wait a minute, Kakashi, there are 4 of us. So, Chiriku, you should go and call them here. I and Kakashi will go there first. Okay, I'll go and call them now. Bull, you will go with Chiriku now and take them there later. No, woof. Bull left with Chiriku, while Kakashi and Asuma followed Pakun. Asuma's expression is not calm, and it can even be said that his expression is very complicated at this moment. Seeing this, Kakashi said with a smile, "Asuma, it seems that your relationship with Kazuma is very good." "Kakashi, let me tell you, I have really had a great time in the 12 Guardian Shinobi these days. No one there will consider me as Hokage's son. They are very sincere to me. I am very pleased with this. I just didn't expect that the situation would become like this." Asuma was a little sluggish. It was obvious that this incident is not a small blow to him. Kakashi knew even more that after this incident, the 12 Guardian Shinobi of Asuma's generation will end, and Asuma will return to Konoha. "Asuma, companions can only be together with the same ideas, but after your companions have different ideas, it is difficult to continue to coexist. One I know, 12 Guardian Shinobi is Daimyo's force, but it definitely doesn't mean that Hokage need to be eradicated. Although Kazuma's purpose is peace, I can't accept his method. Yeah, it's all for peace. There are too many people like that in this world." One Kakashi looked up at the sky, feeling a little sad. Many people in this world become the villain in this world because of peace. Nagato, Madara, Obito, Itachi. They are also wanted peace, but they do it in ways that ordinary people would not choose. One, and Kazuma is obviously one of them. It's a pity that his strength is very weak compared with the previous few. "Kakashi, what do you think is peace?" "Peace, it is too difficult. There will be interests between people. People gather in a village and become a country. These interests will become even greater. But when these interests has reached a certain limit, war will break out. So, unless people are able to understand each other, war will break out sooner or later. For is there no other way?" Asuma clearly knows that it is unrealistic to want everyone to understand each other. No. Shodaime-sama at the end of the Warring States period wanted to achieve peace through the mutual understanding and balances between force, but unfortunately, this method failed. Originally, the distribution of bijou was for each country's force to be balanced and not dare to start war easily, but now the bijou has become a tool of war. Kakashi has to say that this is a kind of irony. Hearing this, Asuma just stays silent and thinks about it. Kakashi sighs. Peace, it won't be easy to achieve. Human beings are creatures that are never satisfied. Greed is something that every humans have. For Kakashi over there, Pakun whispered, pulling back both Asuma and Kakashi's thoughts. They saw a brown-haired young man sitting cross-legged on a big rock, as if waiting for something. Kakashi and Asuma were hiding behind a large rock and did not show up immediately. "Asuma, is that the person you were looking for?" Asuma nodded and whispered, "Yes, but why he is alone?" "Where did the other 5 go?" Pakun said. "I smell 9 peoples not far from here, but I don't know if it has something to do with you." 9 people? Asuma was taken aback for a moment and then reacted. "Not good, I am afraid that was Sato and the other 3 of my friend. As for those 5, it was Kazuma's accomplices. It looks like Shiriku didn't meet them." "Should we come out to help them?" Kakashi asked. "It's 4 against 5, the situation is very unfavorable to Sato and the others. We have to help them." "Okay." At this moment a burst of thunder appears not far away. What a powerful lightning release. Kakashi was surprised. With that level of lightning release, I am afraid that its power is almost as strong as Kirin. "This is limelight," Asuma exclaimed, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Lightning release, limelight. It is a lightning-style release which requires 4 people to work together. The users need to stand at the east, south, west and north directions, and the center will be burned out by lightning. It can instantly destroy a village. Its terrifying power is definitely not less than that of Kirin. But this lightning release has a lot of drawbacks. First of all, it needs to have 4 jonin who are proficient in lightning release. Secondly, the 4 users must use it together at once, otherwise it won't work. Kakashi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this lightning release was really amazing. Even if he is so far away from, Kakashi still feels its amazing power. "Kakashi, we must go right now." Kakashi nodded. He looked at the place where Kazuma was sitting and found that he was no longer there. "Asuma, that Kazuma you mentioned have disappeared." "What?" Not good, we must rush over right away. Okay. Asuma rushes towards his friend's location, and Kakashi followed behind him. Soon, Asuma and Kakashi stood in front of a canyon. There are still lightings brewing at the canyon. Without saying anything, Kakashi opened his Sharingan directly. What a terrifying lightning release! These four people's lightning release mastery is very good. Kakashi sighed in his heart, and at the same time saw through the secret of limelight. Although this ninjutsu's rank is S rank, it needs 4 peoples. And after being divided between these 4 peoples, it is just an A-rank ninjutsu. It is like a combination ninjutsu. After using the Sharingan with Kakashi's lightning release mastery, there won't be any secret he won't know. Asuma didn't pay attention to Kakashi's actions, and only cared about the following situation. With the light from the lighting, Asuma couldn't see anything at all. Lightning release, limelight. 4 lighting stream came from 4 directions at the same time. Those 4 lightning rose into the sky, and then gathered in the middle. A light curtain of lightning was formed in an instant, and there is formidable power under this lighting curtain. Rumble. Asuma closed his eyes as the light was so bright at this moment. Using his Sharingan, Kakashi clearly saw that the 5 people under the lighting curtain have been bombarded by the lighting, and they are all no longer breathing. What a domineering lightning release. While Kakashi was shocked by the terrifying and destructive power of this lightning release, 4 identical figures suddenly appeared. In the 4 different positions, holding a kunai in their hand. That is Kazuma. The other 3 are his mud clones. The lighting dissipated, and Asuma also finally able to see the situation below. But the next scene made him stare angrily. No! With a roar, Asuma jumped directly into the canyon. But it's too late. Arg, 4 screams, 4 blood splatters. 4 lives, all withered in an instant. Kitan, Sato, too. Nalma, Asuma screamed heartbreakingly, but he could only see 4 cold corpses. Seeing Asuma came over. The Kazuma and his clones were not surprised at all, they just said indifferently. That limelight is really strong, but after using it, their body will paralyzes for a few seconds. Killing them at this time is really too simple. Kazuma, why are you doing this? Did you forget how Sato and the others take care for you before? Asuma shouted, and 2 chakra blades instantly appears in his hands. Haha Asuma, the people who blocks my peace are my enemy, including you. Why? Why do you want to do this? It seems that you still don't understand, Asuma. But it can't be helped, as Hokage's son, how can you understand my idea? Hokage is the cancer of the land of fire. The power of shinobi should be in the hands of the daimyo. Kazuma, you are crazy. Hokage and the daimyo are all important for the land of fire, we can't erase any of them. Hokage may be good enough to rule the village, but it is obviously not enough to govern the huge land of fire. The same is true for the daimyo. His ability can't control the group of unruly shinobi. The 2 complement each other, and no one can do without. After all, shinobi is a very money-burning profession. If there is no support from a country, and they just rely on their own mission to earn money, their development will be too slow. Asuma, you don't understand. Only when the power is concentrated in the hands of the daimyo, can the land of fire develop rapidly, and I am the only person to realize this great vision. At this time, Kakashi also came down to the canyon. Looking at the madness in Kazuma's expression, he then said to Asuma, "Need help?" Asuma shook her head and said, "Kakashi, I have troubled you before, so let me solve this problem by myself now." Kakashi stepped aside when he heard Asuma's words, and expressed his attitude. Since Asuma has the intention to finish it by himself, Kakashi would not try to get involved. According to Kakashi's view, Asuma and Kazuma's strength are at the same level. If Asuma really loses, it will not be too late for Kakashi to make a move. One Kazuma didn't care about Kakashi, all his attention was now focused on Asuma. After being a teammate with Asuma for a few years, Kazuma naturally know how strong Asuma is. If he is not serious, he knows that he will be the one who died today. This is what Kazuma is not willing to do. His plan has just taken its first step, so how could he die in such a place? Asuma! 3 Kazuma! 7. The two roared at the same time, as if they were venting something. 5. The chakra blades in Asuma's hands and the kunai in Kazuma's hand violently clashes at each other and made a crisp sound. The two have been teammates for many years, knowing each other's methods, and their strengths are almost the same. So the battle won't end easily. 1. This is a battle of beliefs. Whoever has stronger beliefs is the winner. Neither of them showed mercy, and their every move was full of murderous intent. Looking at the battle, Kakashi nodded his head again and again. It seems that Asuma has really grown a lot in the past few years since he left Konoha. Sure enough, people need to gain experience to grow. Although Asuma is still dissatisfied with Sandaime, he has been able to appreciate the good intentions of Sandaime. He now supports the existence of Hokage like this, absolutely, not only because Sandaime is his father, but also because Sandaime is Konoha's Hokage. This battle was not for himself, but for Konoha and Hokage. Living in Konoha since childhood, Asuma's feelings for Konoha are naturally very strong. Even if he had left Konoha, Asuma definitely still loved Konoha. While Kakashi was thinking about it, a scream sounded. He saw Asuma's chakra blade that is covered a powerful wind attribute chakra directly scratch Kazuma's face, and for a time, blood surged. Is it over? Chapter 206. Chapter 206. Asuma. At the scorched earth, Kazuma has fallen into the ground with a pool of blood on it, and Asuma's expression is sad. Kakashi patted Asuma on the shoulder and said, "Asuma, are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Killing his companion personally is obviously not a pleasant thing. But Asuma is also a person who has experienced war, so he still has some mentality in this regard. At this time, Bull comes over with Chiriku. Obviously Chiriku can't find any of his companions, so he came here first. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Chiriku looked shocked. "Asuma, what happened?" Asuma explained what happened to Chikuru again, and then the two of them sighed heavily. The 12 Guardian Shinobi, the prestigious guardian in the past, now only has 2 people remaining. Chikuru, when I go back this time I will ask the daimyo to leave the 12 Guardian Shinobi. How about you? Chikuru glanced at Asuma, and clearly understood Asuma's plan. This is a sad place for both of them, and Asuma wants to leave this sad place. Asuma, Sato and the others are all dead. Now that you want to leave, I naturally have no reason to stay any longer. I will ask the daimyo to leave the 12 Guardian Shinobi and return to the Fire Temple. Alright, then we should bring back Sato and the others' bodies. Okay, but what about Kazuma and the others? Looking at the Kazuma and the others' bodies, a trace of grief flashed in Asuma's eyes, and then he said, "They are not qualified to return to the cemetery of 12 Guardian Shinobi. Just bury them here." Okay, seeing that the two had discussed the next action, Kakashi did not speak either. After all of this has nothing to do with Kakashi, so he can't say anything. Soon, Asuma buried the corpses of the 6 rebels, and then took the corpses of Sato and the other 4 to the town and put them in coffins. They planned to bring the coffin back to the City of Fire in the Land of Fire, and tell the daimyo about what happened. At a cold, silent night, although shinobi are covered with blood, it does not mean that they have no feelings. With so many of his companions being dead today, Asuma's heart is now full of pain. Right now, Asuma still hasn't kept his beard, so he looks quite delicate. But under the moonlight, he looks a little more mature than before. People are always like this. Only after experiencing a lot of things can they really grow up. Growth is not based on the age, but based on what has been experienced. Why does Itachi mature prematurely? In addition to having a great mind, one of the reasons for his maturity is because he had seen war when he was still a child. His over-maturity is because he is burdened with things he shouldn't have at his age. Suffering can make people grow, but if they can choose, then more people will definitely choose not to feel this kind of suffering. Asuma has a personal admiration for Sandaime since he was a child, but as he grows older he also has more prejudices. It was because of these prejudices that Asuma left Konoha. Sandaime once told Asuma that the most important thing for Konoha was never Hokage, but the will of fire. Originally Asuma does not understand this sentence, but now he suddenly understood a little. What are you thinking? Hearing this, Asuma turned around. Under the moonlight, a handsome man with silver white hair sat down beside him with a smile on his lips. "It's you, Kakashi. Why haven't you slept yet?" "The night is still early, so I can't sleep. What about you? Still thinking about what happened during the day?" 3. Asuma looked at the dark night sky. "Tonight there is no star except the moon. Kakashi, the world of shinobi is really cruel." "Haha, Asuma, these weren't the words you said before. At the beginning you said that you really liked the life of shinobi. With such a great father, Asuma wanted to be recognized by Sandaime since he was a child, so he always wanted to go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Asuma was not as dazzling as Kakashi, but he was not considered to have humiliated the reputation of the Sarutobi clan. Kakashi still remembers that when Asuma killed his enemy for the first time, he went back to show off to his friends. At that time Asuma did not feel that shinobi's world was cruel. "People will always change," Asuma said gravely. "Yeah, people will always change." Kakashi seemed to feel that a little bit and said with complicated emotion, "Speaking of which, the one with the biggest change is you, Kakashi. At the time when Rin died, our group did not dare to approach you. At that time you were always full of murderous intent, and only Guy, who seems didn't feel it, dare to approach you." One Asuma looked at Kakashi, jokingly said, "Rin?" Kakashi's eye was a little blurred, as if he was caught in the past again. 5. "Sorry, Kakashi, I mentioned your sad thing again." Seeing that something was wrong with Kakashi, Asuma thought Kakashi was thinking of that unfortunate experience again, and quickly apologized. "It's okay, it's all in the past." "Asuma, do you want to go back to Konoha?" "Yeah, it's time to go back. I have left for several years and I have fought against that old man. But now I also figured something out." Asuma said. He felt that his body suddenly became a lot lighter, and the things he had been struggling with seemed to have been solved. "You should go back, Konoha needs people now." "Kakashi, I was too anxious during the day to ask you before, but why did you go out? Aren't you still needed for the Anbu affairs?" "Something happened, so I wanted to go out and travel around the world for a while. I am really tired after all these years." "What happened?" Asuma asked curiously. "It's nothing. Okay, you have to get up early tomorrow, so you should go to bed early. I won't go to the City of Fire with you." Seeing that Kakashi didn't intend to say anything, Asuma didn't ask again. "Okay then, but you should go back to Konoha soon." "Don't worry, I will go back in 1 or 2 years at most. Konoha is my home, so how can I not want to go back?" "That's good. Well, by the way, Kurenai is waiting for you in Konoha. You are not young anymore. It's time for you to take her heart. Shinsuke's child is already 2 years old now." "You should hurry up," Kakashi said with a smile. Asuma turned red and said, "It's still early. I am not ready yet. This is not something that should be carried out after you are ready. You two know about each other's feelings, so don't let the girl wait for you. Sandaime-sama is old now and will not oppose you." "Okay, I won't say any more. See for yourself, I'll go first," Kakashi said, leaving the roof. Asuma starts thinking about something, holding the Konoha's protector in his hand. No one know what he was thinking. Chapter 207, Chapter 207 Wife, Kill. 3 in the night, Kakashi was lying on the bed in the hotel. No one know what he was thinking. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his eyes and muttered, "It looks like they're asleep." Kakashi finished speaking, got up and put on his clothes and disappeared as soon as the window was opened. In the canyon outside Merlin City, the grave that was made by Asuma and Chiriku suddenly moved. Fortunately, there are no other people here at this time, otherwise they would thought that this place is haunted. Suddenly, an arm stretched out of the ground. Immediately, the surrounding soil began to loosen, and it didn't take long for a person to climb out of the grave. Under the moonlight, the man was covered with blood, and there was a cut that runs through his entire face. Taking a closer look, not someone else, it is not someone else, it is Kazuma, who should have been killed by Asuma before. A smile appeared on Kazuma's pale face as he was panting heavily. "Asuma, I am still alive, this is not over yet, I have not lost." His weak body made Kazuma unable to stand up for a while. Although he escaped death, he was still seriously injured. After resting for a while, and Kazuma limped and left the canyon. But what Kazuma didn't find out is that not far his location, there was a pair of eyes looking at him. The owner of these eyes is not someone else, it is Kakashi. Sure enough, he is still alive. Did he use ninjutsu to make it look like he is dead? Kakashi murmured, but did not show up. The purpose of his coming here is not to kill Kazuma. He followed Kazuma from a distance and followed all the way. Kazuma was seriously injured, so he did not go too far. He stopped at a cave not far from the canyon. Kakashi looked at it from a distance, and it didn't take long before Kakashi felt the breath inside the cave have calmed down, and Kazuma should have fallen asleep. It seems that this guy has a serious injury, and he won't be able to run too far for the time being. Kakashi murmured, and found a place to rest in the hidden part of the tree. I'm afraid I will have to follow this guy for a while. Early the next morning, Asuma came to Kakashi's room to say goodbye but only saw a farewell letter. This guy is really free. Asuma chuckled lightly, and didn't care. He then hurried back to the City of Fire with the Sato and the other four's bodies. When they came, 6 people came together, but now there are only 2 people left. It is impossible to say that they are not feeling sentimental. On the other side, Kakashi also woke up. Looking at the cave, he saw Kazuma walked out of the cave. His injuries healed a little bit. It seems that this guy's regeneration is good. Kakashi doesn't care about it. Even if this guy is fully recovered, he's still not Kakashi's opponent. Kazuma looked around for a while, and after making sure that there was no one following him, he set off again. For 3 days Kakashi followed Kazuma, but Kazuma didn't feel Kakashi at all. It is because the gap between Kakashi and Kazuma's strength is too much apart, and after learning Sage Mode, Kakashi has a clearer understanding of his own breath and the things in nature. Therefore this tracking becomes easier. Kazuma didn't notice anything, and was still on his way. Kakashi didn't know where this guy was going, but he feels that he is close to his goal. That night Kazuma came to a hut by the river and knocked on the door gently. Who is it? A gentle female voice rang, and there was deep doubt in her voice. It's me, Kazuma. The woman's voice became very surprised, seemingly shocked. The door opened, and there was a young woman standing behind the door. Seeing the long scars on Kazuma's face, the woman panicked. Kazuma, what's wrong with you, your face? Nothing. Is Sora inside? Yes, Sora is already asleep. Okay, let's go in and talk. Okay, Doc. Kazuma went in and closed the door. Kakashi's figure emerged from the side. Is it here? It seems that the boy with the Kyuubi's chakra should be inside. As Kakashi was thinking about what to do next, a woman's scream suddenly came from the hut. Kazuma? What are you doing? Why are you killing me? The woman's voice was full of incomprehension and sadness, and she obviously couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Sorry, but for the sake of my big plan you can only die. Sora is still useful to me. I can't let you destroy all of this. Kazuma, what do you want to do with Sora? He is our child. It's because he is my child, so he must shoulder this responsibility. Kazuma, you. The woman wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it, and her breath was no more. At this moment, Kazuma's figure rushed out of the hut, and at the same time, he was holding a sleeping child that is about 5 or 6 years old in his arms. In the darkness, Kazuma's figure quickly disappeared. Kakashi, who was standing next to the hut, looked at the back of Kazuma, who was leaving, with killing intent in his eyes. Beast! One Kakashi roared and walked into the house. Sure enough, the young woman was already lying in a pool of blood, her face full of unbelievable sadness. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed. He made hand seals with both of his hands, and used a earth release to bury the woman's corpse in the ground. Kazuma left the hut with Sora and rested in a cave for one night. Early the next morning, Sora opened his eyes in a daze. After seeing that the place in front of him was unfamiliar, he immediately sobered up. Where is this? Sora, are you awake? Hearing this voice, Sora feels that it was very familiar. Father, Sora cried out in surprise. Kazuma smiled and said, How are your sleep? It's good. Father, where is this? Where is Mother? Sora, your mother has left, so Father wants to take you to a place. Where? Fire Temple. Why there? What are you going to do? Sora asked. You will know when you get there. Sora, who is still small, obviously couldn't understand, and then asked, Father, are you going too? And where has Mother gone to? Father can't go. Father has other things to do, so Father can't accompany you to the Fire Temple. As for your mother, you don't have to worry about it. You will never see her again. Hearing this, Sora looked anxious. He stood up and then said, "Father, why did mother go? Why do you want me to go to the fire temple? I will not go. I want to be with father and mother." "Sora, don't be willful. This is the arrangement that father has for you, so you must obey it." "I don't want to. I don't want to. I want my mother." Kazuma's eyes flashed a cold glint, and his hand hit Sora's neck. Sora immediately fainted. Kazuma gently hugged Sora in his arms and said, "Sorry Sora, but for the great cause I can only sacrifice you." What an interesting scene. I can't believe that you sacrifice a lot of things for your so-called great cause. First it's your wife, now your own son. Who is it? Kazuma was startled and looked at the entrance of the cave. He saw a handsome man in a black trench coat walking in. The young man's face was full of murderous intent. Chapter 208. Chapter 208. Kyuubi's chakra. You are that guy who came with Asuma at that time. Who are you? Why are you here? Is Asuma coming? Kazuma was obviously panicked. If he was discovered by Asuma and others, he knows that his plan will not be realized. Don't worry, I'm alone. Asuma and Chiriku have already returned to the City of Fire and they should have arrived now. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but immediately his nerves tightened. Why are you here? Are you following me? It can be said that. When you come out of the grave, I have been following you. Kazuma's pupils shrank. With an incredulous expression on his face, he said hurriedly, "Impossible. If that was the case, how could I not feel your presence?" "Oh? It seems that you are very confident in yourself." Kakashi sneered but didn't explain anything. "What do you want to do? Naturally it won't be a good thing." "At least it's not a good thing for you. Who the hell are you?" "Hata Kakashi." Kakashi's faint words were like a thunder in Kazuma's ears. "What?" Kazuma panicked, and his hands immediately start forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow spears. Suddenly, dozens of earth spears sprang out around Kakashi. Blue lighting covered Kakashi's body, and the sound of thousands of birds immediately rang. Chidori Nagashi! The Chidori covered Kakashi's body tightly, and the earth spears that touched the blue lighting instantly fell into pieces and landed on the ground. Kazuma was shocked. He had never seen that kind of ninjutsu, and it was able to destroy his earth release instantly. It seems that you still haven't understood the situation clearly. Don't say that you lose because your injuries are not completely healed. Even if they are all healed, you are still not my opponent. Kazuma, the coup is not so easy. With just little Kyuubi's chakra, you won't be able to succeed. You shouldn't underestimate Konoha. How do you know about that? Kazuma's face is getting more and more ugly. No one knows about Kyuubi's chakra, except for himself. After hearing Kakashi talk about this, how could Kazuma not be shocked? While shocked, Kazuma's killing intent towards Kakashi can be said to have risen by several levels in an instant. This person must not leave here. Otherwise, all of my efforts will be in vain. Kakashi did not answer Kazuma's question, but instead said, "You pretend to die in front of Asuma, and then you completely hide your identity. This is your first step. Then you killed your wife and brought out his son. On one hand, your wife would never agree to take her own son to do this kind of thing. On the other hand, you are afraid that Asuma will come to visit your wife, making your plan come to light. You then send your son to the fire temple. After a few years with his identity he may be able to enter Konoha smoothly. As long as he appears in Konoha he might be able to meet the Hokage. At that time the Kyuubi's chakra will burst out, and perhaps it will be able to kill the Hokage with a single blow." The cold sweat on the Kazuma's face instantly flowed down, and his gaze at Kakashi was full of fear. His plan was clearly seen by the person in front of him, even if the details were a little bit different, they were not far off. "I have to say that your plan is very good. Unfortunately, your plan is too rough. There will be too many variables. I really don't know where you get the confidence that you can control these variables." Kakashi feels that there are too many variables in the implementation of Kazuma's plan. If it were not because of luck, his plan would never reach the last step. And even if the plan reaches the last step, the possibility of Sora's success is really low. "How did you know?" Kazuma was very surprised. He had planned for so long, but now, his plan was stripped away by Kakashi easily. "That is no longer important. Now that I'm here, your plan will come to an end. Don't even think about I eat. Kazuma roared, and his hands are forming hand seals again. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. Shidori Senbon. Two blue lightings shot out of Kakashi's right hand and directly hit Kazuma's arm. In an instant there were 7 or 8 Chidori Senbon stuck in Kazuma's arm. And the numbing sensation occupied his whole consciousness. Damn it. Kazuma gritted his teeth and growled, his eyes were full of unwillingness. Kakashi slowly walked towards Kazuma and said, softly, take your ambition and the so-called peace with you, and go to hell. Kakashi finished speaking. He slapped Kazuma's head with his hand that was covered with blue lighting. One under the electric shock, Kazuma's face twitched, his eyes rolled, drooling, and his breath started to disappear. Everything that happened in the past emerged in front of Kazuma's eyes as he was dying. Am I really wrong? This is the last thought in Kazuma's heart. Soon, Kakashi lowered his palm, and Kazuma is now already at the brink of the death. With a sorrowful laugh, Kazuma fell to the ground. Hatake ga Kakashi. After I am dead, the land of fire. Will it really be peaceful? This world will not stop turning even if someone disappear. The land of fire will still be the land of fire. There was nothing else. Hearing this, Kazuma showed a smile of relief, and looked at Sora who was not far away and said, I beg you. Let Sora giggle. He is still young. Kakashi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this cold-blooded guy would still care about his son in the end. Don't worry, I will not hurt him. I will send him to the fire temple to fulfill your wishes. Of course I will pull out the Kyuubi's chakra. It is not a good thing for him if this kind of thing to stay in his body. Kazuma nodded and released his last breath. Seeing Kazuma who is now dead, Kakashi shook his head without paying too much attention. Kakashi walked to the side of Sora who was still unconscious. Kakashi didn't hesitate and began to arrange the things for the 4-symbol seal. The reason Kakashi came to look for Kazuma is naturally not because he just wanted to kill him. If he just wanted to kill him, he could do it in the canyon when Kazuma just got out of the grave. The reason why he came here all the way is for Sora. 6 years ago, during the Kyuubi's attack, Kazuma collected some Kyuubi chakra, and finally sealed them in Sora's body with the 5-element seal. Right now, Sora can be called a pseudo-Jinchuriki. The Kyuubi's chakra has a characteristic that as long as it does not disappear completely, it will continue to grow. Of course it won't exceed its original amount. Kazuma had done a lot of work, and the Kyuubi's chakra he collected had about 4 to 5 taels power. This is not the low at all. Kakashi is following Kazuma for these Kyuubi's chakra This time, although Kakashi's chakra is much more than before, he still want more chakra. The Kyuubi's chakra may be an opportunity for him. Kakashi has an idea in mind that requires the Kyuubi's chakra to make it happen. And getting the Kyuubi's chakra from Naruto is not an easy task, therefore Kakashi wants to take it from Sora's body. Everything's ready. Kakashi stretched out his right hand, and 5 blue chakras popped out his fingers, with the words metal, wood, water, fire and earth faintly floating on his fingers. 5 elements unseal. Arg! With a painful cry, Sora's face showed a painful expression. Kakashi's 5 fingers were slammed on Sora's stomach. After a while, blood-red chakra starts to flow out of Sora's body. The Kyuubi's chakra is really powerful. Kakashi sighed with complicated emotion as he watched the powerful chakra flying around, but the chakra was quickly blocked by an invisible barrier. Without hesitation, Kakashi took out a seal scroll and opened it. He forms hand seal with his hand and then whispered, 4 symbols seal. His right hand was slammed onto the scroll, and a powerful suction attracted the Kyuubi's chakra that had escaped everywhere and sucked it into the scroll. The whole process lasted for about a minute, and the powerful chakra was finally completely sealed into the scroll. At this moment the scroll was covered with mysterious symbols, and a word 9 appeared in the middle of the scroll. Kakashi rolled up the scroll and put it in his pocket. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. This matter is finally solved. Sora, who was on the side, was still unconscious, and he would probably not be able to wake up for a while. Although Sora was a pseudo-Jinchuriki, the extraction of these Kyuubi's chakra does not have much impact on him. It can even be said that it is a good thing for him. Not everyone can be Jinchuriki, even a pseudo-Jinchuriki. Sora's body is obviously not suitable. as people can see by looking at his bandaged right hand. After Kakashi took care of Kazuma's body, he took Sora with him and left the fire temple, the largest temple in the land of fire. The monk has some kind of special skill and can be said stronger than normal people. Shiriku, who was the member of 12 guardian shinobi, is from here. In the night the fire temple welcomed a guest. It's just that the guest didn't seem to want to let these people know. After putting down a child, he left. No one knew who he was. The land of fire, the city of fire, the daimyo's castle. A middle-aged man sitting on the gorgeous floor, holding a fan in his hand, and wearing an exaggerated fan-shaped hat on his head, which looked quite funny. Oh? So the remaining 12 guardian shinobi's member are only Asuma and Chiriku? Yes, Daimyo-sama, according to the information from Asuma, that is indeed the case. Well, I understand. You should go down and tell the people below to receive Asuma and Chiriku when they return. Yes, Daimyo-sama. When that person left, Daimyo's face becomes very solemn. The original comical feeling disappeared instantly. At this moment he was like a ruthless emperor. Kazuma is really stupid. Is Hokage so easy to kill? Besides, even if Sendai may fall, Konoha can just have a new Hokage, which has no effect at all. The daimyo shook the fan on his hand, took a sip of the tea on the table, and seemed to have returned to his original appearance. It seems that Daimyo-sama is very calm. The abrupt voice sounded in the empty room, and Daimyo's shaking fan stopped slightly, and his face showed a surprised look. In the next moment dozens of crows suddenly appeared inside the room, and then formed a thin figure. The daimyo did not panic, but carefully looked at the person in front of him. He had a black hair, no left hand, and a pair of eyes that look a little uncoordinated. His appearance about 15 or 16 years old and still very young. The daimyo frowned and said, "Who are you? Perhaps you have heard of my name before, Uchiha Shisui." The daimyo was slightly surprised and looked at Shisui again. "Shunshin no Shisui, it is rumored that you are dead. Why are you here? What is your purpose?" Shisui did not answer immediately, but said with a smile, "May I sit down?" The daimyo looked at the young boy, chuckled and said, "Of course you may sit down." Shisui was not polite and sit down directly. Can you tell me what you came here for now, young man?" Shisui looked at the daimyo in front of him and his thoughts became firmer. This is definitely not a daimyo that doesn't seem to want anything normally, but a daimyo with real ambition and ability. "Can Daimyo-sama tell me about what you think of the Uchiha clan?" "Uchiha clan?" The daimyo pondered for a moment and said, "It is a terrifying clan." "Terrifying?" Shisui was a little confused. "Yes, it is terrifying. In my opinion, the uncontrollability of the Uchiha clan is too high. In the records of the previous daimyo, the so-called geniuses of the Uchiha clan's character are extreme. For a village, or a country, that is not a good thing." Hearing this, Shisui fell into a deep thought. Seeing Shisui is in the deep thought, daimyo then continued, "It seems that the reason you came here today is because there is something you want from me. Daimyo-sama should have known about the Konoha's attitude towards Uchiha's clan, right? Of course, Konoha's biggest unrest factor right now is the Uchiha clan. Is Daimyo-sama also full of malice towards the Uchiha clan?" Shisui looked at the daimyo. If the daimyo thought the same way, he knows that his path will be even harder to walk. No, although the Uchiha clan has a few extremes character, but it is still an important force. If Konoha loses the Uchiha clan now, it will be greatly weakened. This is not what I want to see. What I want to see is balance, not a dominance. Do you understand what I mean? Then can you stop it?" The daimyo shook his head and said, "I have the intention, but I don't have the strength. The daimyo's power is the highest in the land of fire in name only." "I understand you have the intention. Oh, it seems that you already have a plan and it seems that you have come prepared," the daimyo said with a smile. "Of course, I didn't do nothing after escaping from Konoha." "Interesting. How can you be sure that I will help you?" Shisui also smiled after hearing this, and said, "I am not sure." "Then you are very courageous. I am just confident." "Confident?" "Confident that no one in the daimyo's castle can keep me here, especially when the 12 guardian shinobi are not there." Hearing this, the daimyo was dumbfounded. "It seems that you are prepared. Can the daimyo Samakan help me with the Uchiha clan? Shisui looked at the daimyo. Interesting, it's really interesting. The smile on the daimyo's face became even bigger, as if he found something really interesting. Shisui didn't smile this time but looked at the daimyo with solemn eyes. After a while the smile on the daimyo's face gradually faded, looking at the young figure in front of him. Okay, I am looking forward to it. Hearing this, Shisui breathed a sigh of relief, the first step finally completed. No one knew what Shisui and the daimyo had talked about except for themselves. Shisui quickly left the daimyo's castle and no one knows where he had gone to. The daimyo was still in his room, slowly shaking his fan, with an indescribable smile on his face. I never expected that the Uchiha clan would have such an interesting character. The wind blew the cherry blossoms in front of the courtyard, and the pink petals fell one after another. The wind is blowing. A month later. The land of Ricefield, Otogakure. Kakashi was lying on top of a tree outside the village, waiting for someone. Black Crow flew by, and Kakashi opened his eyes and said lazily, "Shisui, you are finally here. Sorry, there are some things on the road that delay me. Or get it, it's almost the time. Let's go in, Orochimaru should be ready in Eno." Okay. Kakashi touches Shisui's shoulder, and disappeared from that place in an instant, and then they appeared at Orochimaru's laboratory in the next moment. Hey, Kakashi-kun, Shisui-kun, welcome to Otogakure. A hoarse voice sounded. Orochimaru was standing in front of the two of them. There was an operating table in front of him, and Kakashi's special flying thunder god jutsu kunai was stuck on it. Orochimaru's gaze glanced at special flying thunder god jutsu kunai and said, "It's a convenient ninjutsu, but unfortunately." Kakashi obviously understand what Orochimaru means. Orochimaru had also seen training method of flying thunder god jutsu from the scroll of seals, but it is a pity that Orochimaru does not have the talent in this ninjutsu. If a person has no sensitivity to space, it is impossible for them to learn the flying thunder god jutsu. The reason why Minato passed the flying thunder god jutsu to the Raidu and the others at the beginning was also because he saw that they have some talent on it. Therefore, even if they were young, Minato taught these three people the flying thunder god jutsu. As for Kakashi, if not because of Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui, he won't be able to learn this space ninjutsu. Orochimaru, is the left hand ready? Kakashi said straightforwardly. Of course, 1 month is enough. Orochimaru said as he took out a cylindrical container with a green solution and a left hand in it. Kakashi unlocked the seal of his Sharingan, and when he glanced at the left hand, he saw that left hand was full of vitality. "It's very good," Kakashi joyfully said. "Haha, this is much better than what Danzo got. It is my thanks for the information that Kakashi-kun gave me before." "It seems that you got more information," Kakashi said as he looks at Orochimaru's pale face. "Haha, as expected of Kakashi-kun. Well, let's put the left hand to Shisui first." "No problem, Shisui-kun, please come here." Hearing this, Shisui nodded, and went to the operating table's side. The light inside the lab was a little dim, but the lights on the operating table are very bright. Shisui lay on it and closed his eyes. With Kakashi here, he didn't need to worry about any accidents. Orochimaru did not play tricks and performed the operation silently. The wound on Shisui's left hand had already healed, so if Orochimaru wanted to transplant the left hand back, he had to open the original wound again. This pain will be even greater than a broken arm. After cutting the wound open, Shisui's face starts to look not good. Blue veins appear on his face, cold sweat starts to flow, but Shisui didn't make any sound. There are anesthetics, but neither Orochimaru nor Shisui mentioned it. After all, that kind of thing is not good for the body if used too much. Soon, blood starts to flow from Shisui's wound. Orochimaru took out the left hand from the container, and carefully sewed it onto the Shisui's wound. When it comes to transplanting skill, Tsunade is the best. Unfortunately, no one knows where Tsunade is right now, not to mention she got hemophobia at this moment, and she may not be able to do the operation. Most importantly, will Tsunade agree to transplant Shisui with Hashirama's cells? Kakashi can only save this kind of question in his heart. Orochimaru's skill is not as good as Tsunade, but it is still good enough. Soon, Shisui's left hand was stitched up. Orochimaru tied Shisui's left hand with a bandage and then said, "Your new left hand has not completely healed, so it will take a while before you can use it. But after it recovers, it will be even better than your previous left hand. Thank you. Haha, it's just a transaction between me and Kakashi. I am looking forward to the effect of mixing Hashirama's cells and the Uchiha clan. I really anticipated it. For Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, these two names represent an era. Orochimaru also has some speculations about this, but he has not further studied it. One information is a very important factor. Obviously, Orochimaru has not found the corresponding information. Look at Shisui's new left hand. Kakashi flashed a hint of joy. In this way, he is finally healed. Kakashi and Shisui did not stay in Otogakure and soon left the village. After all, being in the same place as Orochimaru is not a pleasant thing. That gloomy feeling has always strange. Shisui, how does your new left hand feel? Yes, I can feel it continuously blending with my body, and it should be able to fully connect in a week or so. And I feel the abundant vitality in it. Maybe when I fully integrate this left hand, my chakra reserve will increase by a lot. Kakashi nodded, as he knows that the Uchiha clan plus Hashirama's cells are really a good match. Madara was able to open Rinnegan, and Obito can use Kamui infinitely. These are all because of Hashirama's cells. In fact, Kakashi also want to transplant Hashirama's cells inside his body, but Kakashi has some rejection for this kind of thing. For Shisui, what are you going to do next? The daimyo has agreed, and the next step is for me to prove myself. Do you need help? Shisui shook his head and said, Kakashi, don't worry, even if I lost my Sharingan, I'm still Shisui. These kind of little things still won't be able to trouble me. One hearing this, Kakashi was helpless. He patted Shisui's shoulder and said, Okay then, take care, well see you next tea time. Shisui finished speaking and left. As he watched Shisui leave, Kakashi sighed and scratches his hair. After that, he also left. Konoha, Uchiha, and Daimyo are intertwined and have become a huge whirlpool. However, even if the outcome is bad, can it be worse than the original situation? 1. It is a dead end and can only be balanced with the help of a third party. Even if this third party is only a nominal force, this pool of water has become more and more muddy. Chapter 211. Chapter 211. Meet again. For a year, Kakashi has been traveling outside and has seen a lot of scenery that he had never seen before. The world of shinobi is not as small as imagined. Kakashi also saw a lot of magical creatures and strange events that he had never seen before. These are things that he didn't know before. Kakashi walked into a small town in dusty clothes. This small town is not big, but it is not depressed, and it can even be said to be prosperous. As a hub city, this scene is not difficult to understand. Kakashi walked directly to a hot spring hotel. After a few days living outside, he just wanted to take a bath comfortably. In the steamy hot springs, Kakashi took off his clothes, revealing his body that has no trace of fat. He was 1.8 meters tall and had obvious 8-pack abs in his lower abdomen, but his body was not burly, even feels a little too thin. To it just that even it looks weak, no one knows how. Much of terrifying power is hidden under this body. As soon as Kakashi turned around, the silver-white Magatama symbol on the back waist was revealed. 1. He looks mysterious and powerful. The hot spring chosen by Kakashi is a single room, so there is no one else beside him. Lying comfortably in the hot spring, Kakashi enjoyed it very much. The downside of traveling is that there is no fixed place to stay. Kakashi often spends the night in the wild. He really didn't enjoy that. 3. Kakashi submerged his head in the hot springs, and it took a long time before he came out again. As expected, it's really good. 10 minutes later, Kakashi got up and prepared to go out. Suddenly Kakashi's ears moved, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's him? It really fits his personality. Kakashi changed his clothes, walked into the courtyard, jumped up and landed on the roof. There is actually a person on the roof. He has waist-length, spiky white hair, and he wears a red harry with green clothes on the inside and traditional Japanese wooden sandals. He looks like a good guy, but what he is doing now is very wretched. A little bit down, yes, a little bit down, wow, 100 points. The wretched voice spread out on the roof, making Kakashi a little helpless. Jiraiya-sama, what are you doing here? The man immediately turned around and saw Kakashi. He was stunned for a moment, and then with a hippie smile he said, "It's you Kakashi, why are you here?" "I'm collecting materials right now, in order to write the sequel of Icha Icha Paradise," Jiraiya said, and then a scream suddenly came from underneath. "Ah, there is a pervert, where is he?" "On the top. Someone is peeping from the roof, look, there is a hole." "Oops, I was found out, we should withdraw quickly," Jiraiya said, and quickly get away from the roof. Kakashi naturally wouldn't stay behind, and followed suit. Inside a bar, Jiraiya drank a glass of sake and said, "Ah, it's really great. It's so comfortable to have a glass of sake after collecting the material." Kakashi also drank a cup and felt a lot more comfortable. "Kakashi, why are you here?" "Jiraiya-sama, I have been away from Konoha for more than a year, and I am traveling like you in this 1 year," Kakashi said respectfully. Even if his strength is greatly improved, Kakashi still maintains a respect for the person in front of him. Hearing this, Jiraiya was stunned and then said, Tesk, why did young man like you travel around? Right now, Konoha needs young people like you. Something's happened, so I want to leave Konoha for a while." "What happened?" Jiraiya was very keen and quickly discovered that there might be something tricky about Kakashi's situation. With Kakashi's performance right now, he will definitely become Konoha's pillar in the future. So, Jiraiya will naturally not ignore such a person. After all, in Jiraiya's heart he still loves Konoha. Kakashi talked about Shisui and Danzo. Of course he didn't say that Shisui was still alive. Sometimes it would be better to wait for the dust to fall to the ground before telling some things. Jiraiya became a little silent when he heard Kakashi's story, and sighed after drinking a glass of sake. Again. That Danzo is overstepping his authority. "Jiraiya-sama, I know that you also love Konoha. What do you think of Danzo?" "Danzo?" Jiraiya has a complicated look and no one knows what he was thinking. Kakashi did not urge him, and kept waiting. After a long time Jiraiya came back to his senses and said, "Sorry, I remembered some past events." "No problem. As for Danzo, I didn't like him since I was a child. He's too shady, and although it is for Konoha's good, I can't accept his style." "Doesn't Jiraiya-sama think Danzo's ambitions are too big? He has always looked like he was preying on Hokage's position." Jiraiya smiled and said, "The one who preying on Hokage's position is not only Danzo, there are a lot of people who wants that position in Konoha." Kakashi shook his head and said, "It is not the same. Danzo dares to do anything for the Hokage's position, such as assassinating the Hokage." Hearing this, the smile on Jiraiya's face faded, and then he whispered, "Kakashi, what are you talking about?" "Jiraiya-sama, when Minato-sensei died a few years ago, Danzo tried to assassinate Sandaime-sama. I was there at that time, but Danzo failed. Although it was only a small attack, it was enough to see Danzo's character. If he is in charge, with his Iron Fist rule, Konoha's situation will become even worse." Jiraiya's expression was a bit solemn for a moment, and then he said, "There is still Sandaime-sama, so there should be no problem." Kakashi shook his head and said, "Jiraiya-sama, why did Orochimaru leave Konoha? You must have investigated some information about it, right?" When he heard Kakashi mention Orochimaru, Jiraiya's face became a bit weird. Over the years he has been investigating Orochimaru, and he has some understanding of what happened back then. Orochimaru is indeed conducting human experiment, but there are also Danzo's shadows in it. It can be said that these two were partners, but Orochimaru was finally thrown away by Danzo. When he knew about this, Jiraiya was very upset, and wanted to go back to Konoha and ask Danzo himself. But soon this idea was suppressed by Jiraiya. Danzo is a person from the same generation as Sandaime, and Jiraiya is not qualified to question him at all. What's more, if Jiraiya was able to find out, how could Sandaime not know? Sandaime didn't bother with Danzo. After all, he still had compassion for Danzo. Hey Kakashi, Konoha's politics chills me. So I chose to leave Konoha. Jiraiya-sama escaping won't solve the problem. 10. Chapter 212. Chapter 212. Returning to Konoha. I know it's just that my temperament is really not suitable for getting involved in this kind of political struggle, so I simply tried to not bother with it. 1. Kakashi shook his head, knowing that Jiraiya's sloppy temperament. He wanted Jiraiya to get involved, but it was difficult. In the original work he also wasn't willing to become Godame Hokage even after Sandame died. Kakashi, can you tell me about what you think of Hokage's position? Jiraiya suddenly asked, catching Kakashi by surprise. But soon, Kakashi recovered his thoughts and said, Jiraiya-sama, to be honest, I envy your life. Kakashi said very sincerely. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi carefully, and after a long time he said with a smile, You brat, don't learn from me, too. Haha, Jiraiya-sama, I understand that there are some responsibilities I can't escape. I have already planned to return to Konoha in a few days. Oh? You are going back? The situation in Konoha is not very good right now. The top executives and the Uchiha clan are already clashing. If you go back now, I am afraid that you will get involved in this whirlpool again. I understand, but I am going back this time for this. The Uchiha clan is also a member of Konoha. I don't want it to disappear in this whirlpool. What's more, they are Obito and Shisui's clansmen. Jiraiya remained silent and understood Kakashi's persistence. Well, I hope everything goes well for you, but you need to be careful, Kakashi. Jiraiya's long and deep gaze made Kakashi a little surprised. I understand, Jiraiya-sama. That's good, come, we should get drunk tonight. I haven't met an acquaintance for a long time now. Now that you are an adult, we can have a good drink. One Jiraiya resumed his sloppy appearance, picked up his sake cup and touched Kakashi's sake cup and then drank it and go. Kakashi smiled but did not refuse. Speaking of which, Jiraiya's life can be called a tragedy. 2 of his beloved disciples died, the other 2 went astray, and finally killed their own teachers. 5. The woman he liked, Tsunade, finally accepted his love but he died. His respected teacher died in the hands of his companion, Orochimaru. His best friend, Orochimaru, also rebelled against the village he loved. Under his cynical face there is an unknown amount of sadness hidden, it's just that the hero Jiraiya never talked about it. The 2 drank a lot, until the bar closed. They supported each other and walked back to the hotel, and then they went back to their room. Kakashi sat on the bed, his eyes blurred, but he was still awake. I drink so much tonight, but it is because I understand Jiraiya's heart and I also want to get drunk. But both of them are well-prepared people. Although they look drunk on the surface, they still have a little leeway if something happened. After all, as a shinobi they can't relax their guards. Early the next morning, Kakashi woke up and originally intended to call Jiraiya to eat. But Jiraiya had already left. 1. Shaking his head, Kakashi was not surprised. After eating a little, Kakashi is ready to return to Konoha. This is already within the territory of the Land of Fire and it only takes 2 days to return to Konoha. With Kakashi's speed. In fact, Kakashi can use Flying Thunder God Jutsu to go back, but since he was out to travel it is natural to go by walking and going back by walking. Furthermore, Kakashi is not in a hurry. After Kakashi left the hotel, a crow flew out of nowhere and landed on his shoulder. Kakashi skillfully removed a letter from the crow's feet, and burned it after reading it. 2. It seems that Shisui is ready. I should go back to Konoha. Kakashi chuckled, chakra surging under his feet, and then he disappeared from that place. The village of Konoha is as calm as ever. Of course, this calm is only on the surface. Inside, the situation has already been surging. The conflict between the top executives and the Uchiha clan has intensified so much that Konoha seems calm today, but it is full of gunpowder that was ready to explode at any moment. This conflict is actually very simple. The top executives distrust the Uchiha clan and even put them under surveillance. The Uchiha clan is prideful clan. Even if they are originally the people of Konoha, they finally lost confidence in Konoha. If one party locks the other party up and treats them coldly, one cannot blame the other party for wanting to resist. This is a clear truth. After all, Konoha's prejudice against the Uchiha clan has existed since the beginning of the village. Each subsequent generation of the Hokage was a member of Shodame Hokage's faction, so the Uchiha clan's power gradually fell. If the Yondaime Hokage is still there, perhaps the situation will change. Unfortunately, the Yondaime Hokage died young, and Konoha's regime fell into the hands of 2 old Antiques Sandaime and Danzo. With the excuse of the Kyuubi's attack, Danzo began to attack the Uchiha clan. Danzo was seriously injured by Kakashi before, but after a period of silence, he started his actions again. And Uchiha Itachi is another spy that Danzo has come to see after Shisui. Danzo has always been the favorite of the spy who loves Konoha. With his thought about Konoha, Itachi wouldn't dare to do anything to Konoha's higher up. Danzo can see it very clearly, and this is why he is sure to control Itachi. Inside the root's base, Danzo was holding a cane and there was a man kneeling in front of him. It was Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, how is the Uchiha clan these days, too? It's still the same, but the atmosphere in the clan has become more and more serious. Is that so? Thanks for your hard work, you should continue. Yes, Danzo-sama. Itachi expressionlessly left the root's base, leaving Danzo alone in the dark. Uchiha clan, your days are running out. At Konoha Gate, a familiar figure slowly walked from a distance. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, who were at the gate, were both stunned when they saw this figure. Kakashi has returned to his original outfit, with a mask covering his face, the Konoha headband covering his left eye, a green vest, and a standard shinobi outfit. 1. Hey Izumo Kotetsu, long time no see. Kakashi said with a smile. Kakashi-senpai, long time no see, did you just get back? Yeah, then I'll go to report to Sandaime-sama first and we should talk again when I have time. Okay. Kakashi gradually went away, leaving Izumo and Kotetsu, who were exited. Inside the Hokage office, Sandaime looked at Kakashi with relief and said, you have been out for more than a year and you feel different after coming back. It looks like your travel did you good. Yeah, I now understand a little bit why Jiraiya-sama choose to travel around. Jiraiya, don't you learn from him? 3. Sandaime said helplessly. Obviously he was a little dissatisfied with Jiraiya's behavior as he left Konoha. Although Sandaime taught the legendary Sannin, one has defected and the other two did not return to the village all year round. This was also an issue that was very troubling him. 1. Well, welcome back. You should report to Anbu's base tomorrow. There are a lot of things waiting in Anbu that you to deal with. I understand, then I will leave first. Okay, you can go. Watching Kakashi leave, the joy on Sandaime's face faded slightly. At this situation, I don't know what Kakashi is going to do. Uchiha clan, what a troublesome clan. But if Kakashi was able to stop this conflict, it will be good. For Kakashi, who walked out of the Hokage building, looked at the direction of the Uchiha clan's residence. Uchiha clan, this time, what will be your destiny? Let's hope for the best. 5 Chapter 213 Chapter 213 Itachi's Choice. Kakashi returned to the Hatake residence, where he hadn't lived for more than a year, and there was dust everywhere. It seems that I will be busy today. Kakashi scratches his hair helplessly. It is really a troublesome thing to clean his house. But even if it was troublesome, Kakashi still need to do it. With the help of his clone, Kakashi quickly cleaned up the house. After cleaning his house, Kakashi finally get to rest. Early the next morning, Kakashi arrived at the Anbu base. After more than a year, Kakashi really missed this place. Kakashi came a bit early, and the members of 6th team have not arrived yet. Kakashi didn't care, and has quickly changed Anbu's clothes. He touched the Anbu mark on his left arm and sighed. I'm back. At this moment, the door creaked and opened. Behind the door, a man was dressed in black, with deep lines on both sides of the nose clip on his face was standing. It was Uchiha Itachi. Oh. Itachi, long time no see. Kakashi greeted with a smile as Itachi was taken aback. Kakashi-senpai? When did you come back? Yesterday. Kakashi looked at Itachi and felt that he had become more indifferent than before. It seems that Itachi has been under a lot of pressure all this time. Oh, looking at your appearance, it looks like the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan is getting worse. Itachi nodded without refuting. He may not be able to say this to others, but Itachi still believes Kakashi. It's all because Kakashi dared to antagonize Danzo for the sake of Shisui, making Itachi believes that Kakashi is on his side. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, Kakashi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm back now, so the problem will be solved." Itachi was slightly surprised, looking at Kakashi's crescent eyes, a kind of strange feeling suddenly appear for no reason. "Kakashi-senpai, what do you mean?" 3. Itachi was about to ask further when the door of the room was opened again and 3 people came in. Seeing someone coming, Itachi naturally wouldn't ask again. Kakashi whispered in Itachi's ear, "See you in the canyon at midnight." 3. Hearing this, Itachi nodded slightly. He knows that it is really not suitable for saying this now. Those who came in were also taken aback when they saw Kakashi. "Kakashi-senpai? Oh, it's Tenzo and Yugao, long time no see." Kakashi greeted them with a smile. "Kakashi-senpai? When did you come back?" Tenzo asked excitedly. I just came back yesterday. I was told by Sandame-sama to start working at the Anbu again today. It looks like there are a lot of works waiting." 1. You're right, senpai. After you gone for more than a year, there are a lot of works waiting. Yugao pretend to complain. Sorry. By the way, who is that?" Seeing that there is a new face beside Yugao and Tenzo, Kakashi knows that this new guy should have joined Anbu after he left. Upon hearing this, Yugao immediately said, "Senpai, it is Gecko Hayate. He joined the 6th team after you left." To Gecko Hayate's a long knife, there are heavy dark circles near his eyes, and he also coughing from time to time. "Hello Kakashi-senpai, I am Gecko Hayate. I am honored to join your 6th team." Gecko Hayate looks at Kakashi with eyes are full of admiration. In the Anbu, Kakashi's name is very famous, and it is precisely because of that Hayate admire him. When he chose to join the 6th team, it was because Hayate knew that the 6th team was Kakashi's team. Otherwise he may not choose the 6th team. Most importantly, Hayate has good swordsmanship, and the best swordsman in Konoha is Kakashi. To sum up all the reasons, Hayate has nothing but admiration for Kakashi. Kakashi was slightly surprised. "Gecko Hayate, the guy who died in the hands of Baki?" 1. Haha, since you joined the 6th team you should work hard. Looking at your appearance you should also be practicing swordsmanship. Let's spar when we have time. Hayate looks happy. Even if Kakashi says it is spar, he knows that, but the gap between the two of them is huge, so Kakashi will definitely guide him later. Thinking of this, Gecko Hayate is naturally very happy. "Thank you, senpai. Okay, everyone changed your clothes and prepare for the mission." Yes. Even if Kakashi said it was a mission, but Konoha was too quiet recently, so the mission for Anbu right now was just a patrol mission. Kakashi sat on the roof boredly and muttered, "It's been a long time since I did this kind of thing." Kakashi lay lazily on the roof basking in the sun. The area he was responsible for was not big. Even if he was lying down, Kakashi could clearly know what happened in his area. That's. Kakashi sat up and saw 2 people coming over from the distance. It is Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi's mission is finished. He's really fast. I don't know where his strength has reached now. He should have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan when he thought that Shisui was dead. I don't know how far he can use it. I'm really look forward to it. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Kakashi looked forward to seeing Itachi in the evening. As the night was getting colder, Itachi walked out of his room quietly, and left the Uchiha clan's residence. And the moment Itachi left, Uchiha Fugaku, who was lying in his room, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced in the direction where Itachi had left. But he didn't get up, and continued to close his eyes, as if he fell asleep again. Itachi sprinted all the way, bypassing all the Anbu who were patrolling, and soon came to the canyon. From the distance, Kakashi's figure was already on the side of the canyon. Itachi stopped and respectfully said, "Kakashi-senpai." Kakashi turned around and smiled. Then he said, "Itachi, you are here, you are on time." "So why did senpai call me here?" Itachi asked straightforwardly. Hearing this, Kakashi then answered, "I think you should also know that Danzo will never allow the Uchiha clan to continue to exist." Itachi tightened his right fist, obviously understanding this fact. "What are you going to do?" Looking at Kakashi's gaze, Itachi was struggling. Kakashi sighed and said, "It seems that you have made a bad decision." Itachi lowered his head. It is unknown what he was thinking. "Kakashi-senpai, if it really happens, I hope you can take care of Sasuke for me." Itachi said his request as he apparently had reached a consensus with Danzo. Looking at the 13-year-old boy in front of him, Kakashi feels a little emotional. The things Itachi carries are heavier than what Kakashi carries. "No, Itachi, things haven't reached that point yet. Senpai, there is no way for change between the Uchiha clan and the top executives of Konoha." "No, there is." "Huh?" Itachi looked at Kakashi in surprise, obviously very curious about what Kakashi said. Over the past year, there was someone who had given it all over this matter. Kakashi said with a smile, "Who are you talking about? Haha, Shisui, come out." "What?" Itachi was shocked, and then he felt that there was someone behind him. Feeling this, he turned his head and see that it was Shisui who should have died. "Shisui? You are still alive?" Itachi was inexplicably surprised. "Itachi, long time no see," Shisui said with a smile. "Too. What the hell is going on?" Shisui immediately told Itachi about what happened back then, and after hearing it, Itachi bowed his head to Kakashi. "Kakashi-senpai, thank you, you saved Shisui." Kakashi waved his hand and said, "Shisui is also my friend, you don't need to thank me. Itachi, you've worked hard all these years, these originals should be my responsibility, but it fall on you now." Shisui was very sorry about this. He was supposed to remove the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of the village, but now it has become Itachi's responsibility. Itachi shook his head and said, "This is also my responsibility. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you came back prepared this time." Shisui and Kakashi looked at each other, and both showed a smile. "Itachi, this time Kakashi and I came back to save the Uchiha clan. After all, if I didn't guess wrong, I'm afraid Danzo would completely massacre the Uchiha clan." Itachi nodded and said, "Yes, Danzo has already planned to do something against the Uchiha clan." "Itachi, are you also planning to destroy the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi asked. "Yes, I have already made a deal with Danzo. As long as I kill all of the Uchiha clan's members, he will leave Sasuke alone. As long as Sasuke is there, the Uchiha clan's prestige will always be able to recover. I don't want the Uchiha clan to become the rebel, so I will bear the burden of such a crime." Itachi's idea is not complicated. First, he wants to ensure that Konoha's infighting does not occur. After all, he hates war. Second, he wants to preserve the prestige of the Uchiha clan. As long as he annihilates the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha clan will naturally not be judged by the villager. 1. At that time, the Uchiha clan will still be the glorious Uchiha clan. Third, Sasuke is his hope, not only because Sasuke is his younger brother, but he also believes that Sasuke has the potential to grow up and rejuvenate Uchiha. 2. Moreover, only when Sasuke grows up can he fight against that mysterious man, the guy who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Kakashi shook his head and said, "Itachi, I don't agree with your approach. It is irrational to put all of your hopes on Sasuke. You must know that by doing this, Sasuke will be full of hatred, and a person who just wants revenge will do a lot of extreme things. I know, but this is the only way. I can only believe that Sasuke can do it." Itachi knows that doing his plan is very risky, but he had no other option, so he can only do this. "Itachi, I won't let you slaughter the Uchiha clan. The clan members are not guilty. You should know that this current situation, to a large extent, is the result of Danzo's persecution." "Shisui? Okay, Itachi, put your plan aside for now. The reason Shisui and I came back is not to see you slaughter the clan." "Kakashi-senpai, what is your plan?" At this time, Itachi understand that Shisui and Kakashi clearly came prepared. "Itachi, in order to prevent this civil unrest, there are two important points. One is Danzo, his hostility towards the Uchiha clan is too much, and the other is the determination of the Uchiha clan." Itachi did not speak and just nodded his head. He is aware of these 2 points. "I will be responsible to Danzo, I will change his will," Shisui said, and then a crow flew out. The crow has blood-red eye, and it was Shisui's Sharingan. This eye was the left eye that Shisui handed to Kakashi. He does not intend to put it back to his body, but he still plans to use it. 9. After all, he can only use Kota Matsukami with that Sharingan. At this moment, Kakashi said, the next step is the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan feels that they have the ability to defeat Konoha's top executives and control Konoha's power. But we all know that this is impossible. Yes. Even if they really defeat the top executives, the other Konoha clans will not sit idly by. Shisui and Itachi know that Kakashi is right. Even if the Uchiha clan can defeat the top executives, but the other Konoha clans will not sit idly by. Let alone the other clan, the Hyuga clan will not let the Uchiha clan dominate Konoha. Both clans depend on their eyes. Although the Uchiha clan doesn't care about the Hyuga clan, the Hyuga clan regards the Uchiha clan as a strong competitor. So, I will let the Uchiha clan realize that their rebellion will not have any results, Kakashi said, and then his body exudes a terrifying, powerful pressure. Itachi shuddered in his heart, already understanding Kakashi's plan. Kakashi was actually planning to block the entire Uchiha clan by himself. 4. But after thinking about it, Itachi feels that this is not impossible. After Danzo and the Uchiha clan have been resolved, this conflict can be regarded as coming to an end. The Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction, in the final analysis, is because of the unfair treatment of Konoha's top executives. I will persuade Sandeme to give the Uchiha clan the right treatment. Hearing this, Itachi's eyes brightened. If it can be implemented smoothly, it may really be a turning point. Yes, the problem is how to end it. I have reached a consensus with the Land of Fire's daimyo and will send 12 outstanding shinobi from the Uchiha clan to go to the City of Fire and become the 12 guardian shinobi. At that time, it can be regarded as a bridge between the Uchiha clan and the daimyo. With this, Konoha's top executives can't do anything about it. For Shisui said flatly, in order to obtain the support of the daimyo, Shisui has been busy for this past year. At this moment Kakashi suddenly said, if these plans are implemented carefully, there should be no problem. But there is a variable in it. Variable? Shisui and Itachi both looked at Kakashi strangely. Kakashi did not answer directly but looked at Itachi and said, Itachi, you should have met a mysterious man wearing a mask. He called himself Uchiha Madara. Itachi's pupils shrank, obviously did not expect Kakashi to know about this. Uchiha Madara. Shisui was equally surprised when he heard this. Yes, I did meet this person. He seems to have resentment towards Konoha and the Uchiha clan. I can understand the variables you mentioned. He is indeed likely to intervene midway. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He naturally knows that the so-called Uchiha Madara is Obito. But now is not the time to tell anyone about it. Is he really Uchiha Madara? Shisui said in surprise. As a person of the Uchiha clan, he naturally knows the reputation of Uchiha Madara. If this person really intervenes, things will become very troublesome. I'm not sure. He seems to have been seriously injured and he doesn't have the terrifying power as the legend said. Itachi, that mysterious man, I am afraid you still need to deal with him. Kakashi said suddenly. Huh? Kakashi-senpai, what do you mean? In a dark underground place, a figure with a strange mask sits quietly on a stone. Suddenly, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Seeing this, the masked man didn't show any surprised expression. It seemed that he had become accustomed to it. Obito, Konoha is very lively now. The apparent peace of Konoha's top executives and the Uchiha clan may not last long. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice floated in this space, which made people feel a little uncomfortable when they heard that. Oh, what did you find? No, I didn't dare to get close to Konoha to find out about intelligence recently. Black Zetsu whispered. Is he back? Yes, he just came back yesterday. The masked man's voice didn't contain any joy or anger, but it felt a lot heavier. It seems that he still wants to get into this muddy water. Hey, that's more interesting. I really look forward to what Itachi and Kakashi look like when they fight. Black Zetsu's voice was full of expectation. No, Kakashi is not that simple. It seems that this genocide plan will get a lot of variables. Oh, Do you think that Hatake Kakashi is capable to prevent this coup? White Zetsu said in surprise. Don't doubt Kakashi's ability after all, he is someone who can be called a genius. Genius? Black Zetsu sneer in the heart. After all, what kind of genius he has not seen in his long life? Kakashi is excellent, but in Black Zetsu's opinion he is not special. Obito did not know about what Black Zetsu was thinking at this moment. What he is thinking now is how to make this genocide plan go on. If Kakashi really stopped the coup, his plan would be more or less affected. It seems that I have to go to Konoha to see the situation. After Obito finished speaking, the space rippled and he disappeared. Black Zetsu watched Obito disappear and didn't say anything. In his opinion, the Uchiha clan is not important for his ultimate goal. It's gonna be a great show, Black Zetsu said with a smile. Do you think so? I think so too. Should we go to see it together? White Zetsu said excitedly. We can't go. That Kakashi has learned Sage Mode, so when we get near him we would be discovered. This is really troublesome. Oh, I'm so distressed, I really want to see it. Inside Konoha the canyon. Itachi, I'll leave it to you. I understand, Kakashi-senpai, if the plan is really realized, what I do will be worth it. Itachi nodded and replied. At this moment, his mood was much better than before, now that he is not bearing this matter alone. With the help of Shisui and Kakashi, Itachi believes that this will be another new path. Perhaps the Uchiha clan can continue to exist, and it can also get rid of this current awkward situation. For this reason, if he only needs sacrifice to sacrifice himself, why not? Thanks for your hard work, Itachi. After this end, it will be hard for you. Kakashi knew very well that in this plan, although the part that he and Shisui had to bear was dangerous, it shouldn't be too great due to the abilities of the two of them, and there would be no problem. But Itachi is different, he has to bear a lot more than them, it's just that there is no other choice. Only Itachi can take this path. After these three people finished discussing the specific matters, they dispersed. At the root base, under the dim candlelight, Danzo's revealed left eye shows a gloomy look. I didn't expect Hatake Kakashi to come back at this time. What is his purpose? Is it for the Uchiha clan? Danzo touched the bandage on his right eye and snorted coldly. No matter what you do, the Uchiha clan will disappear. My right eye has been waiting for 2 years. Only when the Uchiha clan is destroyed can I get the power I want. As long as I have this power, I will have the chance to control Konoha. At that time, Konoha will be able to unify the shinobi world and become the only shinobi village in the world. The 5 great hidden village? There is no need for them to exist at all. Danzo clenched the crutch in his hand and his eye is full of madness and stubbornness. 1. Itachi, don't let me down. Uchiha's residence. Itachi sneaked into his room quietly. At this moment the candle in the room suddenly lit up. Itachi was startled and turned to look. He then saw a tall figure sitting on the side, with a solemn face. Uchiha Fugaku, father, why are you here? Itachi's surprise was fleeting, and he quickly recovered his composure. Itachi, maybe I should ask you this sentence, it's been so late, where have you been? 3. Itachi sighed silently as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Now that he has taken this step, he can no longer turn back. Father, this is Anbu's mission, so I can't tell you. Fugaku's expression became very ugly, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Itachi's answer. Itachi, do you know what you are talking about? I know everything I am doing. The father and son looked at each other, but there was no warmth in their gaze. The air is filled with a suffocating atmosphere. Itachi, you disappointed me. After a long time, Fugaku spit out these words gently. Hearing this, Itachi was silent. Itachi, come with me. Fugaku didn't seem to intend to continue talking here, but wanted to take Itachi to another place. Itachi was a little confused, but still followed Fugaku. With these two's level, the Anbu who was patrolling naturally cannot found them. Soon under Fugaku's lead, these two came to one place. Naka Shrine. A secret meeting place for the Uchiha clan's members. Come in, Itachi. Fugaku led Itachi into Naka Shrine and walked directly into the basement. Itachi, you should have already opened Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Fugaku asked as he looks at the stone monument in the middle of the basement, turning his back to Itachi. Itachi's face became tensed. After all, apart from him, only Shisui and Kakashi knew about his Mangekyo Sharingan, so why would his father know about it? Don't be surprised, after Shisui died I found that your eyes are different. It's painful, the feeling of losing your best friend, Fugaku said, turning his head and looking at Itachi with scarlet eyes. Itachi's face changed drastically after seeing this. Scarlet eyes, weird patterns. Mangekyo Sharingan. Why does the father have it too? Looks like I managed to surprise you. Are you surprised by this pair of eyes? Haha, yeah, it should be a surprise. After all, this pair of eyes has not appeared in Uchiha for a long time. Fugaku's tone is full of emotion and he seems to have thought of something. Itachi's face was grim. He really didn't expect that his father would have these eyes. In this case, can Kakashi-senpai able to resist? As someone who has these eyes, Itachi is very clear about how powerful these eyes are. 5. Chapter 216. Chapter 216. Conversation. During the Third Shinobi World Wars, I got this Mangekyo when a friend of mine died in the hands of the enemy in order to save me. But I didn't tell anyone about it. Do you know why? Why? Because after I got this Mangekyo, I realized that this Mangekyo hides an amazing and terrifying strength. If the people from the clan knew that I own Mangekyo Sharingan, do you know what would happen? What? Fugaku shook his head and said, look at it yourself. After Fugaku said that, the pattern on his Mangekyo Sharingan started to spin crazily. Itachi only felt that he had entered a genjutsu. He then saw 3 Uchiha clan's members tie to Uzumaki Naruto and placed him directly in front of Fugaku. Clan head, Jinchuriki has been brought here. Let's use the true power of the Uchiha clan. The voice was full of desire and fierceness. Fuyu folded his hands and bowed his head silently, but in the end, he couldn't hold back the clan. And finally used his Mangekyo Sharingan. 1. After a while Konoha fell into the horror of being destroyed by Kyuubi like 8 years ago. At this moment the genjutsu disappeared instantly and Itachi was sweating profusely. This is Itachi, now that you understand, Mangekyo Sharingan can control Kyuubi, and this is the main reason why Konoha's top executives fear the Uchiha clan. 12. If Kakashi heard this sentence, he would tell Fugaku clearly that the Mangekyo Sharingan can indeed control Kyuubi, but with the 8 trigrams sealing style on Naruto's body, the Kyuubi won't be able to come out. Are you the one behind the Kyuubi's attack 8 years ago? Fugaku shook his head and said, no, I have been hiding my eyes all this time. So how can I release the Kyuubi? That is not good for the Uchiha clan. You have to know that you and Shisui are not the only ones who love Konoha in the Uchiha clan. Back then, there were many clan members who wanted to go and help, but they could not act because of Danzo's orders. Hearing this, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi, the Uchiha clan originally didn't plan to do this. If it weren't for the top executives' oppression, the Uchiha clan would never plan to coup. According to Nidaime Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the Uchiha clan's members are people who knew the preciousness of love better than any other clan. But it is because the Uchiha clan knows more about love, so when it is lost they would get engulfed in hatred and start having horrible thoughts. Because the essence of Sharingan is the feeling of lost. But in fact this statement has a very deep personal touch of Nidaime Hokage. Hatred due to loss of love is not the only unique to the Uchiha clan. Any normal person will be engulfed in hatred when their important person dies. Not everyone can be like Naruto. Even after Nagato killed Jiraiya, he can still forgive him. 2. The Uchiha clan is the same as most people in this matter. Moreover, Nidaime Hokage said that the Uchiha clan knows love better than anyone else. That is to say, they were originally a kind and friendly clan, but they may be distorted after experiencing great changes in life. Which normal person will not change after undergoing a major change in life? Such distortions and changes didn't necessarily push people into the abyss. 2. Itachi, Shisui, Fugaku, they all experienced great changes and opened Mangekyo Sharingan, but they did not want to destroy the world. Another example is Sasuke, Madara, and Obito. Although they all fell into the dark abyss, didn't they all wake up in the end? It explained that they are all kind people by nature. 5. Even if they are in the dark side, their goal is also for peace. Does such clan really need to be so guarded against? 3. In fact, in the final analysis, Nidaime Hokage began to implement the precautionary policy against the Uchiha clan because of fear. Senju clan can no longer produce another Senju Hashirama, but the Uchiha clan can produce another Uchiha Madara. It is precisely because of this fear that the Nidaime Hokage took certain measures against the Uchiha clan and tried to isolate them, and this kind of measure completely changed when it came to Danzo. Danzo suppressed blindly, and finally pushed this proud and loving clan out of Konoha completely. Looking at Fugaku, Itachi could clearly feel the sincerity revealed by his father at this time. Father, after reaching this point, are you planning to use force to fight for power? Fugaku sighed and said, Itachi, this is not my intention, but if this continues, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out by Konoha sooner or later. It is better to take the initiative to fight it than to wait and die. Moreover, this is also the wish of the clan members. Even if I am the clan head, I cannot change it. Father, once the coup happened, you should be very clear what the cost will be. I know, that's why I need your help, Itachi. You are in the Anbu, and the top executives have some trust in you. With your Mangekyo Sharingan, you can definitely control the top executives. At that time, it is not impossible to complete a bloodless coup. Fugaku said, looking at Itachi with gaze filled with expectations, obviously looking forward to what? Itachi's answer is, it's just that Itachi looked solemn, and finally shook his head. Fugaku was a little lost when he saw this. Itachi, did you still choose the Konoha side? Father, it was originally the case. But after what happened tonight, it has made me see a turning point. What do you mean? Fugaku asked with some confusion. Father, if Konoha's top executives can remove the Uchiha clan's surveillance and give the Uchiha clan some authority, will the Uchiha clan give up the coup and accept Konoha again? Itachi did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. Fugaku was silent for a moment, and said, if Konoha's top executives can really do this, then I am sure to convince the other clan members. Okay, Father, just wait for tomorrow, all of your questions will be answered tomorrow. Itachi smiled relievedly, obviously very satisfied with Fugaku's answer. Itachi, what the hell is going on? Itachi still didn't answer, just showed a slight smile and whispered softly. Father, rest assured you will understand tomorrow. Fugaku wants to ask again, but after seeing Itachi's expression, he took all the questions back. Watching Itachi grow up, Fugaku naturally understands Itachi's temperament. With such an expression, he knew that Itachi had already made a decision. Now that Itachi said that, what Fugaku can do is to believe in this son. After all, Itachi has always been Fugaku's pride. For his own son Sake, Fugaku chose to believe unconditionally. The night was as cold, and Kakashi didn't know that Fugaku and Itachi were communicating at Naka Shrine at this time. Sitting on the window of his room, Kakashi looked at the bright moon outside. No one knows that the legendary Jubi is sealed there, and the unknown Otsutsuki clan is living there. This world is still very huge. Kakashi stretched out his right hand as if he was about to catch the full moon, but in the end he dropped his right hand that was still empty. Tomorrow is the moment for change. I don't know if this world will go back to the original track after deviating from the original trajectory. Kakashi chuckled and took off the headband on his head and touched the Konoha logo on it. Under the moonlight, the sign gleamed and dazzled people's eyes. However, even if it is off track, what about it? 13. At the distance, the moon was shining, and a black crow came slowly towards Kakashi. This is Itachi's crow? The crow was originally a summoned beast raised by Shisui. Later, Itachi also raised some, so both of them used the black crow as their own summoned beast. The crow landed on Kakashi's shoulder, his eyes a blood-red Sharingan. A little genjutsu hit Kakashi's eyes, and after a while, Kakashi woke up. It turns out Itachi discovered that Fugaku has a Mangekyo Sharingan. Did Itachi send this crow to tell me specifically? Hey, I've known this kind of thing a long time ago. The crow flew again and blended into the dark night sky. Mangekyo Sharingan, eh? I'm really looking forward to it. Under the moonlight, Kakashi's left eye color turned into bloody red, and then a black dart shape appeared on it, which looked full of strange beauty. The crow arrives at Itachi's location and land into Itachi's hands. Kakashi-senpai is prepared? Right, Shisui also has Mangekyo, so Kakashi-senpai should know the power of Mangekyo. That should be fine, and father would not go all out. Then the next one is Danzo. Itachi's figure disappeared, and he went to the root base. This night, destined to be filled with this strange calm, and behind it there is murderous intent. Inside the Hokage office, Sandaime is still working on paperworks. He doesn't know why, but recently it seems that there are so many missions in the Land of Fire, and most of Konoha's combat power has been sent out to work on these missions. The combat power remaining in Konoha was less than 1/3. Coupled with the fact that the Uchiha clan cannot go out to perform missions for the time being, the available power becomes even less. It can't go on like this. Sandaime put down the pen in his hands, stood up, stretched out his body, showing his exhaustion. Even if he is not convinced that he is old, Sandaime may have to admit that his energy has indeed dropped a lot. When he was young, he would not feel tired at all when he was dealing with paperworks like this, but now, the Sandaime is a little overwhelmed by these. At this time, the one who was still a kage in their old age. In addition to Sandaime, there is only Onoki from the Iwagakure. Just as the Sandaime sighed, there was knocks on the door. Knock knock. Sandaime was taken aback for a moment, and then his face shows a trace of doubt. Why did someone find me at this time? And it shouldn't. Ambu reporting. Who is it? It's me, Sandaime-sama. The familiar voice made Sandaime's brows relax slightly. Kakashi? Come in. With a squeak, the door opened, and a man with silver-white hair came in. It was Kakashi. Kakashi, it's so late now, what can I do for you? Sandaime-sama, what I talk to you tonight is very important, so we may need to be a little more concealed. Oh? Sandaime's expression was slightly dignified. After knowing Kakashi for so long, this is the first time he have seen Kakashi show such an expression. In that case. As Sandaime said that, both of his hands formed a hand seal. In an instant, a hidden barrier appeared in the Hokage office, covering the entire Hokage office. Can you talk now? Thank you, Sandaime-sama. What I want to say is about the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan? Sandaime frowned head and whispered, this is indeed a big problem. It seems that the reason you are coming back this time is for the Uchiha clan. You are very good at picking time. Even when you are outside, you have paid a lot of attention to Konoha's situation for this past year. Sandaime sat on a chair and continued. Sit down and let me see what you have planned for this past year. Sandaime is not surprised of Kakashi's arrival. For Kakashi to choose to come back at this time, Sandaime know that things will not be simple. He just didn't expect that Kakashi would choose to come this late. Hearing this, Kakashi sat on the opposite side of Sandaime. Sandaime-sama, what do the top executives think about the Uchiha clan? Kakashi, I need to tell you, the Uchiha clan's small movements are clearly under the top executives' view, and we all understand their thoughts. Their power has expanded, and I am afraid that it will not be long before the revolution happened. After being a Hokage for so many years, Sandaime will naturally not lose sight of the current situation. It should be known that after the death of Nidaime Hokage, the situation is more complicated than it is now, but it is still settled by Sandaime at that time. Of course, there are two people who play a crucial role in this. One of them is Danzo, and the other is Uchiha Kagami. Then did Sandaime-sama intend to destroy the Uchiha clan? Kakashi said, looking at Sandaime with complicated gaze. Haha, Kakashi, everyone in Konoha is my family. I never want to destroy them. To me, the Uchiha clan is like a child who has gone the wrong way. What I have to do is to get them back to the right way, not kill them. Kakashi looked at Sandaime and found that his eyes were full of magnanimousness without the slightest falsehood. So, what about Danzo? Hearing the name of his old friend, Sandaime's face changed slightly. After a long time, he sighed. Kakashi, Danzo may not be able to tolerate Uchiha. Danzo's prejudice against Uchiha is deeper than that of the Nidaime Hokages. There is no room for change. Danzo's aggressiveness is also a very important reason why the Uchiha clan situation has reached this point. Then why don't you stop it? Sandaime gave a wry smile and said, Kakashi, the position of Hokage is not as simple as you think. You should know that Nidaime Hokage died young, and he died in a peace talk with Kumogakure. Right? Kakashi nodded. After all, he is no stranger to this period of history. Before Nidaime Hokage died, he appointed me to become Konoha's Sandaime Hokage. Although I have Nidaime Hokage's nomination, I am not qualified to become the Sandaime Hokage, regardless of age or seniority. There are many older elites in the village at that time, and they disobey my orders. 4. Kakashi was not surprised when he heard this. After all, his previous life is also like this. When a new leader chosen, there will be a lot of people disobey him. At that time, because of my identity, the Senju clan fully supported me. Uchiha Kagami, Danzo, Homura and Koharu also supported me. Kagami convinced the Uchiha clan to support me, and Danzo founded the root. After that, the voices of opposition inside the village are all erased. 1. In this way, I have secured the position of Hokage firmly. Therefore, I owe Danzo a favor. And for the Uchiha clan, I also owe Kagami a favor. 3. Chapter 218 Chapter 218 approaching. 1. Because of this favor, I can't do anything to Danzo. And I also can't do anything to the Uchiha clan. So you plan to do nothing? Hey Kakashi, this is a dilemma for me. Sandaime-sama, you are old and you have lost the courage you have before. 2. Kakashi's gazes fell on Sandaime like a hot flame, making Sandaime very uncomfortable. Perhaps Sandaime did not refute Kakashi's words. Since the death of the Yondaime Hokage, he took Hokage's position again. He is now old and already lost all of his youthful self. At this moment, Sandaime looked like an ordinary old man in Kakashi's view, and there was no trace of the heroic appearance from the past. Time is the most terrifying poison, capable of destroying what a hero should be. It's no wonder people always said that no one can beat time. Time will turn people into their most annoying appearance. Okay Kakashi, you have heard so much, it's time to talk about your thoughts. There is no way you come this late just to hear this old man's grumble. Sandaime at this moment is like a kind old grandfather, looking at Kakashi like he was looking at a good child. Sandaime-sama, if the Uchiha clan gives up the idea of a coup, can the top executives give the Uchiha clan the trust they deserve and return their rights? You should know why the Uchiha clan has come to this point. This is Kakashi's main purpose for coming here today. Only if this goal is achieved can he go to the Uchiha clan tomorrow to achieve his next goal. Otherwise, even if he succeeds with the Uchiha clan, it won't change the situation. Upon hearing this, Sandaime hesitated. At this moment, Kakashi continued. I know that the top executives suspected that the Kyuubi's attack 8 years ago was done by the Uchiha clan, but I can say with certainty that Kyuubi is indeed manipulated by Sharingan. But it didn't have any relationship with the Uchiha from Konoha. Kakashi, you said it is not the Uchiha from Konoha. Is there another Uchiha on this world? After hearing this, Sandaime was shocked. Sandaime-sama, there was an Uchiha who left Konoha before. Sandaime's pupils shrank and then said, You mean Uchiha Madara? Yes, although I don't know if it is Uchiha Madara himself or his descendants. But in any case, it will not be the Uchiha from Konoha. You should know that Minato-sensei fight against this guy before. If that person is really the Uchiha from Konoha, how could Minato-sensei didn't tell anyone about it? Sandaime was shocked, and the scene at that time appeared in his mind. That's right, Minato didn't say that the Uchiha clan is the one who did it. With Minato's ability, if it is really someone from the Uchiha clan, how could he not know? What you said did make sense a little. But if Uchiha Madara is really alive, isn't the Uchiha clan likely to rejoin him? Kakashi shook his head and said, Sandaime-sama, did you forget? When the Uchiha clan abandoned Uchiha Madara, his hatred of the Uchiha clan was no less than his hatred of Konoha, so there is no way the Uchiha clan rejoin him. It is too true. Now, did Sandaime-sama still think that the Uchiha clan is the culprit behind the Kyuubi's attack? Kakashi, what you said does have some truth, but can the Uchiha clan change back to normal, with This kind of ambition, once it breeds, it may not be easy to eliminate. Sandame's brows wrinkled, apparently having his own concerns about this matter. After hearing this, Kakashi said with a smile, "Sandaime-sama, you can rest assured that I have my way. As long as you can give me a guarantee that after the Uchiha clan abandons the coup you are willing to give them the rights they deserve, I will definitely achieve this." Sandaime thinks for a moment and then said, "I will do my best to make it happen." 1. With your guarantee I can rest assured now. 1. After Kakashi said that, he left the Hokage office. Seeing this, Sandaime was somewhat confused. Is that it? What is Kakashi's plan? Sandaime didn't know why, but he faintly felt that a major event is going to happen. "Kakashi, I hope you can do it." At the route, Itachi stood in front of Danzo. "Itachi, it's so late now, why are you here?" "The Uchiha clan confirmed to do the coup." Danzo narrowed his left eye, revealing a cold glint. "Sure enough? So, what is your decision? Help Konoha and kill the Uchiha clan? So you can keep your brother alive? Or do you want to be with the Uchiha clan and be destroyed by the village?" "I chose to destroy the Uchiha clan." 2. Good. The darkness will eventually fade away and the light starts shining again in this village. Kakashi put on his clothes and left his room. It started, the so-called new life. The messenger of the daimyo should be coming soon. The Uchiha clan's residence is still the same as usual. It looks like a small village, and every family lives together in peace. Sasuke picked up his small bag and was about to set off. At this moment Mikoto called, "Sasuke, your lunch." Sasuke took it and said, "Thank you, Ka-san." "Haha, Sasuke, how is school?" "It's very good. There's a yellow-haired idiot, always come to me looking for trouble, but he can't beat me." "Oh, is that so?" Mikoto said with a smile. "Yeah, Ka-san, okay, let's not talk about it. I need to go now." "Okay, takes care." "Yeah." Watching Sasuke leave, the smile on Mikoto's face did not disappear. This kind of day is really good. "Kushina, it would be better if you were still alive." The sun set and moonlight start to shine at the Uchiha square. Fugaku stands on the stage and there are nearly 100 Uchiha clan's members underneath. These are all elites who have opened the Sharingan. Although the people who own 3 Tomo Sharingan are less than 2 digits. 1. But for the Uchiha clan, as long as they open their Sharingan, their combat power will soar. As for 3 Tomo Sharingan, it symbolizes Jonin level strength. If they are proficient in 3 Tomo Sharingan, then it can be said they reach elite Jonin level strength. 2. Clan head, hurry up and decide when to start the coup. It has been dragged on for too long, and if you continue to drag it on, it will be discovered by the Konoha's top executives sooner or later. Yeah, clan head, Konoha's too arrogant, so you can't blame us for this. Clan head, it's time to make a decision. As Fugaku looked at the excited clan members below, his expression is gloom, and he didn't know how to answer. Coup? If there is a choice, Fugaku will not try to start a coup. Whether they success or fail, there would be too many bloodshed on this path, which Fugaku does not want to see. He knows how cruel a war is. He also has many friends who died during the war. Next to Fugaku there is an elderly man with gray hair. He has witnessed too many years of the Uchiha clan, and has a high prestige among the Uchiha clan. Seeing Fugaku kept silent, the old man sighed and said, "Fugaku, it is time to make a decision. The Uchiha clan can't go on like this anymore." Just as Fugaku wanted to say something, a lazy voice rang in the entire square. "Hello everyone, it seems that you are discussing some major event. I'm sorry to interrupt you." Everyone was shocked and they all looked in the same direction. Under the moonlight, a silver white-haired figure slowly came from a distance, and his robe fluttering in the wind. "Hataka Kakashi!" Kakashi stopped and said softly, "I come uninvited, please forgive me." Immediately his right foot shook slightly, and black ruin dispersed from the sole of his foot. A huge barrier spreads towards all directions. Barrier, activate. "I have something I want to talk to all of you." Root base. Danzo-sama, Uchiha Itachi has entered the Uchiha clan's residence and the barrier has been opened. Danzo's face was grim, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Well, tonight the Uchiha clan will become history, and Konoha will usher in a new life. As expected of Danzo-sama, B. Lead the root members there, and when Uchiha Itachi kills all of the Uchihas, begin taking all of the Sharingan. Yes, Danzo-sama. When B finished speaking, he disappeared from that place with a bang. Uchiha Sharingan is finally mine. From now on, I will be the only one who owns the Sharingan. This stupid village will become my strength. Danzo rolled up the sleeve of his right hand, and the skin was pale. The arm made of Hashirama's cells should be able to control the Sharingan. In the gate of Root Base, a black shadow flashed. Danzo should be inside. It seems that some of the root members were sent to the Uchiha clan's residence, and some were sent to block the eyes and ears of Sandaime. There should not be many people here now. If I'm careful, I should be able to get Danzo. The moonlight shines on the man's face, revealing a delicate appearance. It is Uchiha Shisui. Kakashi should start by now. I have to hurry. Shisui put on an Anbu's mask and sneaked into the root base. Shisui had also stayed at the root before, and coupled with the information given by Itachi, it was not a big problem for him to move freely through the root base. In the dark night, two silhouettes moving on top of the roof. Itachi, it seems that someone is one step ahead of you to find trouble with the Uchiha clan. Itachi just snorted. His face was cold and neither joy nor anger could be seen. What now? Do you still continue to do it? No hurry, I originally wanted to wait for them to finish the assembly, and after each of them went home, I will kill them one by one. Now that all of those people are together, even if we can win, it will make a big noise. Then Konoha will know about it. Okay, we should wait. Tethan. After speaking, the mysterious man with a mask looked at Kakashi, who was at the square, and thought secretly in his heart, Kakashi, what are you gonna do for this sad family? Itachi's face was indifferent, but his heart is not that calm. Whether Kakashi can conquer the Uchiha clan from the front, or Shisui can change Danzo, everything is happening at this moment. And his mission has not begun yet. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Also, what do you mean by this? The Uchiha clan has been isolated into a corner of the village since the Kyuubi's attack, and no one other than the Uchiha clan's members will come here on weekdays. Although everyone knows that Hokage's Anbu and Danzo's root are monitoring them every day, they have never been as blatant as Kakashi. It doesn't mean anything, it's just that there is something I want to talk to you. Kakashi, you are not welcome here, please leave this place. Kakashi is indeed unpopular in the eyes of the Uchiha clan. It is all just because of Kakashi's left eye is a Sharingan. That was something of the Uchiha clan, and in their opinion, it was an insult for outsider to have it. It's just that the situation at that time forced them to not retrieve the Sharingan. Fugaku's decision is also because he respects Obito's will. Therefore, although the Sharingan eye is still on Kakashi, many Uchiha clan's members do not agree with this. I just accidentally heard that you are planning a coup. Are you sure you want me to leave this place? Kakashi chuckled and his face showed teasing expression. Everyone's complexion changed. Fugaku's complexion was even more gloomy. Damn, he heard it. No, we need to keep him here, otherwise it will be troublesome if it is known by the top executives. The Uchiha clan's members' gazes on Kakashi have become somewhat gloomy and cold. Just when everyone was about to do something, Fugaku got up and stood between everyone and Kakashi, clan head. Fuyu waved his hand and shouted, everyone wait a moment. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. After all, Fugaku's prestige inside the clan is high. Kakashi, what do you want to do? Tell us your reasons, or you may not be able to leave here today. I won't say much nonsense. The purpose of my visit today is very simple. I want you all to give up the idea of the coup, because there will be no result from it. The Uchiha clan's power right now can only damage the Konoha, and it is absolutely impossible to destabilize Konoha. Konoha deceives people too much. Even if it fails, our Uchiha clan will never live like this again. Fugaku hadn't spoken yet, but someone in the crowd couldn't help but say his opinion. Stupid, you all overestimate your capabilities. What did you say?
Sadly, that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed the video. I would appreciate it if you would like and subscribe for the next part of this story.